Section 0 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius, Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Preface and Introduction. Preface. Among the difficulties which beset the path of the conscientious translator, a sense of his own unworthiness must take precedence. But another, scarcely less disconcerting, is the likelihood of misunderstanding some allusion which was perfectly familiar to the author and his public, but which, by reason of its purely local significance, is obscure and subject to the misinterpretation and emendation of a later generation. A translation worthy of the name is as much the product of a literary epoch as it is of the brain and labor of a scholar, and Melmoth's version of the letters of Pliny the Younger, made, as it was, at a period when the art of English letter writing had attained its highest excellence, may well be the despair of our 20th century apostles of specialization. Who today could imbue a translation of the Golden Ass with the exquisite flavor of William Adlington's unscholarly version of that masterpiece? Who could rival Arthur Golding's rendering of the Metamorphose of Ovid, or Francis Hickey's masterly rendering of Lucian's True History? But eternal life means endless change, and in nothing is this truth more strikingly manifest than in the growth and decadence of living languages and in the translation of dead tongues into the ever-changing tissue of the living. Were it not for this, no translation worthy of the name would ever stand in need of revision, except in instances where the discovery and collation of fresh manuscripts had improved the text. In the case of an author, whose characters speak in the argot proper of their surroundings, the necessity for revision is even more imperative. The change in cultured speech of a language is a process that requires years to become pronounced. The evolution of slang is rapid, and its usage ephemeral. For example, Stephen Gaselee, in his bibliography of Petronius, calls attention to Henry Thurston Peck's rendering of Bell Bombum by He's a Daisy, and remarks, appropriately enough, that this was well enough for 1898, but we would now be more inclined to render it He's a Peach. Again, Peck renders Illud erat vivere by That was Life, but in the words of our lyric American jazz, we would be more inclined to render it That was the Life. But, as Professor Gaselee has said, no rendering of this part of the Satyricon can be final. It must always be in the slang of the hour. Some, writes the immortal translator of Rabelais in his preface, have deservedly gained esteem by translating, yet not many condescend to translate but such as cannot invent, though to do the first well requires often as much genius as to do the latter. I wish, reader, thou mayest be as willing to do the author justice as I have strove to do him right. Many scholars have lamented the failure of Justus Lipsius to comment upon Petronius, or edit an edition of the Satyricon. Had he done so, he might have gone far towards piercing the veil of darkness which enshrouds the authorship of the work and the very age in which the composer flourished. To me, personally, the fact that Lawrence Sterne did not undertake a version has caused much regret. The master who delineated Tristram Shandy's father and the intrigue between the widow Wadman and Uncle Toby have drawn Trimalchio and his peers to admiration. W.C.F. Introduction. Of the many masterpieces which classical antiquity has bequeathed to modern times, few have attained, at intervals, to such popularity. Few have so gripped the interest of scholars and men of letters as has this scintillating miscellany known as the Satyricon, ascribed by tradition to that Petronius who, at the court of Nero, acted as arbiter of elegance and dictator of fashion. The flashing wit, the masterly touches which bring out the characters with all the detail of a fine old copper etching, the marvelous use of realism by this, its first prophet, the sure knowledge of the perspective and background best adapted to each episode, The racy style, so smooth, so elegant, so simple when the educated are speaking, beguile the reader and blind him, at first, to the many discrepancies and incoherencies with which the text, as we have it, is marred. The more one concentrates upon this author, the more apparent these faults become, and the more one regrets the lacunae in the text. Notwithstanding numerous articles which deal with this work, some from the pens of the most profound scholars, its author is still shrouded in the mists of uncertainty and conjecture. He is as impersonal as Shakespeare, as aloof as Flaubert, in the opinion of Charles Whibley, and, it may be added, as genial as Rabelais. An enigmatic genius whose secret will never be laid bare with the resources at our present command. As I am not writing for scholars, I do not intend going very deeply into the labyrinth of critical controversy which surrounds the author and the work, but I shall deal with a few of the questions which, if properly understood, will enhance the value of the Satyricon, and contribute, in some degree, to a better understanding of the author. For the sake of convenience, the questions discussed in this introduction will be arranged in the following order: 1. The Satyricon. 2. The author. A. His character. B. His purpose in writing. C. Time in which the action is placed. D. Localization of the principal episode. 3. Realism. A. Influence of the Satyricon upon the literature of the world. 4. The forgeries. 1. The Satyricon. Hesius and Scaliger derived the word from the Greek, whence comes our English word satyr, but Casaubon, Dacier, and Spanheim derive it from the Latin satura, a plate filled with different kinds of food, and they refer to Porphyrion's multis et varius rebus, hoc carmen refertum est. The text, as we possess it, may be divided into 3 divisions. The first and last relate to the adventures of ENCOLPIUS and his companions. The second, which is a digression, describes the dinner of Trimalchio. That the work was originally divided into books, we had long known from ancient glossaries, and we learn, from the title of the Tranguriesian manuscript, that the fragments therein contained are excerpts from the 15th and 16th books. An interpolation of Fulgentius, Paris 7975, attributes book 14 to the scene related in chapter 20 of the work as we have it, and the glossary of St. Benedict Floriacensis cites the passage sed video te tutum in illa herare, que Troie halosin ostendit, chapter 89, as from book 15. As there is no reason to suppose that the chapters intervening between the end of the Cena, chapter 79, and chapter 89 are out of place, it follows that this passage may have belonged to book 16 or even 17, but that it could not have belonged to book 15. From the interpolation of Fulgentius, we may hazard the opinion that the beginning of the fragments, as we possess them, chapters 1 to 26, form part of book 14. The dinner of Trimalchio probably formed a complete book, 15, and the continuations of the adventures of Encolpius, down to his meeting with Eumolpus, end of chapter 140, book 16. The discomfiture of Eumolpus should have closed this book, but not the entire work, as the exit of the 2 principal characters is not fixed at the time our fragments come to an end. The original work, then, would probably have exceeded Tom Jones in length. 2. The author. A. Not often, says Studer, Rheinisches Museum, 1843, has there been so much dispute about the author, the times, the character, and the purpose of a writing of antiquity, as about the fragments of the Satyricon of Petronius. The discovery and publication of the Trau manuscript brought about a literary controversy which has had few parallels, and which has not entirely died out to this day. Although the best authorities ascribe the work to Caius Petronius, the Arbiter Elegantarium at the court of Nero. The question as to the date of the narrative of the adventures of Encolpius and his boon companions must be regarded as settled, says Theodore Mommsen, Hermes, 1878. This narrative is unsurpassed in originality and mastery of treatment among the writings of Roman literature, nor does any one doubt the identity of its author and the Arbiter Elegantiarum of Nero, whose end Tacitus relates. In any case, the author of this work, if it be the work of one brain, must have been a profound psychologist, a master of realism, a natural-born storyteller, and a gentleman. b. His principal object in writing the work was to amuse, but, in amusing, he also intended to pillory the aristocracy, and his wit is as keen as the point of a rapier. But, when we bear in mind the fact that he was an ancient, we will find that his cynicism is not cruel. In him there is none of the malignity of Aristophanes, but there is rather the attitude of the refined patrician who is always under the necessity of facing those things which he holds most in contempt, the supreme artist who suffers from the multitude of billboards, so to speak, who lashes the posters, but holds in pitying contempt those who know so little of true art that they mistake those posters for the genuine article. Niebuhr's estimate of his character is so just and free from prejudice, and proceeds from a mind which, in itself, was so pure and wholesome, that I will quote it. All great dramatic poets are endowed with the power of creating beings who seem to act and speak with perfect independence, so that the poet is nothing more than the relator of what takes place. When Goethe had conceived Faust and Marguerite, Mephistopheles and Wagner, they moved and had their being without any exercise of his will. But in the peculiar power which Petronius exercises, in its application to every scene, to every individual character, in everything, noble or mean, which he undertakes, I know of but one who is fully equal to the Roman, and that is Diderot. Trimalchio and Agamemnon might have spoken for Petronius, and the nephew Rameau and the parson Papin for Diderot, in every condition and on every occasion inexhaustibly, out of their own nature. Just so the purest and noblest souls, whose kind was, after all, not entirely extinct in their day. Diderot and a contemporary, related to him in spirit, Count Gaspar Gozzi, are marked with the same cynicism which disfigures the Roman. Their age, like his, had become shameless. But as the two former were in their heart noble, upright, and benevolent men, and as in the writings of Diderot genuine virtue and a tenderness unknown to his contemporaries breathe, so the peculiarity of such a genius can, as it seems, be given to a noble and elevated being only. The deep contempt for the prevailing immorality which naturally leads to cynicism, and a heart which beats for everything great and glorious, virtues which then had no existence, speak from the pages of the Roman in a language intelligible to every susceptible heart. C. Beck, in his paper, The Age of Petronius Arbiter, concluded that the author lived and wrote between the years 6 A.D. and 34 A.D., but he overlooked the possibility that the author might have lived a few years later, written of conditions as they were in his own times, and yet laid the action of his novel a few years before. Mommsen and Haley placed the time under Augustus, Buechler about 36 to 37 A.D., and Friedlander under Nero. D. Laporte du Thiel places the scene at Naples because of the fact that the city in which our heroes met Agamemnon must have been of some considerable size, because neither Encolpius nor Ascyltos could find their way back to their inn, when once they had left it, because both were tired out from tramping around in search of it, and because Giton had been so impressed with this danger that he took the precaution to mark the pillars with chalk, in order that they might not be lost a second time. The Gulf of Naples is the little bit of coastline which fits the needs of the novel, hence the city must be Naples. The fact that neither of the characters knew the city proves that they had been recent arrivals, and this furnishes a clue, vague though it is, to what may have gone before. Haley, Harvard Studies in Classical Philology, Volume 2, makes a very strong case for Puteoli, and his theory of the Old Town and the New Town is as ingenious as it is able. Haley also has Trimalchio in his favor, as has also La Porte du Theil. I saw the Sibyl at Cumae, says Trimalchio. Now if the scene of the dinner is actually at Cumae, this sounds very peculiar. It might even be a gloss added by some copyist whose knowledge was not equal to his industry. On the other hand, suppose Trimalchio is speaking of something so commonplace in his locality that the second term has become a generic, then difficulty disappears. We today, even those standing in the very spot in Melos where the Venus was unearthed, would still refer to her as the Venus de Melos. Friedlander, in bracketing Cumis, has not taken this sufficiently into consideration. Mommsen, in an excellent paper, Hermes, 1878, has laid the scene at Cumae. His logic is almost unanswerable, and the consensus of opinion is in favor of the latter town. 3. Realism. Realism, as we are concerned with it, may be defined as the literary effect produced by the marshalling of details in their exactitude for the purpose of bringing out character. The fact that they may be ugly and vulgar the reverse makes not the slightest difference. The modern realist contemplates the inanimate things which surround us with peculiar complaisance, and it is right that he should, as these things exert upon us a constant and secret influence. The workings of the human mind in complex civilizations are by no means simple. They are involved and varied. Our thoughts, our feelings, our wills associate themselves with an infinite number of sensations and images which play one upon the other, and which individualize, in some measure, every action we commit, and stamp it. The merit of our modern realists lie in the fact that they have studied the things which surround us and our relations to them, and thus have they been able to make their creations conform to human experience. The ancients gave little attention to this. The man, with them, was the important thing, the environment the unimportant. There are, of course, exceptions. The interview between Ulysses and Nausicaa is probably the most striking. From the standpoint of environment, Petronius, in the greater portion of his work, is an ancient, but one exception there is, and it is as brilliant as it is important. The entire episode in which Trimalchio figures offers an incredible abundance of details. The descriptions are exhaustive and minute, but the author's prime purpose was not description. It was to bring out the characters. It was to pillory the Roman aristocracy. It was to amuse. Cicero, in his persecution of Verres, has shown up this aristocracy in all its brutality and greed. It remained for the author of the Cena to hold its absurdity up to the light of day, to lash an extravagance which, though utterly unbridled, was yet unable to exhaust the looted accumulations of years of political double-dealing and malfeasance in office. Trimalchio's introduction is a masterstroke. The porter at the door is another. The effect of the wine upon the women, their jealousy lest either's husband should seem more liberal, their appraisal of each other's jewelry, Scintilla's remark anent the finesse of Habina's servant, in the mere matter of pandering, the blear-eyed and black-toothed slave, teasing a little bitch disgustingly fat, offering her pieces of bread, and when, from sheer inability, she refuses to eat, cramming it down her throat, the effect of alcohol upon Trimalchio, the little old lady girded round with a filthy apron, wearing clogs which were not mates, dragging in a huge dog on a chain, the incomparable humor in the passages in which Hesus, desperately seasick, sees that which makes him believe that even worse misfortunes are in store for him. These details are masterpieces of realism. The description of the night-prowling shyster lawyer, whose forehead is covered with sebaceous wens, is the very acme of propriety. Our first meeting with the poet EUMOLPUS is a beautiful study in background and perspective. 19 centuries have gone their way since this novel was written, but if we look about us, we will be able to recognize, under the veneer of civilization, the originals of the Satyricon, and we will find that here, in a little corner of the Roman world, all humanity was held in miniature. Petronius must be credited with the great merit of having introduced realism into the novel. By an inspiration of genius, he saw that the framework of frivolous and licentious novels could be enlarged until it took in contemporary custom and environment. It is that which assures for him an eminent place, not in Roman literature alone, but in the literature of the world. A. Influence of the Satyricon upon literature. The vagrant heroes of Petronius are the originals from whom directly or indirectly later authors drew that inspiration which resulted in the great mass of picaresque fiction. But, great as this is, it is not to this that the Satyricon owes its powerful influence upon the literature of the world. It is to the author's recognition of the importance of environment, of the vital role of inanimate surroundings as a means for bringing out character, and imbuing his episodes and the actions of his characters with an air of reality and with those impulses and actions which are common to human experience, that his influence is due. By this, the Roman created a new style of writing and inaugurated a class of literature, which was without parallel until the time of Apuleius, and, in a lesser degree, of Lucian. This class of literature, though modified essentially from age to age, in keeping with the dictates of moral purity or bigotry, innocent or otherwise, has come to be the very stuff of which literary success in fiction is made. One may write a successful book without a thread of romance. One cannot write a successful romance without some knowledge of realism. The more intimate the knowledge, the better the book, and it is frequently to this that the failure of a novel is due, although the critic may be at a loss to explain it. Petronius lies behind Tristram Shandy. His influence can be detected in Smollett, and even Fielding paid tribute to him. 4. Forgeries of Petronius. From the very nature of the writings of such an author as Petronius, it is evident that the gaps in the text would have a marked tendency to stimulate the curiosity of literary forgers, and to tempt their sagacity, literary or otherwise. The recovery of the Trimalchian episode and the subsequent pamphleteering would by no means eradicate this cacoethes emendandi. When, circa 1650, the library of the unfortunate Nicholas Sipicco yielded up the Trau fragment, the news of this discovery spread far and wide, and about 12 years later, Statiello, in response to the repeated requests of the Venetian ambassador Pietro Basadona, made with his own hand a copy of the manuscript, which he sent to Basadona. The ambassador, in turn, permitted this manuscript to be printed by one Frambati, a printer endowed with more industry than critical acumen, and the resultant textual conflation had much to do with the pamphlet war which followed. Had this Paduan printer followed the explicit directions which he received, and printed exactly what was given him, much good paper might have been saved, and a very interesting chapter in the history of literary forgery would probably never have been written. The pamphlet war did not die out until Blaeu, in 1670-71, printed his exact reproduction of the Trau manuscript, and the corrections introduced by the licentiousness of emendation of which we have spoken. In October 1690, François Naudot, a French soldier of fortune, a commissary officer who combined belles lettres and philosophy with his official duties, wrote to Charpentier, president of the Academy of France, calling his attention to a copy of a manuscript which he, Naudot, possessed, and which came into his hands in the following manner. One Dupin, a French officer detailed to service with Austria, had been present at the sack of Belgrade in 1688. That this Dupin had, while there, made the acquaintance of a certain Greek renegade, having, as a matter of fact, stayed in the house of this renegade. The Greek's father, a man of some learning, had by some means come into possession of the manuscript, and Dupin, in going through some of the books in the house, had come across it. He had experienced the utmost difficulty in deciphering the letters, and finally, driven by curiosity, had retained a copyist and had it copied out. That this Dupin had this copy in his house at Frankfurt, and that he had given Naudot to understand that if he, Naudot, came to Frankfurt, he would be permitted to see this copy. Owing to the exigencies of military service, Nodot had been unable to go in person to Frankfurt, and that he had therefore availed himself of the friendly interest and services of a certain merchant of Frankfurt, who had volunteered to find an amanuensis, have a copy made, and send it to Nodot. This was done, and Nodot concludes his letter to Charpentier by requesting the latter to lay the result before the Academy, and ask for their blessing and approval. These Nodotian supplements were accepted as authentic by the academics of Arles and Nimes, as well as by Charpentier. In a short time, however, the voices of scholarly skeptics began to be heard in the land, and accurate and unbiased criticism laid bare the fraud. The Latinity was attacked, and exception taken to Silver Age prose, in which was found a French police regulation which required newly arrived travelers to register their names in a book of a police officer of an Italian village of the 1st century. Although they are still retained in the text by some editors, this is done to give some measure of continuity to an otherwise interrupted narrative, but they can only serve to distort the author and obscure whatever view of him the reader might otherwise have reached. They are generally printed between brackets or in different type. In 1768, another and far abler forger saw the light of day. José Marchena, a Spaniard of Jewish extraction, was destined for an ecclesiastical career. He received an excellent education which served to fortify a natural bent towards languages and historical criticism. In his early youth, he showed a marked preference for uncanonical pursuits and heretical doctrines, and before he had reached his 30th year, prudence counseled him to prevent the consequences of his heresy and avoid the too pressing Inquisition by a timely flight into France. He arrived there in time to throw himself into the fight for liberty, and in 1800 we find him at Basel, attached to the staff of General Moreau. While there he is said to have amused himself and some of his cronies by writing notes on what Davenport would have called forbidden subjects, and, as a means of publishing his erotic lucubrations, he constructed this fragment, which brings in those topics on which he had enlarged. He translated the fragment into French, attached his notes, and issued the book. There is another story to the effect that he had been reprimanded by Moreau for having written a loose song, and that he exculpated himself by assuring the general that it was but a new fragment of Petronius, which he had translated. 2 days later he had the fragment ready to prove his contention. This is the account given by his Spanish biographer. In his preface, dedicated to the Army of the Rhine, he states that he found the fragment in a manuscript of the work of St. Genedius on the duties of priests, probably of the 9th century. The close examination revealed the fact that it was a palimpsest. After treatment, permitted the restoration of this fragment. It is supposed to supply the gap in chapter 26, after the word verberabant. Its obscenity outrivals that of the preceding text, and the grammar, style, and curiosa felicitas Petronia make it an almost perfect imitation. There is no internal evidence of forgery. If the text is closely scrutinized, it will be seen that it is composed of words and expressions taken from various parts of the Satyricon, and that in every line it has exactly the Petronian turn of phrase. Not only is the original edition unprocurable, to quote again Mr. Gassely's invaluable bibliography, but the reprint at Solier, Brussels, 1865, consisted of only 120 copies, and is hard to find. The most accessible place for English readers is in Bond's translation, in which, however, only the Latin text is given, and the notes were a most important part of the original work. These notes, humorously and perhaps sarcastically ascribed to Le Monde, Sancte Theologiae Doctor, are 6 in number, all on various forms of vice, and show great knowledge, classical and sociological, of unsavory subjects. Now that the book is too rare to do us any harm, we may admit that the pastiche was not only highly amusing, but showed a perverse cleverness amounting almost to genius. Marchena died at Madrid in great poverty in 1821. A contemporary has described him as being rather short and heavy set in figure, of great frontal development, and vain beyond belief. He considered himself invincible where women were concerned. He had a peculiar predilection in the choice of animal pets, and was an object of fear and curiosity to the townspeople. His forgery might have been completely successful had he not acknowledged it himself within 2 or 3 years after the publication of his brochure. The fragment will remain a permanent tribute to the excellence of his scholarship. But it is his ode to Christ crucified which has made him more generally known, and it is one of the ironies of fate that caused this deformed giant of sarcasm to compose a poem of such tender and touching piety. Very little is known about Don Joe Antonio Gonzalez de Salas, whose connecting passages, with the exception of one which is irrelevant, are here included. The learned editors of the Spanish Encyclopedia naively preface their brief sketch with the following assertion: No tenemos noticia de su vida. De Salas was born in 1588 and died in 1654. His edition of Petronius was first issued in 1629 and reissued in 1643, with a copper plate of the editor. The Paris edition, from which he says he supplied certain deficiencies in the text, is unknown to bibliographers, and is supposed to be fictitious. To distinguish the spurious passages, as a point of interest, in the present edition, the forgeries of Nodot are printed within round brackets, the forgery of Marchena within square brackets, and the editions of de Salas in italics. The work is also accompanied by a translation of the 6 notes, the composition of which led Marchena to forge the fragment which first appeared in the year 1800. These have never before been translated. Thanks are due Ralph Strauss, Esquire, and Professor Stephen Gassely. End of section 0.
Section 1 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 1. The Satyricon of Petronius Arbiter. Volume 1. Adventures of Encolpius and his companions. Chapter the First. It has been so long since I promised you the story of my adventures that I have decided to make good my word today, and seeing that we have thus fortunately met, not to discuss scientific matters alone, but also to enliven our jolly conversation with witty stories, Fabricius Veiento has already spoken very cleverly on the errors committed in the name of religion, and shown how priests, animated by an hypocritical mania for prophecy, boldly expound mysteries which are too often such to themselves. But are our rhetoricians tormented by another species of furies when they cry, I received these wounds while fighting for the public liberty. I lost this eye in your defence. Give me a guide who will lead me to my children. My limbs are hamstrung and will not hold me up. Even these heroics could be endured if they made easier the road to eloquence. But as it is, their sole gain from this ferment of matter and empty discord of words is that when they step into the forum they think they have been carried into another world, and it is my conviction that the schools are responsible for the gross foolishness of our young men, because in them they see or hear nothing at all of the affairs of everyday life, but only pirates standing in chains upon the shore, tyrants scribbling edicts in which sons are ordered to behead their own fathers, responses from oracles delivered in time of pestilence ordering the immolation of 3 or more virgins, every word a honeyed drop, every period sprinkled with poppy seed and sesame. Chapter the 2nd. Those who are brought up on such a diet can no more attain to wisdom than a kitchen scullion can attain to a keen sense of smell or avoid stinking of the grease. With your indulgence, I will speak out. You, teachers, are chiefly responsible for the decay of oratory. With your well-modulated and empty tones, you have so laboured for rhetorical effect that the body of your speech has lost its vigour and died. Young men did not learn set speeches in the days when Sophocles and Euripides were searching for words in which to express themselves. In the days when Pindar and the 9 lyric poets feared to attempt Homeric verse, there was no private tutor to stifle budding genius. I need not cite the poets for evidence, for I do not find that either Plato or Demosthenes was given to this kind of exercise. A dignified, and if I may say it, a chaste style is neither elaborate nor loaded with ornament. It rises supreme by its own natural purity. This windy and high-sounding bombast, a recent immigrant to Athens from Asia, touched with its breath the aspiring minds of youth with the effect of some pestilential planet, and as soon as the tradition of the past was broken, eloquence halted and was stricken dumb. Since that, who has attained to the sublimity of Thucydides? Who rivalled the fame of Hyperides? Not a single poem has glowed with a healthy colour, but all of them, as though nourished on the same diet, lacked the strength to live to old age. Painting also suffered the same fate when the presumption of the Egyptians commercialized that incomparable art. I was holding forth along these lines one day when Agamemnon came up to us and scanned with a curious eye a person to whom the audience was listening so closely. Chapter the 3rd. He would not permit me to declaim longer in the portico than he himself had sweat in the school, but exclaimed, "Your sentiments do not reflect the public taste, young man, and you are a lover of common sense, which is still more unusual. For that reason I will not deceive you as to the secrets of my profession. The teachers, who must gibber with lunatics, are by no means to blame for these exercises. Unless they spoke in accordance with the dictates of their young pupils, they would, as Cicero remarks, be left alone in the schools. And, as designing parasites, when they seek invitations to the tables of the rich, have in mind nothing except what will, in their opinion, be most acceptable to their audience, for in no other way can they secure their ends, save by setting snares for the ears. So it is with the teachers of rhetoric. They might be compared with the fisherman, who, unless he baits his hook with what he knows is most appetizing to the little fish, may wait all day upon some rock without the hope of a catch. Chapter the 4th. What then is there to do? The parents who are unwilling to permit their children to undergo a course of training under strict discipline are the ones who deserve the reproof. In the first place, everything they possess, including the children, is devoted to ambition. Then, that their wishes may the more quickly be realized, they drive these unripe scholars into the forum and the profession of eloquence, than which none is considered nobler, devolves upon boys who are still in the act of being born. If, however, they would permit a graded course of study to be prescribed, in order that studious boys might ripen their minds by diligent reading, balance their judgment by precepts of wisdom, correct their compositions with an unsparing pen, hear at length what they ought to imitate, and be convinced that nothing can be sublime when it is designed to catch the fancy of boys, then the grand style of oratory would immediately recover the weight and splendour of its majesty, Now the boys play in the schools, the young men are laughed at in the forum, and a worse symptom than either, no one in his old age will confess the errors he was taught in his school days. But that you may not imagine that I disapprove of a jingle in the Lucilian manner, I will deliver my opinions in verse. Chapter the 5th. The man who emerges with fame from the school of stern art, whose mind gropes for lofty ideals to bring them to light, must first under rigid frugality study his part, nor yearn for the courts of proud princes who frown in their might, nor scheme with the riffraff a client in order to dine, nor can he with evil companions his wit drown in wine, nor sit as a hireling applauding an actor's grimace, but whether the fortress of arms-bearing Tritonis smile upon him, or land which the Spartan colonials grace, or home of the Sirens with poetry let him beguile the years of young manhood, and at the Maeonian spring his fortunate soul drink his fill. Then when later the lore of Socrates' school he has mastered, the reins let him fling, and brandish the weapons that mighty Demosthenes bore, then steeped in the culture and music of Greece, let his taste be ripened and mellowed by all the great writers of Rome. At first let him haunt not the courts, let his pages be graced by ringing and rhythmic effusions composed in his home. Next banquets and wars be his theme, sung in soul-stirring chant, in eloquent words such as undaunted Cicero chose. Come, gird up thy soul, inspiration will then force a vent, and rush in a flood from a heart that is loved by the Muse. Chapter the 6th. I was listening so attentively to this speech that I did not notice the flight of Ascyltos, and while I was pacing the gardens, engulfed in this flood tide of rhetoric, a large crowd of students came out upon the portico, having, it would seem, just listened to an extemporaneous declamation of I know not whom, the speaker of which had taken exceptions to the speech of Agamemnon. While therefore the young men were making fun of the sentiments of this last speaker, and criticising the arrangement of the whole speech, I seized the opportunity and went after Ascyltos on the run. But as I held neither strictly to the road, nor knew where the inn was located, wherever I went I kept coming back to the same place, until, worn out with running, and long since dripping with sweat, I approached a certain little old woman who sold country vegetables. Chapter the 7th. Please, mother, I wheedled, you don't know where I lodge, do you? Delighted with such humorous affability. What's the reason I don't? She replied. And getting upon her feet, she commenced to walk ahead of me. I took her for a prophetess until, when presently we came to a more obscure quarter, the affable old lady pushed aside a crazy quilt and remarked, "Here's where you ought to live." And when I denied that I recognized the house, I saw some men prowling stealthily between the rows of name-boards and naked prostitutes. Too late I realized I had been led into a brothel. After cursing the wiles of the little old hag, I covered my head and commenced to run through the middle of the night-house to the exit opposite, when lo and behold, whom should I meet on the very threshold but Ascyltos himself, as tired as I was, and almost dead. You would have thought that he had been brought by the self-same little old hag. I smiled at that, greeted him cordially, and asked him what he was doing in such a scandalous place. Chapter the 8th. Wiping away the sweat with his hands, he replied, If you only knew what I have gone through." "What was it?" I demanded. "A most respectable-looking person came up to me," he made reply, "while I was wandering all over the town and could not find where I had left my inn, and very graciously offered to guide me. He led me through some very dark and crooked alleys to this place, pulled out his tool, and commenced to beg me to comply with his appetite. A whore had already vacated her cell for an ass, and he had laid hands upon me, and but for the fact that I was the stronger, I would have been compelled to take my medicine. While Ascyltos was telling me of his bad luck, who should come up again but this same very respectable-looking person, in company with a woman not at all bad-looking, and looking at Ascyltos, he requested him to enter the house, assuring him that there was nothing to fear, and since he was unwilling to take the passive part, he should have the active. The woman, on her part, urged me very persistently to accompany her. So we followed the couple at last, and were conducted between the rows of name-boards, where we saw in cells many persons of each sex amusing themselves in such a manner that it seemed to me that every one of them must have been drinking Satyricon. On catching sight of us, they attempted to seduce us with pederastic wantonness, and one wretch, with his clothes girded up, assaulted Ascyltos, and having thrown him down upon a couch, attempted to gore him from above. I succoured the sufferer immediately, however, and having joined forces, we defied the troublesome wretch. Ascyltos ran out of the house and took to his heels, leaving me as the object of their lewd attacks, but the crowd, finding me the stronger in body and purpose, let me go unharmed. Chapter the 9th. After having tramped nearly all over the city, I caught sight of Giton, as though through a fog, standing at the end of the street, on the very threshold of the inn, and I hastened to the same place. When I inquired whether my brother had prepared anything for breakfast, the boy sat down upon the bed and wiped away the trickling tears with his thumb. I was greatly disturbed by such conduct on the part of my brother, and demanded to be told what had happened. After I had mingled threats with entreaties, he answered slowly and against his will. "That brother or comrade of yours rushed into the room a little while ago, and commenced to attempt my virtue by force. When I screamed, he pulled out his tool and gritted out, 'If you're a Lucretia, you've found your Tarquin.' When I heard this, I shook my fists in Ascyltos' face. 'What have you to say for yourself,' I snarled, 'you rutting, pathic harlot, whose very breath is infected?' Ascyltos pretended to bristle up, and shaking his fists more boldly still, he roared, 'Won't you keep quiet, you filthy gladiator, you who escaped from the criminal's cage in the amphitheatre to which you were condemned for the murder of your host? Won't you hold your tongue, you nocturnal assassin, who even when you swived it bravely, never entered the lists with a decent woman in your life? Was I not a brother to you in the pleasure garden in the same sense as that in which this boy now is in this lodging house?' 'You sneaked away from the master's lecture,' I objected. Chapter the 10th. What should I have done, you triple fool, when I was dying of hunger? I suppose I should have listened to opinions as much to the purpose as the tinkle of broken glass or the interpretation of dreams. By Hercules, you are much more deserving of censure than I, as you who will flatter a poet so as to get an invitation to dinner. Then we laughed ourselves out of a most disgraceful quarrel, and approached more peaceably whatever remained to be done. But the remembrance of that injury recurred to my mind, and "Ascyltos," I said, "I know we shall not be able to agree, so let us divide our little packs of common stock and try to defeat our poverty by our individual efforts. Both you and I know letters, but that I may not stand in the way of any undertaking of yours, I will take up some other profession, otherwise 1,000 trifles will bring us into daily collision and furnish cause for gossip through the whole town." Ascyltos made no objection to this, but merely remarked, "As we, in our company of scholars, have accepted an invitation to dinner, for this date let us not lose our night. Since it seems to be the graceful thing to do, I will look out for another lodging and another brother tomorrow." "Deferred pleasures are a long time coming," I sighed. It was lust that made this separation so hasty, for I had, for a long time, wished to be rid of a troublesome chaperon, so that I could resume my old relations with my Giton. Bearing this affront with difficulty, Ascyltos rushed from the room without uttering a word. Such a headlong outburst augured badly, for I well knew his ungovernable temper and his unbridled passion. On this account I followed him out, desirous of fathoming his designs, and of preventing their consequences, but he hid himself skilfully from my eyes, and all in vain I searched for him for a long time. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter, translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 2. The Satyricon of Petronius Arbiter, Volume 1. Chapter the 11th. After having had the whole town under my eyes, I returned to the little room, and having claimed the kisses which were mine in good faith, I encircled the boy in the closest of embraces, and enjoyed the effect of our happy vows to a point that might be envied. Nor had all the ceremonies been completed, when Ascyltos stole stealthily up to the outside of the door, and, violently wrenching off the bars, burst in upon me, toying with my brother. He filled the little room with his laughter and hand-clapping, pulled away the cloak which covered us. "What are you up to now, most sanctimonious brother?" he jeered. "What's going on here? A blanket wedding?" Nor did he confine himself to words, but pulling the strap off his bag, he began to lash me very thoroughly, interjecting sarcasms the while. "This is the way you would share with your comrade, is it?" The unexpectedness of the thing compelled me to endure the blows in silence and to put up with the abuse. So I smiled at my calamity, and very prudently too, as otherwise I should have been put to the necessity of fighting with a rival. My pretended good humour soothed his anger, and at last Ascyltos smiled as well. "See here, ENCOLPIUS," he said, "are you so engrossed with your debaucheries that you do not realize our money is gone, and that what we have left is of no value? In the summer, times are bad in the city. The country is luckier. Let's go and visit our friends." Necessity compelled the approval of this plan, and the repression of any sense of injury as well. So, loading Giton with our packs, we left the city and hastened to the country seat of Lycurgus, a Roman knight. Inasmuch as Ascyltos has formerly served him in the capacity of brother, he received us royally, and the company there assembled rendering our stay still more delightful. In the first place there was Tryphena, a most beautiful woman, who had come in company with Lycus, the master of a vessel and owner of estates near the seashore. Although Lycurgus kept a frugal table, the pleasures we enjoyed in this most enchanting spot cannot be described in words. Of course, you know that Venus joined us all up as quickly as possible. The lovely Tryphena pleased my taste, and listened willingly to my vows, but hardly had I time to enjoy her favours, when Lycus, in a towering rage because his preserves had been secretly invaded, demanded that I indemnify him in her stead. She was an old flame of his, so he broached the subject of a mutual exchange of favours. Burning with lust, he pressed his suit, but Tryphena possessed my heart, and I said Lycus nay. By refusal, however, he was only made more ardent, followed me everywhere, entered my room at night, and after his entreaties had been met with contempt, he had recourse to violence against me, at which I yelled so lustily that I aroused the entire household, and, by the help of Lycurgus, I was delivered from the troublesome assault and escaped. At last, perceiving that the house of Lycurgus was not suitable to the prosecution of his design, he attempted to persuade me to seek his hospitality, and when his suggestion was refused, he made use of Tryphena's influence over me. She besought me to comply with Lycus' desires, and she did this all the more readily as by that she hoped to gain more liberty of action. With affairs in this posture, I follow my love. But Lycurgus, who had renewed his old relations with Ascyltos, would not permit him to leave, so it was decided that he should remain with Lycurgus, but that we would accompany Lycus. Nevertheless, we had it understood among ourselves that whenever the opportunity presented itself, we would each pilfer whatever we could lay hands upon for the betterment of the common stock. Lycus was highly delighted with my acceptance of his invitation and hastened our departure. So, bidding our friends good-bye, we arrived at his place on the very same day. Lycus had so arranged matters that on the journey he sat beside me, while Tryphena was next to Giton, the reason for this being his knowledge of the woman's notorious inconstancy. Nor was he deceived, for she immediately fell in love with the boy, and I easily perceived it. In addition, Lycus took the trouble of calling my attention to the situation, and laid stress upon the truth of what we saw. On this account I received his advances more graciously, at which he was overjoyed. He was certain that contempt would be engendered from the inconstancy of my sister, with the result that, being piqued at Tryphena, I would all the more freely receive his advances. Now, this was the state of affairs at the house of Lycus. Tryphena was desperately in love with Giton. Giton's whole soul was aflame for her. Neither of them was a pleasing sight to my eyes, and Lycus, studying to please me, arranged novel entertainments each day, which Doris, his lovely wife, seconded to the best of her ability, and so gracefully that she soon expelled Tryphena from my heart. A wink of the eye acquainted Doris of my passion. A coquettish glance informed me of the state of her heart, and this silent language, anticipating the office of the tongue, secretly expressed that longing of our souls which we had both experienced at the same instant. The jealousy of Lycus, already well known to me, was the cause of my silence. But love itself revealed to the wife the designs which Lycus had upon me. At our first opportunity of exchanging confidences, she revealed to me what she had discovered, and I candidly confessed, telling her of the coldness with which I had always met his advances. The far-sighted woman remarked that it would be necessary for us to use our wits. It turned out that her advice was sound, for I soon found out that complacency to the one meant possession of the other. Giton, in the meantime, was recruiting his exhausted strength, and Tryphena turned her attention to me, but meeting with a repulse, she flounced out in a rage. The next thing this burning harlot did was to discover my commerce with both husband and wife. As for his wantonness with me, she flung that aside, as by it she lost nothing, but she fell upon the secret gratifications of Doris and made them known to Lycus, who, his jealousy proving stronger than his lust, took steps to get revenge. Doris, however, forewarned by Tryphena's maid, looked out for squalls and held aloof from any secret assignations. When I became aware of all this, I heartily cursed the perfidy of Tryphena and the ungrateful soul of Lycus, and made up my mind to be gone. Fortune favoured me, for a vessel sacred to Isis and laden with prize money had, only the day before, run upon the rocks in the vicinity. After holding a consultation with Giton, at which he gladly gave consent to my plan, as Tryphena visibly neglected him after having sapped his virility, we hastened to the seashore early on the following morning, and boarded the wreck, a thing easy of accomplishment, as the watchmen, who were in the pay of Lycus, knew us well. But they were so attentive to us that there was no opportunity of stealing a thing, until, having left Giton with them, I craftily slipped out of sight, and sneaked aft where the statue of Isis stood, and despoiled it of a valuable mantle and a silver sistrum. From the master's cabin I also pilfered other valuable trifles, and stealthily sliding down a rope, went ashore. Giton was the only one who saw me, and he evaded the watchmen and slipped away after me. I showed him the plunder when he joined me, and we decided to post with all speed to Ascyltos, but we did not arrive at the home of Lycurgus until the following day. In a few words I told Ascyltos of the robbery when he joined us, and of our unfortunate love affairs as well. He was for prepossessing the mind of Lycurgus in our favour, naming the increasing wantonness of Lycus as the cause of our secret and sudden change of habitation. When Lycurgus had heard everything, he swore that he would always be a tower of strength between us and our enemies. Until Tryphena and Doris were awake and out of bed, our flight remained undiscovered, for we paid them the homage of a daily attendance at the morning toilette. When our unwonted absence was noted, Lycus sent out runners to comb the seashore, for he suspected that we had been to the wreck, but he was still unaware of the robbery, which was as yet unknown, because the stern of the wreck was lying away from the beach, and the master had not, as yet, gone back aboard. Lycus flew into a towering rage when our flight was established for certain, and railed bitterly at Doris, whom he considered as the moving factor in it. Of the hard words and the beating he gave her I will say nothing, for the particulars are not known to me, but I will affirm that Tryphena, who was the sole cause of the unpleasantness, persuaded Lycus to hunt for his fugitives in the house of Lycurgus, which was our most probable sanctuary. She volunteered to accompany him in person, so that she could load us with the abuse which we deserved at her hands. They set out on the following day and arrived at the estate of Lycurgus, but we were not there, for he had taken us to a neighbouring town to attend the feast of Hercules, which was there being celebrated. As soon as they found out about this, they hastened to take to the road and ran right into us in the portico of the temple. At sight of them we were greatly put out, and Lycus held forth violently to Lycurgus upon the subject of our flight, but he was met with raised eyebrows and such a scowling forehead that I plucked up courage, and in a loud voice passed judgment upon his lewd and base attempts and assault upon me, not in the house of Lycurgus alone, but even under his own roof. And as for the meddling Tryphena, she deserved her just deserts, for at great length I described her moral turpitude to the crowd. Our altercation had caused a mob to collect, and, to give weight to my argument, I pointed to limber-hamed Giton, drained dry, as it were, and to myself, reduced almost to skin and bones by the raging lust of that nymphomaniac harlot. So humiliated were our enemies by the guffaws of the mob, that in gloomy ill humour they beat a retreat to plot revenge. As they perceived that we had prepossessed the mind of Lycurgus in our favour, they decided to await his return at his estate in order that they might wean him away from his misapprehension. As the solemnities did not draw to a close until late at night, we could not reach Lycurgus's country place, so he conducted us to a villa of his, situated near the halfway point of the journey, and leaving us to sleep there until the next day, he set off for his estate for the purpose of transacting some business. Upon his arrival, he found Lycus and Tryphena awaiting him, and they stated their case so diplomatically that they prevailed upon him to deliver us into their hands. Lycurgus, cruel by nature and incapable of keeping his word, was by this time striving to hit upon the best method of betraying us, and to that end he persuaded Lycus to go for help, while he himself returned to the villa and had us put under guard. To the villa he came and greeted us with a scowl as black as any Lycus himself had ever achieved. Clenching his fists again and again, he charged us with having lied about Lycus, and turning Ascyltos out, he gave orders that we were to be kept confined to the room in which we had retired to rest, nor would he hear a word in our defence from Ascyltos, but, taking the latter with him, he returned to his estate, reiterating his orders relative to our confinement, which was to last until his return. On the way back, Ascyltos vainly essayed to break down Lycurgus's determination, but neither prayers nor caresses, nor even tears could move him. Thereupon my brother conceived the design of freeing us from our chains, and, antagonized by the stubbornness of Lycurgus, he positively refused to sleep with him, and through this he was in a better position to carry out the plan which he had thought out. When the entire household was buried in its first sleep, Ascyltos loaded our little packs upon his back and slipped out through a breach in the wall, which he had previously noted, arriving at the villa with the dawn. He gained entrance without opposition and found his way to our room, which the guards had taken the precaution to bar. It was easy to force an entrance, as the fastening was made of wood, which same he pried off with a piece of iron. The fall of the lock roused us, for we were snoring away, in spite of our unfortunate situation. On account of the long vigil, the guard was in such a deep sleep that we alone were wakened by the crashing fall of the lock, and Ascyltos, coming in, told us in a few words what he had done for us. But as far as that goes, not many were necessary. We were hurriedly dressing when I was seized with the notion of killing the guard and stripping the place. This plan I confided to Ascyltos, who approved of the looting, but pointed out a more desirable solution without bloodshed. Knowing all the crooks and turns as he did, he led us to a storeroom, which he opened. We gathered up all that was of value and sallied forth while it was yet early in the morning. Shunning the public roads, we could not rest until we believed ourselves safe from pursuit. Ascyltos, when he had caught his breath, gloatingly exulted of the pleasure which the looting of a villa belonging to Lycurgus, a superlatively avaricious man, afforded him. He complained with justice of his parsimony, affirming that he himself had received no reward for his knightly services, that he had been kept at a dry table and on a skimpy ration of food. This Lycurgus was so stingy that he denied himself even the necessities of life, his immense wealth to the contrary notwithstanding. The tortured Tantalus still stands, to parch in his shifting pool, and starve when fruit sways just beyond his grasp, the image of the miser rich, when his avaricious soul robs him of food and drink in plenty's clasp. Ascyltos was for going to Naples that same day, but I protested the imprudence of going to any place where they would be on the lookout for us. Let's absent ourselves for a while and travel in the country. We are well supplied with means. This advice took his fancy, and we set out for a part of the country noted for the beauty of its estates, and where not a few of our acquaintances were enjoying the sports of the season. Scarcely had we covered half the distance, however, before it began to pour down rain by the bucketful, compelling us to run for the nearest village. Upon entering the inn, we noticed many other wayfarers who had put up there to escape the storm. The jam prevented our being watched, and at the same time made it easier for us to pry about with curious eyes, on the alert for something to appropriate. Ascyltos, unseen by anyone, picked up off the ground a little pouch in which he found some gold pieces. We were overjoyed with this auspicious beginning, but fearing that someone would miss the gold, we stealthily slipped out by the back door. A slave, who was saddling a horse in the courtyard, suddenly left his work and went into the house, as if he had forgotten something, and while he was gone, I appropriated a superb mantle which was tied fast to the saddle. By untying the thongs, then utilizing a row of outbuildings for cover, we made off into the nearest wood. When we had reached the depths of the grove, where we were in safety, we thoroughly discussed the surest method of secreting our gold, so that we would neither be accused of robbery nor robbed ourselves, and we finally decided to sew it into the hem of a ragged tunic, which I threw over my shoulders, after having turned the mantle over to Ascyltos for safe keeping. We then made ready to start for the city via the unfrequented roads. We were about to emerge from the shelter of the wood when we heard from somewhere on our left, "They can't get away, they came into this wood, let's spread out and beat, and they will easily be caught." On hearing this, we were thrown into such a terrible fright that Ascyltos and Giton dashed away cityward through the underbrush, and I retreated in such a hurry that the precious tunic slipped off my shoulders without my knowing it. At last, completely fagged out and unable to take another step, I lay down under a tree, and there I first became aware of the loss of the tunic. Chagrin restored my strength, and I leapt to my feet to look for the treasure, and for a long time I beat around in vain. Worn out with work and vexation, I forced my way into the thickest part of the grove, and remained there for 4 mortal hours, but at last, bored to extinction by the horrible solitude, I sought a way out. As I went ahead, I caught sight of a peasant. Then I had need of all my nerve, and it did not fail me. Marching boldly up to him, I asked my way to the city, complaining that I had been lost in the wood for several hours. Seeing my condition, he took pity upon me, for I was covered in mud and paler than death, and asked me whether I had seen anyone in the place. Not a soul, I replied, whereupon he kindly conducted me to the high road, where he met two of his companions, who informed him that they had beaten along every path in the forest, without having found anything except a tunic, which they showed him. As may be readily supposed, I did not have the audacity to claim it, though well aware of its value, and my chagrin became almost insupportable as I vented many a groaning curse over my lost treasure. The peasants paid no attention to me, and I was gradually left behind. As my weakness increased, my pace decreased. For this reason it was late when I reached the city, and entering the inn beheld Ascyltos, stretched out half dead upon a cot. Too far gone to utter a single syllable, I threw myself upon another. Ascyltos became greatly excited at not seeing the tunic which he had entrusted to me, demanding it insistently, but I was so weak that my voice refused its office, and I permitted the apathy of my eyes to answer his demand. Then, by and by, regaining my strength little by little, I related the whole affair to Ascyltos in every detail. He thought that I was joking, and although my testimony was fortified by a copious flood of tears, it could easily be seen that he remained unconvinced, believing that I wanted to cheat him out of the gold. Giton, who was standing by during all this, was as downcast as myself, and the suffering of the lad only served to increase my own vexation. But the thing which bothered me most of all was the painstaking search which was being made for us. I told Ascyltos of this, but he only laughed it off, as he had so happily extricated himself from the scrape. He was convinced that as we were unknown, and as no one had seen us, we were perfectly safe. We decided, nevertheless, to feign sickness, and to keep to our room as long as possible. But, before we knew it, our money ran out, and spurred by necessity, we were forced to go abroad and sell some of our plunder. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 3, Volume 1, Adventures of ENCOLPIUS and his Companions, Chapter 12 through 19. Chapter the 12th. Twilight was falling as we entered the marketplace, in which we noticed a quantity of things for sale, not any of much value, it is true, but such as could be disposed of to the best advantage, when the semi-darkness would serve to hide their doubtful origin. As we had brought our stolen mantle, we proceeded to make use of so favourable an opportunity, and in a secluded spot displayed a corner of it, hoping the splendid garment would attract some purchaser. Nor was it long before a certain peasant, whose face was familiar to my eyes, came up accompanied by a young woman, and began to examine the garment very closely. Ascyltos, in turn, cast a glance at the shoulders of our rustic customer, and was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. Nor could I myself look upon this man without some emotion, for he seemed to be the identical person who had picked up the ragged tunic in the lonely wood, and as a matter of fact he was. Ascyltos, afraid to believe the evidence of his own eyes for fear of doing something rash, approached the man as a prospective buyer, took the hem of the tunic from the rustic's shoulders, and felt it thoroughly. Chapter the 13th. Oh, wonderful stroke of fortune! The peasant had not yet laid his meddling hands upon the seams, but was scornfully offering the thing for sale, as though it had been the leavings of some beggar. When Ascyltos had assured himself that the hoard was intact, and had taken note of the social status of the seller, he led me a little aside from the crowd, and said, "Do you know, brother, that the treasure about which I was so worked up has come back to us? That is the little tunic, and it seems that the gold pieces are still untouched. What ought we to do, and how shall we make good our claim?" I was overjoyed, not so much at seeing our booty, as I was for the reason that fortune had released me from a very ugly suspicion. I was opposed to doing anything by devious methods, thinking that should he prove unwilling to restore to the proper owner an article not his own, it ought to come to a civil action and a judgment secured. Chapter the 14th. Not so Ascyltos, who was afraid of the law, and demurred. Who knows us here? Who will place any credence in anything we say? It seems to me it would be better to buy, ours though it is, and we know it, and recover the treasure at small cost, rather than to engage in a doubtful lawsuit. Of what avail are any laws where money rules alone, where poverty can never win its cases? Detractors of the time who bear the cynic's scrip are known to often sell the truth and keep their faces. So justice is at public auction bought, the knight give judgment as gold says he ought. But, with the exception of a 2 piece with which we had intended purchasing peas and lupines, there was nothing to hand. So for fear our loot should escape us in the interim, we resolved to appraise the mantle at less, and through a small sacrifice secure a greater profit. Accordingly we spread it out, and the young woman of the covered head, who was standing by the peasant's side, narrowly inspected the markings, seized the hem with both hands, and screamed, "Thieves!" at the top of her voice. We were greatly disconcerted at this, and for fear that inactivity on our part should seem to lend colour to her charges, we laid hold of the dirty ragged tunic in our turn, and shouted with equal spite that this was our property which they had in their possession. But our cases were by no means on an equality, and the hucksters who had crowded around us at the uproar laughed at our spiteful claim, and very naturally too, since one side laid claim to a very valuable mantle, while the other demanded a rag which was not worth a good patch. Chapter the 15th. Ascyltos, when he had secured silence, adroitly put a stop to their laughter by exclaiming, "We can see that each puts the greater value upon his own property. Let them return our tunic to us, and take back their mantle." This exchange was satisfactory enough to the peasant and the young woman, but some night-prowling shyster lawyers, who wished to get possession of the mantle for their own profit, demanded that both articles be deposited with them, and the judge could look into the case on the morrow, for it would appear that the ownership of the articles was not so much to the point as was the suspicion of robbery that attached to both sides. The question of sequestration arose, and one of the hucksters, I do not remember which, but he was bald, and his forehead was covered with sebaceous wens, and he sometimes did odd jobs for the lawyers, seized the mantle, and vowed that he would see to it that it was produced at the proper time and place. But it was easily apparent that he desired nothing but that the garment should be deposited with thieves and vanish. Thinking that we would be afraid to appear as claimants for fear of being charged with crime. As far as we were concerned, we were as willing as he, and fortune aided the cause of each of us. For the peasant, infuriated at our demand that his rags be shown in public, threw the tunic in Ascyltos' face, released us from responsibility, and demanded that the mantle, which was the only object of litigation, be sequestered. As we thought we had recovered our treasure, we returned hurriedly to the inn, and fastening the door, we had a good laugh at the shrewdness of the hucksters, and not less so at that of our enemies, for by it they had returned our money to us. While we were unstitching the tunic to get at the gold pieces, we overheard someone quizzing the innkeeper as to what kind of people those were who had just entered his house. Alarmed at this inquiry, I went down, when the questioner had gone, to find out what was the matter, and learned that the praetor's lictor, whose duty it was to see that the names of strangers were entered in his rolls, had seen two people come into the inn whose names were not yet entered, and that was the reason he had made inquiry as to their names and means of support. Mine host furnished this information in such an offhand manner that I became suspicious as to our entire safety in his house. So, in order to avoid arrest, we decided to go out and not to return home until after dark, and we sallied forth, leaving the management of dinner to Giton. As it suited our purpose to avoid the public streets, we strolled through the more unfrequented parts of the city, and at dusk we met two women in stolas, in a lonely spot, and they were by no means homely. Walking softly, we followed them to a temple which they entered, and from which we could hear a curious humming, which resembled the sound of voices issuing from the depths of a cavern. Curiosity impelled us also to enter the temple. There we caught sight of many women who resembled bacchantes, each of whom brandished in her right hand an emblem of Priapus. We were not permitted to see more, for as their eyes fell upon us, they raised such a hubbub that the vault of the temple trembled. They attempted to lay hands upon us, but we ran back to our inn as fast as we could go. Chapter the 16th. We had just disposed of the supper prepared by Giton, when there came a timid rapping at the door. We turned pale. "Who is there?" we asked. "Open, and you will find out," came the answer. While we were speaking, the bar fell down of its own accord, the doors flew open, and admitted our visitor. She was the self-same young lady of the covered head, who had but a little while before stood by the peasant's side. "So you thought," said she, "that you could make a fool of me, did you? I am Quartilla's handmaid, Quartilla, whose rites you interrupted in the shrine. She has come to the inn in person and begs permission to speak with you. Don't be alarmed. She neither blames your mistake, nor does she demand punishment. On the contrary, she wonders what God has brought such well-bred young gentlemen into her neighbourhood." Chapter the 17th. We were still holding our tongues and refraining from any expression of opinion, when the lady herself entered the room, attended by a little girl. Seating herself upon the bed, she wept for a long time. Not even then did we interject a single word, but waited, all attention, for what was to follow these well-ordered tears and this show of grief. When the diplomatic thunderstorm had passed over, she withdrew her haughty head from her mantle, and wringing her hands until the joints cracked. "What is the meaning of such audacity?" she demanded. "Where did you learn such tricks? They are worthy of putting to shame the assurance of all the robbers of the past. I pity you, so help me the God of truth, I do. For no one can look with impunity upon that which is unlawful for him to see. In our neighbourhood there are so many gods that it is easier to meet one than it is to find a man. But do not think that I was actuated by any desire for revenge when I came here. I am more moved by your age than I am by my own injury, for it is my belief that youthful imprudence led you into committing a sacrilegious crime. That very night I tossed so violently in the throes of a dangerous chill that I was afraid I had contracted a tertian ague, and in my dreams I prayed for a medicine. I was ordered to seek you out and to arrest the progress of the disease by means of an expedient to be suggested by your wonderful penetration. That cure does not matter so much, however, for a deeper grief gnaws at my vitals and drags me down, almost to the very doors of death itself. I am afraid that, with the careless impulsiveness of youth, you may divulge to the common herd what you witnessed in the shrine of Priapus, and reveal the rites of the gods to the rabble. On this account I stretch out my suppliant hands to your knees, and beg and pray that you do not make a mockery and a joke of our nocturnal rites, nor lay bare the secrets of so many years, into which scarcely 1,000 persons are initiated. Chapter the 18th. The tears poured forth again after this appeal, and shaken by deep sobs, she buried her whole face and breast in my bed, and I, moved by pity and apprehension, begged her to be of good cheer, and to make herself perfectly easy as to both of those issues. For not only would we not betray any secrets to the rabble, but we would also second divine providence, at any peril to ourselves, if any god had indicated to her any cure for her tertian ague. The woman cheered up at this promise, and smothered me with kisses. From tears she passed to laughter, and fell to running her fingers through the long hair that hung down about my ears. "I will declare a truce with you," she said, "and withdraw my complaint. But had you been unwilling to administer the medicine which I seek, I had a troop in readiness for the morrow, which would have exacted satisfaction for my injury and reparation for my dignity. To be flouted is disgraceful, but to dictate terms sublime. Pleased am I to choose what course I will. Even sages will retort an insult at the proper tune. Victor most is he who does not kill." Then she suddenly clapped her hands, and broke into such a peal of laughter that we were alarmed. The maid, who had been the first to arrive, did likewise, on one side of us, as also did the little girl who had entered with the Madame herself. Chapter the 19th. The whole place was filled with mocking laughter, and we, who could see no reason for such a change of front, stared blankly at each other and then at the women. Then Quartilla spoke up finally. "I give orders that no mortal man should be admitted into this inn this day, so that I could receive the treatment for my ague without interruption. Ascyltos was for the moment struck dumb by this admission of Quartilla's, and I turned colder than a Gallic winter, and could not utter a word. But the personnel of the company relieved me from the fear that the worst might be yet to come, for they were only 3 young women, too weak to attempt any violence against us, who were of the male sex, at least, even if we had nothing else of the man about us, and this was an asset. Then, too, we were girded higher, and I had so arranged matters that if it came to a fight, I would engage Quartilla myself, Ascyltos the maid, and Giton the girl. While I was turning this plan over in my mind, Quartilla came to close quarters to receive the treatment for her ague, but having her hopes disappointed, she flounced out in a rage, and returning in a little while, she had us overpowered by some unknown vagabonds, and gave orders for us to be carried away to a splendid palace. Then our determination gave place to astonishment, and death, sure and certain, began to obscure the eyes of suffering. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 4. Chapter the 20th. Pray, madame, I groaned, if you have anything worse in store, bring it on quickly, for we have not committed a crime so heinous as to merit death by torture. The maid, whose name was Psyche, quickly spread a blanket upon the floor and sought to secure an erection by fondling my member, which was already 1,000 times colder than death. Ascyltos, well aware by now of the danger of dipping into the secrets of others, covered his head with his mantle. In the meantime, the maid took 2 ribbons from her bosom and bound our feet with one and our hands with the other. Finding myself trussed up in this fashion, I remarked, "You will not be able to cure your mistress's ague in this manner." "Granted," the maid replied, "but I have other and surer remedies at hand." She brought me a vessel full of Satyricon as she said this, and so cheerfully did she gossip about its virtues that I drank down nearly all of the liquor, and because Ascyltos had but a moment before rejected her advances, she sprinkled the dregs upon his back without his knowing it. When this repartee had drawn to a close, Ascyltos exclaimed, "Don't I deserve a drink?" Given away by my laughter, the maid clapped her hands and cried, "I put one by you, young man. Did you drink so much all by yourself?" "What's that you say?" Quartilla chimed in. "Did ENCOLPIUS drink all the Satyricon there was in the house?" And she laughed delightedly until her sides shook. Finally, not even GITON himself could resist a smile, especially when the little girl caught him round the neck and showered innumerable kisses upon him, and he not at all averse to it. Chapter the 21st. We would have cried aloud in our misery, but there was no one to give us any help, and whenever I attempted to shout, "Help, all honest citizens," Psyche would prick my cheeks with her hairpin, and the little girl would intimidate Ascyltos with a brush dipped in Satyricon. Then a catamite appeared, clad in a myrtle-coloured frieze robe, and girded around with a belt. 1 minute he nearly gored us to death with his writhing buttocks, and the next he befouled us with his stinking kisses. That Quartilla, with her robe tucked high, held up her whaleboned wand and ordered him to give the unhappy wretches quarter. Both of us took a most solemn oath that so dread a secret should perish with us. Several wrestling instructors appeared and refreshed us, worn out as we were by a massage with pure oil, and when our fatigue had abated, we again donned our dining clothes and were escorted to the next room, in which were placed 3 couches, and where all the essentials necessary to a splendid banquet were laid out in all their richness. We took our places as requested, and began with a wonderful first course. We were all but submerged in Falernian wine. When several other courses had followed, and we were endeavouring to keep awake, Quartilla exclaimed, "How dare you think of going to sleep, when you know that the vigil of Priapus is to be kept?" Chapter the 22nd. Worn out by all his troubles, Ascyltos commenced to nod, and the maid whom he had slighted, and of course insulted, smeared lamp-black all over his face, and painted his lips and shoulders with vermilion while he drowsed. Completely exhausted by so many untoward adventures, I too was enjoying the shortest of naps. The whole household, within and without, was doing the same. Some were lying here and there asleep at our feet, others leaned against the walls, and some even slept head to head upon the threshold itself. The lamps, failing because of a lack of oil, shed a feeble and flickering light, when 2 Syrians, bent upon stealing an amphora of wine, entered the dining-room. While they were greedily pawing among the silver, they pulled the amphora in 2, upsetting the table with all the silver plate, and a cup, which had flown pretty high, cut the head of the maid who was drowsing upon a couch. She screamed at that, thereby betraying the thieves and wakening some of the drunkards. The Syrians, who had come for plunder, seeing that they were about to be detected, were so quick to throw themselves down beside a couch and commence to snore as if they had been asleep for a long time, that you would have thought they belonged there. The butler had gotten up and poured oil in the flickering lamps by this time, and the boys, having rubbed their eyes open, had returned to their duty, when in came a female cymbal player, and the crashing brass awoke everybody. Chapter the 23rd. The banquet began all over again, and Quartilla challenged us to a drinking bout, the crash of the cymbals lending ardour to her revel. A catamite appeared, the stalest of all mankind, well worthy of that house. Heaving a sigh, he wrung his hands until the joints cracked, and spouted out the following verses: "Hither, hither, quickly gather, Pathic companions boon, artfully stretch forth your limbs, and on with the dance and play. Twinkling feet and supple thighs and agile buttocks in tune, hands well skilled in raising passions, Delian eunuchs gay." When he had finished his poetry, he slobbered a most evil-smelling kiss upon me, and then, climbing upon my couch, he proceeded with all his might and main to pull all of my clothing off. I resisted to the limit of my strength. He manipulated my member for a long time, but all in vain. Gummy streams poured down his sweating forehead, and there was so much chalk in the wrinkles of his cheeks that you might have mistaken his face for a roofless wall from which the plaster was crumbling in a rain. Chapter the 24th. Driven to the last extremity, I could no longer keep back the tears. "Madame," I burst out, "is this the nightcap which you ordered served to me?" Clapping her hands softly, she cried out, "Oh, you witty rogue, you are a fountain of repartee. But you never knew before that a catamite was called a K nightcap, now did you?" Then, fearing my companion would come off better than I, "Madame," I said, "I leave it to your sense of fairness. Is Ascyltos to be the only one in this dining-room who keeps holiday?" "Fair enough," conceded Quartilla. "Let Ascyltos have his K nightcap too." On hearing that, the catamite changed mounts, and having bestridden my comrade, nearly drove him to distraction with his buttocks and his kisses. Giton was standing between us and splitting his sides with laughter when Quartilla noticed him, and, activated by the liveliest curiosity, she asked whose boy he was, and upon my answering that he was my brother, "Why has he not kissed me, then?" she demanded. Calling him to her, she pressed a kiss upon his mouth. Then, putting her hand beneath his robe, she took hold of his little member, as yet so undeveloped. "This," she remarked, "shall serve me very well tomorrow, as a whet to my appetite, but today I'll take no common fare after choice fish." Chapter the 25th. She was still talking when Psyche, who was giggling, came to her side and whispered something in her ear. What it was I did not catch. "By all means," ejaculated Quartilla, "a brilliant idea. Why shouldn't our pretty little Panikis lose her maidenhead when the opportunity is so favourable?" A little girl, pretty enough too, was led in at once. She looked to be not over 7 years of age, and she was the same one who had before accompanied Quartilla to our room. Amidst universal applause, and in response to the demands of all, they made ready to perform the nuptial rites. I was completely out of countenance, and insisted that such a modest boy as Giton was entirely unfitted for such a wanton part, and moreover that the child was not of an age at which she could receive that which a woman must take. "Is that so?" Quartilla scoffed. "Is she any younger than I was when I submitted to my first man? Juno, my patroness, curse me if I can remember the time when I ever was a virgin, for I diverted myself with others of my own age as a child. Then, as the years passed, I played with bigger boys, until at last I reached my present age. I suppose that this explains the origin of the proverb, 'Who carried the calf may carry the bull,' as they say. As I feared that Giton might run greater risk if I were absent, I got up to take part in the ceremony. Chapter the 26th. Psyche had already enveloped the child's head in the bridal veil. The catamite, holding a torch, led the long procession of drunken women which followed. They were clapping their hands, having previously decked out the bridal bed with a suggestive drapery. Quartilla, spurred on by the wantonness of the others, seized hold of Giton and drew him into the bridal chamber. There was no doubt of the boy's perfect willingness to go, nor was the girl at all alarmed at the name of marriage. When they were finally in bed, and the door shut, we seated ourselves outside the door of the bridal chamber, and Quartilla applied a curious eye to a chink purposely made, watching their childish dalliance with lascivious attention. She then drew me gently over to her side that I might share the spectacle with her, and when we both attempted to peep, our faces were pressed against each other. Whenever she was not engrossed in the performance, she screwed up her lips to meet mine, and pecked at me continually with furtive kisses. A thunderous hammering was heard at the door. While all this was going on, and every one wondered what this unexpected interruption could mean, when we saw a soldier, one of the night watch, enter with a drawn sword in his hand, and surrounded by a crowd of young rowdies. He glared about him with savage eyes and blustering mien, and catching sight of Quartilla presently, "What's up now, you shameless woman?" he bawled. "What do you mean by making game of me with lying promises and cheating me out of the night you promised me? But you won't get off unpunished. You and that lover of yours are going to find out that I'm a man." At the soldier's orders, his companion bound Quartilla and myself together, mouth to mouth, breast to breast, and thigh to thigh, and not without a great deal of laughter. Then the catamite, also at the soldier's order, began to beslaver me all over with the fetid kisses of his stinking mouth, a treatment I could neither fly from, nor in any other way avoid. Finally he ravished me, and worked his entire pleasure upon me. In the meantime, the Satyricon which I had drunk only a little while before spurred every nerve to lust, and I began to gore Quartilla impetuously, and she, burning with the same passion, reciprocated in the game. The rowdies laughed themselves sick, so moved were they by that ludicrous scene, for here was I, mounted by the stalest of catamites, involuntarily and almost unconsciously responding with as rapid a cadence to him as Quartilla did in her wriggling under me. While this was going on, Pannychis, unaccustomed at her tender years to the pastime of Venus, raised an outcry and attracted the attention of the soldier. By this unexpected howl of consternation, for this slip of a girl was being ravished, and Giton the victor had won not a bloodless victory, aroused by what he saw, the soldier rushed upon them, seizing Pannychis, then Giton, then both of them together in a crushing embrace. The virgin burst into tears and pleaded with him to remember her age, but her prayers availed her nothing, the soldier only being fired more by her childish charms. Pannychis covered her head at last, resolved to endure whatever the fates had in store for her. At this instant an old woman, the very same who had tricked me on that day when I was hunting for our lodging, came to the aid of Pannychis, as though she had dropped from the clouds. With loud cries she rushed into the house, swearing that a gang of footpads was prowling about the neighbourhood, and the people invoked the help of all honest men. In vain, for the members of the night watch were either asleep or intent upon some carouse, as they were nowhere to be found. Greatly terrified at this, the soldier rushed headlong from Quartilla's house. His companions followed after him, freeing Pannychis from impending danger, and relieving the rest of us from our fear. I was so weary of Quartilla's lechery that I began to meditate means of escape. I made my intentions known to Ascyltos, who, as he wished to rid himself of the importunities of Psyche, was delighted. Had not Giton been shut up in the bridal chamber, the plan would have presented no difficulties, but we wished to take him with us, and out of the way of the viciousness of these prostitutes. We were anxiously engaged in debating this very point when Pannychis fell out of bed and dragged Giton after her by her own weight. He was not hurt, but the girl gave her head a slight bump and raised such a clamour that Quartilla, in a terrible fright, rushed headlong into the room, giving us the opportunity of making off. We did not tarry, but flew back to our inn where, throwing ourselves upon the bed, we passed the remainder of the night without fear. Sallying forth next day, we came upon 2 of our kidnappers, one of whom Ascyltos savagely attacked the moment he set eyes upon him, and having thrashed and seriously wounded him, he ran to my aid against the other. He defended himself so stoutly, however, that he wounded us both slightly and escaped unscathed. The 3rd day had now dawned, the date set for the free dinner at Trimalchio's. But battered as we were, flight seemed more to our taste than quiet. So we hastened to our inn, and as our wounds turned out to be trifling, we dressed them with vinegar and oil, and went to bed. The ruffian whom we had done for was still lying upon the ground, and we feared detection. Affairs were at this pass, and we were framing melancholy excuses with which to evade the coming revel, when a slave of Agamemnon's burst in upon our trembling conclave and said, "Don't you know with whom your engagement is to-day? The exquisite Trimalchio, who keeps a clock and a liveried bugler in his dining-room so that he can tell instantly how much of his life has run out?" Forgetting all our troubles at that, we dressed hurriedly and ordered Giton, who had very willingly performed his servile office, to follow us to the bath. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2. The Dinner of Trimalchio. Chapters 27 through 37. Chapter the 27th. Having put on our clothes in the meantime, we commenced to stroll around, and soon, the better to amuse ourselves, approached the circle of players. All of a sudden we caught sight of a bald-headed old fellow, rigged out in a russet-colored tunic, playing ball with some long-haired boys. It was not so much the boys who attracted our attention, although they might well have merited it, as it was the spectacle afforded by this beslippered paterfamilias playing with a green ball. If one but touched the ground, he never stooped for it to put it back in play, for a slave stood by with a bagful from which the players were supplied. We noted other innovations as well, for 2 eunuchs were stationed at opposite sides of the ring, one of whom held a silver chamber pot, the other counted the balls, not those which bounced back and forth from hand to hand in play, but those which fell to the ground. While we were marvelling at this display of refinement, Menelaus rushed up. "He is the one with whom you will rest upon your elbow," he panted. "What you see now is only a prelude to the dinner." Menelaus had scarcely ceased speaking when Trimalchio snapped his fingers. The eunuch, hearing the signal, held the chamber pot for him, while he still continued playing. After relieving his bladder, he called for water to wash his hands, barely moistened his fingers, and dried them upon a boy's head. Chapter the 28th. To go into details would take too long. We entered the bath, finally, and after sweating for a minute or two in the warm room, we passed through into the cold water. But short as was the time, Trimalchio had already been sprinkled with perfume and was being rubbed down, not with linen towels, however, but with cloths made from the finest wool. Meanwhile, three masseurs were guzzling Falernian under his eyes, and when they spilled a great deal of it in their brawling, Trimalchio decided they were pouring a libation to his genius. He was then wrapped in a coarse scarlet wrap rascal, and placed in a litter. Four runners, whose liveries were decorated with metal plates, preceded him, as also did a wheel-chair in which rode his favourite, a withered, blear-eyed slave, even more repulsive-looking than his master. A singing boy approached the head of his litter, as he was being carried along, and played upon small pipes the whole way, just as if he were communicating some secret to his master's ear. Marvelling greatly, we followed, and met Agamemnon at the outer door, to the post of which was fastened a small tablet with this inscription: "No slave to leave the premises without permission from the master. Penalty, 100 lashes." In the vestibule stood the porter, clad in green and girded with a cherry-coloured belt, shelling peas into a silver dish. Above the threshold was suspended a golden cage, from which a black and white magpie greeted the visitors. Chapter the 29th. I almost fell backwards and broke my legs while staring at all this, for to the left, as we entered, not far from the porter's alcove, an enormous dog upon a chain was painted upon the wall, and above him this inscription, in capitals: "Beware the dog." My companions laughed, but I plucked up my courage and did not hesitate, but went on and examined the entire wall. There was a scene in a slave market, the tablets hanging from the slaves' necks, and Trimalchio himself, wearing his hair long, holding a caduceus in his hand, entering Rome, led by the hand of Minerva. Then again the painstaking artist had depicted him casting up accounts, and still again being appointed steward, everything being explained by inscriptions. Where the walls gave way to the portico, Mercury was shown lifting him up by the chin to a tribunal placed on high. Nearby stood Fortune, with her horn of plenty, and the three Fates, spinning golden flax. I also took note of a group of runners in the portico taking their exercise under the eye of an instructor, and in one corner was a large cabinet in which was a very small shrine containing silver Lares, a marble Venus, and a golden casket by no means small, which held, so they told us, the first shavings of Trimalchio's beard. I asked the hall porter what pictures were in the middle hall. "The Iliad and the Odyssey," he replied, "and the gladiatorial games given under Laenus." There was no time in which to examine them all. Chapter the 30th. We had now come to a dining room, at the entrance to which sat a factor, receiving accounts, and, what gave me cause for astonishment, rods and axes were fixed to the doorposts, superimposed, as it were, upon the bronze beak of a ship, whereon was inscribed, "To Gaius Pompeius Trimalchio, Augustal Severe, from Cinemus his steward." A double lamp, suspended from the ceiling, hung beneath the inscription, and a tablet was fixed to each doorpost. One, if my memory serves me, was inscribed, On December 30th and 31st, our Gaius dines out. The other bore a painting of the moon in her phases, and the 7 planets, and the days which were lucky, and those which were unlucky, distinguished by distinctive studs. We had had enough of these novelties, and started to enter the dining room, when a slave, detailed to this duty, cried out, "Right foot first!" Naturally, we were afraid that some of us might break some rule of conduct, and cross the threshold the wrong way. Nevertheless, we started out, stepping off together with the right foot, when all of a sudden a slave who had been stripped threw himself at our feet, and commenced begging us to save him from punishment, as it was no serious offence for which he was in jeopardy. The steward's clothing had been stolen from him in the baths, and the whole value could scarcely amount to 10 sesterces. So we drew back our right feet, and intervened with the steward, who was counting gold pieces in the hall, begging him to remit the slave's punishment. Putting a haughty face on the matter, "It's not the loss I mind so much," he said, "as it is the carelessness of this worthless rascal. He lost my dinner clothes, given me on my birthday they were, by a certain client, Tyrian purple too, but it had been washed once already. But what does it amount to? I make you a present of the scoundrel." Chapter the 31st. We felt deeply obligated by his great condescension, and the same slave for whom we had interceded rushed up to us as we entered the dining room, and, to our astonishment, kissed us thick and fast, voicing his thanks for our kindness. "You'll know in a minute whom you did a favour for," he confided. "The master's wine is the thanks of a grateful butler." At length we reclined, and slave boys from Alexandria poured water cooled with snow upon our hands, while others, following, attended to our feet, and removed the hangnails with wonderful dexterity. Nor were they silent even during this disagreeable operation, but they all kept singing at their work. I was desirous of finding out whether the whole household could sing, so I ordered a drink. A boy near at hand instantly repeated my order in a sing-song voice, fully as shrill, and whichever one you accosted did the same. You would not imagine that this was the dining room of a private gentleman, but rather that it was an exhibition of pantomimes. A very inviting relish was brought on, for by now all the couches were occupied, save only that of Trimalchio, for whom, after a new custom, the chief place was reserved. On the tray stood a donkey made of Corinthian bronze, bearing panniers containing olives, white in one and black in the other. 2 platters flanked the figure, on the margins of which were engraved Trimalchio's name and the weight of the silver in each. Dormice sprinkled with poppy seed and honey were served on little bridges soldered fast to the platter, and hot sausage on a silver gridiron, underneath which were damson plums and pomegranate seeds. Chapter the 32nd. We were in the midst of these delicacies, when, to the sound of music, Trimalchio himself was carried in and bolstered up in a nest of small cushions, which forced a snicker from the less wary. A shaven poll protruded from a scarlet mantle, and around his neck, already muffled with heavy clothing, he had tucked a napkin, having a broad purple stripe and a fringe that hung down all around. On the little finger of his left hand he wore a massive gilt ring, and on the first joint of the next finger a smaller one, which seemed to me to be of pure gold, but as a matter of fact it had iron stars soldered on all around it. And then, for fear all of this finery would not be displayed, he bared his right arm, adorned with golden armband and an ivory circlet clasped with a plate of shining metal. Chapter the 33rd. Picking his teeth with a silver quill, "Friends," said he, "it was not convenient for me to come into the dining room just yet, but for fear my absence should cause you any inconvenience, I gave over my own pleasure. Permit me, however, to finish my game." A slave followed with a terebinth table and crystal dice, and I noted one piece of luxury that was superlative, for instead of black and white pieces, he used gold and silver coins. He kept up a continual flow of various coarse expressions. We were still dallying with the relishes when a tray was brought in, on which was a basket containing a wooden hen, with her wings rounded and spread out as if she were brooding. Two slaves instantly approached, and to the accompaniment of music commenced to feel around in the straw. They pulled out some pea hens' eggs, which they distributed among the diners. Turning his head, Trimalchio saw what was going on. "Friends," he remarked, "I ordered pea hens' eggs set under the hen, but I'm afraid they're addled. By Hercules, I am. Let's try them anyhow, and see if they're still fit to suck." We picked up our spoons, each of which weighed not less than half a pound, and punctured the shells, which were made of flour and dough, and, as a matter of fact, I very nearly threw mine away, for it seemed to me that a chick had formed already, but upon hearing an old experienced guest vow, "There must be something good here," I broke open the shell with my hand, and discovered a fine fig pecker embedded in a yolk seasoned with pepper. Chapter the 34th. Having finished his game, Trimalchio was served with a helping of everything, and was announcing in a loud voice his willingness to join anyone in a second cup of honeyed wine, when, to a flourish of music, the relishes were suddenly whisked away by a singing chorus, but a small dish happened to fall to the floor in the scurry, and a slave picked it up. Seeing this, Trimalchio ordered that the boy be punished by a box on the ear, and made him throw it down again. A janitor followed with his broom, and swept the silver dish away among the litter. Next followed two long-haired Ethiopians, carrying small leather bottles, such as are commonly seen in the hands of those who sprinkle sand in the arena, and poured wine upon our hands, for no one offered us water. When complimented upon these elegant extras, the host cried out, "Mars loves a fair fight, and so I ordered each one a separate table. That way these stinking slaves won't make us so hot with their crowding." Some glass bottles, carefully sealed with gypsum, were brought in at that instant. A label bearing this inscription was fastened to the neck of each one: "Opimian Falernian, 100 years old." While we were studying the labels, Trimalchio clapped his hands and cried, "Ah me! To think that the wine lives longer than poor little man. Let's fill 'em up. There's life in wine, and this is the real Opimian. You can take my word for that. I offered no such vintage yesterday though my guests were far more respectable. We were tippling away and extolling all these elegant devices, when a slave brought in a silver skeleton, so contrived that the joints and movable vertebra could be turned in any direction. He threw it down upon the table a time or two, and its mobile articulation caused it to assume grotesque attitudes, whereupon Trimalchio chimed in, "Poor man is nothing in the scheme of things, and Orcus grips us, and to Hades flings our bones. This skeleton before us here is as important as we ever were. Let's live then, while we may, and life is dear." Chapter the 35th. The applause was followed by a course which, by its oddity, drew every eye, but it did not come up to our expectations. There was a circular tray around which were displayed the signs of the zodiac, and upon each sign the caterer had placed the food best in keeping with it: ram's vetches on Aries, and a piece of beef on Taurus, kidneys and lamb's fry on Gemini, a crown on Cancer, the womb of an unfarrowed sow on Virgo, an African fig on Leo, on Libra a balance, one pan of which held a tart, and the other a cake, a small sea fish on Scorpio, a bull's eye on Sagittarius, a sea lobster on Capricornus, a goose on Aquarius, and two mullets on Pisces. In the middle lay a piece of cut sod, upon which rested a honeycomb, with the grass arranged around it. An Egyptian slave passed bread around from a silver oven, and, in a most discordant voice, twisted out a song in the manner of the mime in the musical farce Laser Pitium. Seeing that we were rather depressed at the prospect of busying ourselves with such vile fare, Trimalchio urged us to fall to. "Let us fall to, gentlemen, I beg of you. This is only the sauce." Chapter the 36th. While he was speaking, 4 dancers ran in to the time of the music, and removed the upper part of the tray. Beneath, on what seemed to be another tray, we caught sight of stuffed capons and sows' bellies, and in the middle a hare equipped with wings to resemble Pegasus. At the corners of the tray we also noted 4 figures of Marsyas, and from their bladders spouted a highly spiced sauce upon fish which were swimming about as if in a tide race. All of us echoed the applause which was started by the servants, and fell to upon these exquisite delicacies, with a laugh. "Carver," cried Trimalchio, no less delighted with the artifice practised upon us, and the carver immediately appeared. Timing his strokes to the beat of the music, he cut up the meat in such a fashion as to lead you to think that a gladiator was fighting from a chariot to the accompaniment of a water organ. Every now and then Trimalchio would repeat, "Carver, Carver," in a low voice, until I finally came to the conclusion that some joke was meant in repeating a work so frequently, so I did not scruple to question him, who reclined above me. As he had often experienced by-play of this sort, he explained, "You see that fellow who is carving the meat, don't you? Well, his name is Carver. Whenever Trimalchio says Carver, carve her, by the same word, he both calls and commands." Chapter the 37th. I could eat no more, So I turned to my whilom informant to learn as much as I could, and sought to draw him out with far-fetched gossip. I inquired who that woman could be who was scurrying about hither and yon in such a fashion. "She's called Fortunata," he replied. "She's the wife of Trimalchio, and she measures her money by the peck. And only a little while ago, what was she? May your genius pardon me, but you would not have been willing to take a crust of bread from her hand. Now, without rhyme or reason, she's in the seventh heaven, and is Trimalchio's factotum, so much so that he would believe her if she told him it was dark when it was broad daylight. As for him, he don't know how rich he is, but this harlot keeps an eye on everything, and where you least expect to find her, you're sure to run into her. She's temperate, sober, full of good advice, and has many good qualities, but she has a scolding tongue, a very magpie on a sofa. Those she likes, but those she dislikes, she dislikes. Trimalchio himself has estates as broad as the flight of a kite is long, and piles of money. There's more silver plate lying in his steward's office than other men have in their whole fortunes. And as for the slaves, damn me if I believe a tenth of them knows the master by sight. The truth is that these stand-agapes are so much in awe of him that any one of them would step into a fresh dunghill, without ever knowing it, at a mere nod from him. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius, Petronius, Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2, The Dinner of Trimalchio. Chapters 38 through 44. Chapter the 38th. And don't get the idea that he buys anything. Everything is produced at home. Wool, pitch, pepper. If you ask for hen's milk, you would get it, because he wanted his wool to rival other things in quality. He bought rams at Tarentum, and sent them into his flock with a slap on the arse. He had bees brought from Attica, so he could produce Attic honey at home, and as a side issue, so he would improve the native bees by crossing with the Greek. He even wrote to India for mushroom seed one day, and he hasn't a single mule that wasn't sired by a wild ass. Do you see all those cushions? Not a single one but what is stuffed with either purple or scarlet wool. He hasn't anything to worry about. Look out how you criticize those other fellow freedmen friends of his. They're all well heeled. See the fellow reclining at the bottom of the inn couch? He's worth his 800,000 any day, and he rose from nothing. Only a short while ago he had to carry faggots on his own back. I don't know how true it is, but they say that he snatched off an incubo's hat and found a treasure. For my part, I don't envy any man anything that was given him by a god. He still carries the marks of his box on the ear, and he isn't wishing himself any bad luck. He posted this notice only the other day: Caius Pomponius Diogenes has purchased a house this garnet for rent after the kalends of July. What do you think of the fellow in the freedman's place? He has a good front, too, hasn't he? And he has a right to. He saw his fortune multiplied tenfold, but he lost it heavily through speculation at the last. I don't think he can call his very hair his own, and it is no fault of his either. By Hercules, it isn't. There's no better fellow anywhere. His rascally freedman cheated him out of everything. You know very well how it is. Everybody's business is nobody's business, and once let, business affairs start to go wrong. Your friends will stand from under. Look at the fix he's in, and think what a fine trade he had. He used to be an undertaker. He dined like a king. Boars roasted whole in their shaggy hides, bakers' pastries, birds, cooks, and bakers. More wine was spilled under his table than another has in his wine cellar. His life was like a pipe dream, not like any ordinary mortal's. When his affairs commenced to go wrong, he was afraid his creditors would guess that he was bankrupt. He advertised an auction, and this was his placard: Julius Proculus will sell at auction his superfluous furniture. Chapter the 39th. Trimalchio broke in upon this entertaining gossip, for the course had been removed, and the guests, happy with wine, had started a general conversation, lying back upon his couch. You ought to make this wine go down pleasantly, he said. The fish must have something to swim in. But I say, you didn't think I'd be satisfied with any such dinner as you saw on the top of that tray. Is Ulysses no better known? Well, we shouldn't forget our culture, even at dinner. May the bones of my patron rest in peace. He wanted me to become a man among men. No one can show me anything new, and that little tray has proved it. This heaven, where the gods live, turns into as many different signs, and sometimes into the ram. Therefore, whoever is born under that sign will own many flocks and much wool, a hard head, a shameless brow, and a sharp horn. A great many school teachers and rambunctious butter-inns are born under that sign. We applauded the wonderful penetration of our astrologer, and he ran on. Then the whole heaven turns into a bull-calf, and the kickers and herdsmen, and those who see to it that their own bellies are full, come into the world. Teams of horses and oxen are born under the twins, and well-hung wenchers, and those who bedung both sides of the wall. I was born under the crab, and therefore stand on many legs, and own much property on land and sea, for the crab is as much at home on one as he is in the other. For that reason I put nothing on that sign for fear of weighing down my own destiny. Bulldozers and gluttons are born under the lion, and women and fugitives and chain gangs are born under the virgin. Butchers and perfumers are born under the balance, and all who think that it is their business to straighten things out. Poisoners and assassins are born under the scorpion. Cross-eyed people who look at the vegetables and sneak away with the bacon are born under the archer. Horny-handed sons of toil are born under Capricorn. Bartenders and pumpkin heads are born under the water carrier. And caterers and rhetoricians are born under the fishes. And so the world turns round, just like a mill, and something bad always comes to the top, and men are either being born, or else they're dying. As to the sod and the honeycomb in the middle, for I never do anything without a reason, Mother Earth is in the center, round as an egg, and all that is good is found in her, just like it is in a honeycomb. Chapter the 40th. Bravo! We yelled, and with hands uplifted to the ceiling, we swore that such fellows as Hipparchus and Aratus were not to be compared with him. At length some slaves came in, who spread upon the couches some coverlets, upon which were embroidered nets and hunters stalking their game with boar spears, and all the paraphernalia of the chase. We knew not what to look for next, until a hideous uproar commenced just outside the dining-room door, and some Spartan hounds commenced to run around the table all of a sudden. A tray followed upon them, upon which was served a wild boar of immense size, wearing a liberty cap upon its head, and from its tusks hung two little baskets of woven palm fibre, one of which contained Syrian dates, the other Theban. Around it hung little suckling pigs made from pastry, signifying that this was a brood sow with her pigs at suck. It turned out that these were souvenirs intended to be taken home. When it came to carving our boar, our old friend Carver, who had carved the capons, did not appear, but in his place a great bearded giant, with bands around his legs, and wearing a short hunting cape in which a design was woven. Drawing his hunting knife, he plunged it fiercely into the boar's side, and some thrushes flew out of the gash. Fowlers, ready with their rods, caught them in a moment, as they fluttered around the room, and Trimalchio ordered one to each guest, remarking, "Notice what fine acorns this forest-bred boar fed on." And as he spoke, some slaves removed the little baskets from the tusks, and divided the Syrian and Theban dates equally among the diners. Chapter the 41st. Getting a moment to myself in the meantime, I began to speculate as to why the boar had come with a liberty cap upon his head. After exhausting my invention with 1,000 foolish guesses, I made bold to put the riddle which teased me to my old informant. "Why, sure," he replied, "even your slave could explain that. There's no riddle, everything's as plain as day. This boar made his last bow as the last course of yesterday's dinner, and was dismissed by the guests, so he comes back as a freedman." I damned my stupidity, and refrained from asking any more questions, for fear I might leave the impression that I had never dined among decent people before. While we were speaking, a handsome boy, covered with vine leaves and ivy, passed grapes around in a little basket, and impersonated Boscus happy, Boscus drunk, and Boscus dreaming, reciting in the meantime his master's verses in a shrill voice. Trimalchio turned to him and said, "Dionysus, be thou Liber." Whereupon the boy immediately snatched the cap from the boar's head, and put it upon his own. At that Trimalchio added, "You can't deny that my father's middle name was Liber." We applauded Trimalchio's conceit heartily, and kissed the boy as he went around. Trimalchio retired to the close stool. After this course, and we having freedom of action with the tyrant away, began to draw the other guests out. After calling for a bowl of wine, Dama spoke up. "A day's nothing at all. It's night before you can turn around, so you can't do better than to go right to the dining room from your bed. It's been so cold that I can hardly get warm in a bath, but a hot drink's as good as an overcoat. I've had some long pegs, and between you and me, I'm a bit groggy. The booze has gone to my head. Chapter the 42nd. Here Seleucus took up the tale. I don't bathe every day, he confided. A bath uses you up like a fuller. Water's got teeth, and your strength wastes away a little every day. But when I've downed a pot of mead, I tell the cold to suck my cock. I couldn't bathe today anyway, because I was at a funeral. Dandy fellow he was, too. Good old Chrysanthus slipped his wind. Why, only the other day he said good morning to me, and I almost think I'm talking to him now. God's truth, we're only blown-up bladders strutting around. We're less than flies, for they have some good in them. But we're only bubbles, and supposing he had not kept to such a low diet, why, not a drop of water or a crumb of bread so much as passed his lips for 5 days. And yet he joined the majority. Too many doctors did away with him, or rather, his time had come, for a doctor is not good for anything except for a consolation to your mind. He was well carried out, anyhow, in the very bed he slept in during his lifetime, and he was covered with a splendid pall. The mourning was tastefully managed. He had freed some slaves, even though his wife was sparing with her tears, and what if he hadn't treated her so well? But when you come to women, women all belong to the kite species. No one ought to waste a good turn upon one of them. It's just like throwing it down a well. And old love's like a cancer. Chapter the 43rd. He was becoming very tiresome, and Phileros cried out, Let's think about the living. He has what was coming to him. He lived respectably, and respectably he died. What's he got to kick about? He made his own pile from an ass, and would pick a quadrans out of a dunghill with his teeth, any old time. And he grew richer and richer, of course, just like a honeycomb. I expect that he left all of 100,000, by Hercules, I do. All in cold cash, too. But I've eaten dog's tongue, and must speak the truth. He was foul-mouthed, had a ready tongue. He was a troublemaker, and no man. Now his brother was a good fellow, a friend to his friend, free-handed, and he kept a liberal table. He picked a loser at the start, but his first vintage set him upon his legs, for he sold his wine at the figure he demanded, and what made him hold his head higher still, he came into a legacy from which he stole more than had been left to him. Then that fool friend of yours, in a fit of anger at his brother, willed his property away to some son of a bitch or other. Who he was, I don't know. But when a man runs away from his own kin, he has a long way to go. And what's more, he had some slaves who were ear specialists at the keyhole, and they did him a lot of harm. For a man won't prosper when he believes on the spot every tale that he hears, a man in business especially. Still, he had a good time as long as he lived, for happy's the fellow who gets the gift, not the one it was meant for. He sure was Fortune's son. Lead turned to gold in his hands. It's easy enough when everything squares up and runs on schedule. How old would you think he was? 70 and over, but he was as tough as horn, carried his age well, and was as black as a crow. I knew the fellow for years and years, and he was a lecher to the very last. I don't believe that even the dog in his house escaped his attentions. By Hercules, I don't. And what a boy lover he was. Saw a virgin in every one he met. Not that I blame him, though, for it's all he could take with him. Chapter the 44th. Phileros had his say, and Ganymedes exclaimed, "You gabble away about things that don't concern heaven or earth, and none of you cares how the price of grain pinches. I couldn't even get a mouthful of bread today, by Hercules, I couldn't. How the drought does hang on! We've had famine for a year. If the damned Aediles would only get what's coming to them. They graft with the bakers, scratch my arse, and I'll scratch yours. That's the way it always is. The poor devils are out of luck, but the jaws of the capitalists are always keeping the Saturnalia. If only we had such lion-hearted sports as we had when I first came from Asia. That was the life. If the flour was not the very best, they would beat up those belly-robbing grafters till they looked like Jupiter had been at them. How well I remember Sapphinius. He lived near the old arch when I was a boy. For a man, he was one hot proposition. Wherever he went, the ground smoked, but he was square, dependable, a friend to a friend. You could safely play Mora with him in the dark. But how he did peel them in the town hall! He spoke no parables, not he. He did everything straight from the shoulder, and his voice roared like a trumpet in the forum. He never sweat nor spat. I don't know, but I think he had a strain of the Asiatic in him. And how civil and friendly like he was in returning everyone's greeting, called us all by name, just like he was one of us. And so provisions were cheap as dirt in those days. The loaf you got for an ass you couldn't eat, not even if someone helped you, but you see them no bigger than a bull's eye now. And the hell of it is that things are getting worse every day. This colony grows backwards like a calf's tail. Why do we have to put up with an Aedile here, who's not worth 3 Caunian figs, and who thinks more of an ass than of our lives? He has a good time at home, and his daily income's more than another man's fortune. I happen to know where he got 1,000 gold pieces. If we had any nuts, he'd not be so damned well pleased with himself. Nowadays men are lions at home and foxes abroad. What gets me is that I've already eaten my old clothes, and if this high cost of living keeps on, I'll have to sell my cottages. What's going to happen to this town if neither gods nor men take pity on it? May I never have any luck if I don't believe all this comes from the gods. For no one believes that heaven is heaven, no one keeps a fast, no one cares a hang about Jupiter. They all shut their eyes and count upon their own profits. In the old days, the married women, in their stolas, climbed the hill in their bare feet, pure in heart, and with their hair unbound, and prayed to Jupiter for rain, and it would pour down in bucketfuls then or never, and they'd all come home wet as drowned rats. But the gods all have the gout now, because we are not religious, and so our fields are burning up. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2, The Dinner of Trimalchio, Chapters 45 through 52. Chapter the 45th. "Don't be so down in the mouth," chimed in Echion, the ragman. "If it wasn't that, it'd be something else," as the farmer said when he lost his spotted pig. "If a thing don't happen today, it may tomorrow. That's the way life jogs along. You couldn't name a better country, by Hercules, you couldn't, if only the men had any brains. She's in hot water right now, but she ain't the only one. We oughtn't to be so particular. Heaven's as far away everywhere else. If you were somewhere else, you'd swear that pigs walked around here, already roasted. Think of what's coming. We'll soon have a fine gladiator show to last for 3 days. No training school pupils. Most of them will be freedmen. Our Titus has a hot head and plenty of guts, and it will go to a finish. I'm well acquainted with him, and he'll not stand for any frame-ups. It will be cold steel in the best style. No running away. The shambles will be in the middle of the amphitheater, where all the crowd can see. And what's more, he has the coin. He came into 30 million when his father had the bad luck to die. He could blow in 400,000, and his fortune never feel it, but his name would live forever. He has some dwarfs already, and a woman to fight from a chariot. Then there's Glyco's steward. He was caught screwing Glyco's wife. You'll see some battle between jealous husbands and favored lovers. Anyhow, that cheap screw of a Glyco condemned his steward to the beasts, and only published his own shame. How could the slave go wrong when he only obeyed orders? It would have been better if that she-pisspot, for that's all she's fit for, had been tossed by the bull. But a fellow has to beat the saddle when he can't beat the jackass. How could Glyco ever imagine that a sprig of Hermogenes' planting could turn out well? Why, Hermogenes could trim the claws of a flying hawk, and no snake ever hatched out a rope yet. And look at Glyco. He smoked himself out in fine shape, and as long as he lives, he'll carry that stain. No one but the devil himself can wipe that out, but chickens always come home to roost. My nose tells me that the mamea will set out a spread, 2 bits apiece for me and mine, and he'll kick Norbanus out of his political pull if he does. You all know that it's to his interest to hump himself to get the best of him. And honestly, what did that fellow ever do for us? He exhibited some 2-cent gladiators that were so near dead they'd have fallen flat if you blew your breath at 'em. I've seen better thugs sent against wild beasts, and the cavalry he killed looked about as much like the real thing as the horsemen on the lamps. You would have taken them for dunghill cocks. One plug had about as much action as a jackass with a pack saddle. Another was club-footed, and a third, who had to take the place of one that was killed, was as good as dead, and hamstrung into the bargain. There was only one that had any pep, and he was a Thracian, but he only fought when we egged him on. The whole crowd was flogged afterwards. How the mob did yell, "Lay it on!" They were nothing but runaways, And at that he had the nerve to say, "I've given you a show." "And I've applauded," I answered. "Count it up and you'll find that I gave more than I got. One hand washes the other." Chapter the 45th. "Agamemnon, your looks seem to say, 'What's this boresome nut trying to hand us?' Well, I'm talking because you, who can talk book foolishness, won't. You don't belong to our bunch, so you laugh in your sleeve at the way us poor people talk. But we know that you're only a fool with a lot of learning. Well, what of it? Some day I'll get you to come to my country place and take a look at my little estate. We'll have fresh eggs and spring chicken to chew on when we get there. It will be all right, even if the weather has kept things back this year. We'll find enough to satisfy us, and my kid will soon grow up to be a pupil of yours. He can divide up to 4 now, and you'll have a little servant at your side, if he lives. When he has a minute to himself, he never takes his eyes from his tablets. He's smart, too, and has the right kind of stuff in him, even if he is crazy about birds. I've had to kill 3 of his linnets already. I told him that a weasel had gotten them, but he's found another hobby, and now he paints all the time. He's left the marks of his heels on his Greek already, and is doing pretty well with his Latin, although his master's too easy with him, won't make him stick to one thing. He comes to get me to give him something to write when his master don't want to work. Then there's another tutor, too. No scholar, but very painstaking, though. He can teach you more than he knows himself. He comes to the house on holidays and is always satisfied with whatever you pay him. Some little time ago, I bought the kid some law books. I want him to have a smattering of the law for home use. There's bread in that. As for literature, he's got enough of that in him already. If he begins to kick, I've concluded that I'll make him learn some trade. The barbers, say, or the auctioneers, or even the lawyers. That's one thing no one but the devil can do him out of. Believe what your daddy says, Primogenius. I din into his ears every day. Whenever you learn a thing, it's yours. Look at Phileros, the attorney. He'd not be keeping the wolf from the door now if he hadn't studied. It's not long since he had to carry his wares on his back and peddle them, but he can put up a front with Norbanus himself now. Learning's a fine thing, and a trade won't starve. Chapter the 47th. Twaddle of this sort was being bandied about when Trimalchio came in. Mopping his forehead and washing his hands in perfume, he said, after a short pause, "Pardon me, gentlemen, but my stomach's been on strike for the past few days, and the doctors disagreed about the cause. But pomegranate rind and pitch steeped in vinegar have helped me, and I hope that my belly will get on its good behavior, for sometimes there's such a rumbling in my guts that you'd think a bellowing bull was in there. So, if anyone wants to do his business, there's no call to be bashful about it. None of us was born solid. I don't know of any worse torment than having to hold it in. It's the one thing Jupiter himself can't hold in. So, you're laughing, are you, Fortunata? Why, you're always keeping me awake at night yourself. I never objected yet to anyone in my dining room relieving himself when he wanted to, and the doctors forbid our holding it in. Everything's ready outside if the call's more serious: water, close stool, and anything else you'll need. Believe me, when this rising vapor gets to the brain, it puts the whole body on the burn. Many a one I've known to kick in just because he wouldn't own up to the truth. We thanked him for his kindness and consideration, and hid our laughter by drinking more and oftener. We had not realized that, as yet, we were only in the middle of the entertainment, with a hill still ahead, as the saying goes. The tables were cleared off to the beat of music, and 3 white hogs, muzzled, and wearing bells, were brought into the dining room. The announcer informed us that one was a 2-year-old, another 3, and the third just turned 6. I had an idea that some rope dancers had come in, and that the hogs would perform tricks, just as they do for the crowd on the streets, but Trimalchio dispelled this illusion by asking, "Which one will you have served up immediately for dinner? Any country cook can manage a dunghill cock, a penthouse hash, or little things like that, but my cooks are well used to serving up calves boiled whole in their cauldrons." Then he ordered a cook to be called in at once, and without awaiting our pleasure, he directed that the oldest be butchered, and demanded in a loud voice, "What division do you belong to?" When the fellow made answer that he was from the 40th, "Were you bought or born upon my estates?" Trimalchio continued. "Neither," replied the cook. "I was left to you by Ponce's will." "See to it that this is properly done," Trimalchio warned, "or I'll have you transferred to the division of messengers." And the cook, bearing his master's warning in mind, departed for the kitchen, with the next course in tow. Chapter the 48th. Trimalchio's threatening face relaxed, and he turned to us. "If the wine don't please you," he said, "I'll change it. You ought to do justice to it by drinking it. I don't have to buy it, thanks to the gods. Everything here that makes your mouths water was produced on one of my country places, which I've never yet seen, but they tell me it's down Terracina and Tarentum way. I've got a notion to add Sicily to my other little holdings, so in case I want to go to Africa, I'll be able to sail along my own coasts. But tell me the subject of your speech today, Agamemnon, for though I don't plead cases myself, I studied literature for home use, and for fear you should think I don't care about learning, let me inform you that I have 3 libraries, one Greek, and the others Latin. Give me the outline of your speech, if you like." "A poor man and a rich man were enemies," Agamemnon began, when, "What's a poor man?" Trimalchio broke in. "Well put," Agamemnon conceded, and went into details upon some problem or other. What it was I do not know. Trimalchio instantly rendered the following verdict: "If that's the case, there's nothing to dispute about. If it's not the case, it don't amount to anything anyhow." These flashes of wit, and others equally scintillating, we loudly applauded, and he went on, "Tell me, my dearest Agamemnon, do you remember the 12 labors of Hercules, or the story of Ulysses, how the Cyclops threw his thumb out of joint with a pig-headed crowbar? When I was a boy, I used to read those stories in Homer. And then there's the Sibyl. With my own eyes I saw her, at Cumae, hanging up in a jar, and whenever the boys would say to her, 'Sibyl, Sibyl, what would you?' she would answer, 'I would die.'" Chapter the 49th. Before he had run out of wind, a tray upon which was an enormous hog was placed upon the table, almost filling it up. We began to wonder at the dispatch with which it had been prepared, and swore that no cock could have been served up in so short a time. Moreover, this hog seemed to us far bigger than the boar had been. Trimalchio scrutinized it closely, and "What the hell?" he suddenly bawled out. "This hog ain't been gutted, has it? No, it hain't. By Hercules, it hain't. Call that cook. Call that cook in here immediately." When the crestfallen cook stood at the table and owned up that he had forgotten to bowl him, "So you forgot, did you?" Trimalchio shouted. "You'd think he'd only left out a bit of pepper and cumin, wouldn't you? Off with his clothes." The cook was stripped without delay, and stood with hanging head between two torturers. We all began to make excuses for him at this, saying, "Little things like that are bound to happen once in a while. Let us prevail upon you to let him off. If he ever does such a thing again, not a one of us will have a word on his behalf." But for my part, I was mercilessly angry, and could not help leaning over towards Agamemnon, and whispering in his ear, "It is easily seen that this fellow is criminally careless, is it not? How could anyone forget to draw a hog? If he had served me a fish in that fashion, I wouldn't overlook it, by Hercules, I wouldn't." But that was not Trimalchio's way. His face relaxed into good humor, and he said, "Since your memory's so short, you can gut him right here before our eyes." The cook put on his tunic, snatched up a carving knife with a trembling hand, and slashed the hog's belly in several places. Sausages and meat puddings, widening the apertures by their own weight, immediately tumbled out. Chapter the 50th. The whole household burst into unanimous applause at this. "Hurrah for Gaius!" they shouted. As for the cook, he was given a drink and a silver crown and a cup on a salver of Corinthian bronze. Seeing that Agamemnon was eyeing the platter closely, Trimalchio remarked, "I'm the only one that can show the real Corinthian." I thought that, in his usual purse-proud manner, he was going to boast that his bronzes were all imported from Corinth, but he did even better by saying, "Wouldn't you like to know how it is that I'm the only one that can show the real Corinthian? Well, it's because the bronze worker I patronize is named Corinthus, and what's Corinthian unless it's what a Corinthus makes? And so you won't think I'm a blockhead, I'm going to show you that I'm well acquainted with how Corinthian first came into the world. When Troy was taken, Hannibal, who was a very foxy fellow and a great rascal into the bargain, piled all the gold and silver and bronze statues in one pile and set 'em afire, melting these different metals into one. Then the metal workers took their pick and made bowls and dessert dishes and statuettes as well. That's how Corinthian was born, neither one nor the other, but an amalgam of all. But I prefer glass, if you don't mind my saying so. It don't stink, and if it didn't break, I'd rather have it than gold, but it's cheap and common now. Chapter the 51st. But there was an artisan once upon a time who made a glass vial that couldn't be broken. On that account he was admitted to Caesar with his gift. Then he dashed it upon the floor, when Caesar handed it back to him. The emperor was greatly startled, but the artisan picked the vial up off the pavement, and it was dented just like a brass bowl would have been. He took a little hammer out of his tunic and beat out the dent without any trouble. When he had done that, He thought he would soon be in Jupiter's heaven, and more especially when Caesar said to him, "Is there anyone else who knows how to make this malleable glass? Think now." And when he denied that anyone else knew the secret, Caesar ordered his head chopped off, because if this should get out, he would think no more of gold than we would of dirt. Chapter the 52nd. And when it comes to silver, I'm a connoisseur. I have goblets as big as wine jars, 100 of 'em, more or less, with engraving that shows how Cassandra killed her sons, and the dead boys are lying so naturally that you'd think 'em alive. I own 1,000 bowls, which Mummius left to my patron, where Daedalus is shown shutting Niobe up in the Trojan horse, and I also have cups engraved with the gladiatorial contests of Hermeros and Petraeus. They're all heavy, too. I wouldn't sell my taste in these matters for any money. A slave dropped a cup while he was running on in this fashion. Glaring at him, Trimalchio said, "Go hang yourself, since you're so careless." The boy's lip quivered, and he immediately commenced to beg for mercy. "Why do you pray to me?" Trimalchio demanded at this. "I don't intend to be harsh with you. I'm only warning you against being so awkward." Finally, however, we got him to give the boy a pardon, and no sooner had this been done than the slave started running round the room, crying, "Out with the water, and in with the wine." We all paid tribute to this joke, but Agamemnon in particular, for he knew well what strings to pull in order to secure another invitation to dinner. Tickled by our flattery and mellowed by the wine, Trimalchio was just about drunk. "Why hasn't one of you asked my Fortunata to dance?" he demanded. "There's no one can do a better can, believe me." And he himself raised his arms above his head and favored us with an impersonation of Cyrus the actor, the whole household chanting, "Oh, bravo! Oh, bravissimo!" in chorus, and he would have danced out into the middle of the room before us all, had not Fortunata whispered in his ear, telling him, I suppose, that such low buffoonery was not in keeping with his dignity. But nothing could be so changeable as his humour. For 1 minute he stood in awe of Fortunata, but his natural propensities would break out the next. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2. The Dinner of Trimalchio. Chapters 53 through 59. Chapter the 53rd. But his passion for dancing was interrupted at this stage by a stenographer who read aloud, as if he were reading the public records, "On the 7th of the calends of July, on Trimalchio's estates near Cumae, were born 30 boys and 40 girls. 500 pecks of wheat were taken from the threshing floors and stored in the granaries. 500 oxen were put to yoke. The slave Mithridates was crucified on the same date for cursing the genius of our master, Gaius. On said date, 10,000,000 sesterces were returned to the vaults, as no sound investment could be found. On said date a fire broke out in the gardens at Pompeii, said fire originating in the house of Nasta the bailiff. "What's that?" demanded Trimalchio. "When were the gardens at Pompeii bought for me?" "Why, last year," answered the stenographer. "For that reason the item has not appeared in the accounts." Trimalchio flew into a rage at this. "If I'm not told within 6 months of any real estate that's bought for me," he shouted, "I forbid its being carried to my account at all." Next the edicts of the aediles were read aloud, and the wills of some of his foresters, in which Trimalchio was disinherited by a codicil; then the names of his bailiffs, and that of a freedwoman who had been repudiated by a night watchman, after she had been caught in bed with a bath attendant; that of a porter banished to Benoy; a steward who was standing trial; and lastly the report of a decision rendered in the matter of a lawsuit between some valets. When this was over with, some rope dancers came in, and a very boresome fool stood holding a ladder, ordering his boy to dance from rung to rung, and finally at the top, all this to the music of popular airs. Then the boy was compelled to jump through blazing hoops, while grasping a huge wine jar with his teeth. Trimalchio was the only one who was much impressed by these tricks, remarking that it was a thankless calling, and adding that in all the world there were just 2 things which could give him acute pleasure: rope dancers and horn blowers. All other entertainments were nothing but nonsense. "I bought a company of comedians," he went on, "but I preferred for them to put on Atellane farces, and I ordered my flute player to play Latin airs only." Chapter the 54th. While our noble Gaius was still talking away, the boy slipped and fell, alighting upon Trimalchio's arm. The whole household cried out, as did also the guests; not that they bore such a coarse fellow any good will, as they would gladly have seen his neck broken, but because such an unlucky ending to the dinner might make it necessary for them to go into mourning over a total stranger. As for Trimalchio, he groaned heavily and bent over his arm as though it had been injured. Doctors flocked around him, and Fortunata was among the very first. Her hair was streaming, and she held a cup in her hand and screamed out her grief and unhappiness. As for the boy who had fallen, he was crawling at our feet, imploring pardon. I was uneasy for fear his prayers would lead up to some ridiculous theatrical climax, for I had not yet been able to forget that cook who had forgotten to bowl that hog, and so for this reason I began to scan the whole dining room very closely, to see if an automaton would come out through the wall, and all the more so as a slave was beaten for having bound up his master's bruised arm in white wool instead of purple. Nor was my suspicion unjustified, for in place of punishment Trimalchio ordered that the boy be freed, so that no one could say that so exalted a personage had been injured by a slave. Chapter the 55th. We applauded his action, and engaged in a discussion upon the instability of human affairs, which many took sides. "A good reason," declared Trimalchio, "why such an occasion shouldn't slip by without an epigram." He called for his tablets at once, and after racking his brains for a little while, he got off the following: "The unexpected will turn up. Our whole lives' fortune bungles up. Falernian, boy, hand round the cup." This epigram led up to a discussion of the poets, and for a long time the greatest praise was bestowed upon Mopsus the Thracian, until Trimalchio broke in with, "Professor, I wish you'd tell me how you'd compare Cicero and Publilius. I'm of the opinion that the first was the more eloquent, but that the last moralizes more beautifully. For what can excel these lines? Insatiable luxury crumbles the walls of war. To satiate gluttony, peacocks in coops are brought, arrayed in gold plumage like Babylon tapestry rich. Numidian guinea fowls, capons, all perish for thee, and even the wandering stork, welcome guest that he is, the emblem of sacred maternity, slender of leg and glocterine exile from winter, herald of spring, still finds his last nest in the cauldron of gluttony base. India surrenders her pearls, and what mean they to thee? That thy wife, decked with sea spoils, adorning her breast and her head, on the couch of a stranger lies lifting adulterous legs. The emerald green, the glass bauble, what mean they to thee? Or the fire of the ruby, except that pure chastity shine from the depth of the jewels. In garments of woven wind clad our brides might as well take their stand, their game naked to stalk, as seek it in gossamer tissue, transparent as air. Chapter the 56th. What should we say was the hardest calling after literature? He asked. That of the doctor or that of the money changer? I would say the doctor, because he has to know what poor devils have got in their insides, and when the fevers do. But I hate them like the devil for my part, because they're always ordering me on a diet of duck soup. And the money changers, because he's got to be able to see the silver through the copper plating. When we come to the dumb beasts, the oxen and sheep are the hardest worked. The oxen, thanks to whose labor we have bread to chew on, the sheep, because their wool tricks us out so fine. It's the greatest outrage under the sun for people to eat mutton and then wear a tunic. Then there's the bee. In my opinion, they're divine insects because they puke honey, although there are folks that claim that they bring it from Jupiter, and that's the reason they sting too, for wherever you find a sweet, you'll find a bitter too. He was just putting the philosophers out of business when lottery tickets were passed around in a cup. A slave boy assigned to that duty read aloud the names of the souvenirs. Silver ham. A ham was brought in with some silver vinegar cruets on top of it. Cervical, something soft for the neck, a piece of the cervix. Neck of a sheep was brought in. Sarasapia, after wit, and Catumelia, insult. We were given musk wafers and an apple melon, and a Felix Contus, Puri leeks, and Persica. He picked up a whip and a knife. Passeres, sparrows, and a fly trap. The answer was raisins, uva passa, and Attic honey. Senatoria, a dinner toga, and Forensia, business dress. He handed out a piece of meat, suggestive of dinner, and a notebook, suggestive of business. Canale, chased by a dog, and pedale, pertaining to the foot. A hare and a slipper were brought out. Lamprey, Murena, and a letter. He held up a mouse, mus, and a frog, rana, tied together, and a bundle of beets, beta, the Greek letter beta. We laughed long and loud. There were 1,000 of these jokes, more or less, which have now escaped my memory. Chapter the 57th. But Ascyltos threw off all restraint and ridiculed everything. Throwing up his hands, he laughed until the tears ran down his cheeks. At last, one of Trimalchio's fellow freedmen, the one who had the place next to me, flew into a rage. "What's the joke?" Sheep's head, he bawled, don't our host's swell entertainment suit you? You're richer than he is, I suppose, and used to dining better. As I hope the guardian spirit of this house will be on my side, I'd have stopped his bleating long ago, if I'd been sitting next to him. He's a peach, he is, laughing at others, some vagabond or other from who knows where, some night-pad who's not worth his own piss. Just let me piss a ring around him, and he wouldn't know where to run to. I ain't easy riled, no, by Hercules, I ain't, but worms breed in tender flesh. Look at him laugh. What the hell's he got to laugh at? Is his family so damned fine-haired? So, you're a Roman knight. Well, I'm a king's son. How's it come that you've been a slave, and you'll ask because I put myself into service because I'd rather be a Roman citizen than a tax-paying provincial. And now I hope that my life will be such that no one can jeer at me. I'm a man among men. I take my stroll bareheaded, and owe no man a copper cent. I never had a summons in my life, and no one ever said to me, in the forum, pay me what you owe me. I've bought a few acres, and saved up a few dollars, and I feed 20 bellies, and a dog. I ransom my bedfellow, so no one could wipe his hands on her bosom. 1,000 dinars it cost me, too. I was chosen priest of Augustus without paying the fee, and I hope that I won't need to blush in my grave after I'm dead. But you're so busy that you can't look behind you. You can spot a louse on someone else all right, but you can't see the tick on yourself. You're the only one that thinks we're so funny. Look at your professor. He's older than you are, and we're good enough for him, but you're only a brat, with the milk still in your nose, and all you can prattle is ma or moo. You're only a clay pot, a piece of leather soaked in water, softer and slipperier, but none the better for that. You've got more coin than we have you? Then eat 2 breakfasts and 2 dinners a day. I'd rather have my reputation than riches, for my part, and before I make an end of this, who ever dunned me twice? In all the 40 years I was in service, no one could tell whether I was free or a slave. I was only a long-haired boy when I came to this colony, and the town-house was not built then. I did my best to please my master, and he was a digniferous and majestical gentleman, whose nail-parings were worth more than your whole carcass. I had enemies in his house, too, who would have been glad to trip me up, but I swam the flood, thanks to his kindness. Those are the things that try your mettle, for it's as easy to be born a gentleman as to say, come here. Well, what are you gaping at now, like a billy-goat in a vetch field? Chapter the 58th. Giton, who had been standing at my feet, and who had for some time been holding in his laughter, burst into an uproarious guffaw at this last figure of speech, and when Ascyltus's adversary heard it, he turned his abuse upon the boy. "What's so funny, you curly-headed onion?" he bellowed. "Are the Saturnalia here? I'd like to know. Is it December now? When did you pay your 20th? What's this to you, you gallows bird, you crow's meat? I'll call the anger of Jupiter down on you and that master of yours, who don't keep you in better order. If I didn't respect my fellow freedmen, I'd give you what is coming to you right here on the spot, as I hope to get my belly full of bread, I would. We'll get along well enough, but those that can't control you are fools. Like master, like man's a true saying. I can hardly hold myself in, and I'm not hot-headed by nature, but once let me get a start, and I don't care 2 cents for my own mother. All right, I'll catch you in the street, you rat, you toadstool. May I never grow an inch up or down if I don't push your master into a dunghill, and I'll give you the same medicine, I will, by Hercules, I will, no matter if you call down Olympian Jupiter himself. I'll take care of your 8-inch ringlets and your 2-cent master into the bargain. I'll have my teeth into you. Either you'll cut out the laughing, or I don't know myself. Yes, even if you had a golden beard, I'll bring the wrath of Minerva down on you and on the fellow that first made a come here out of you. No, I never learned geometry or criticism or other foolishness like that, but I know my capital letters, and I can divide any figure by 100, be it in asses, pounds, or sesterces. Let's have a showdown. You and I will make a little bet. Here's my coin. You'll soon find out that your father's money was wasted on your education, even if you do know a little rhetoric. How's this? What part of us am I? I come far, I come wide. Now, guess me. I'll give you another. What part of us runs but never moves from its place? What part of us grows but always grows less? But you scurry around and are as flustered and fidgeted as a mouse in a piss-pot. Shut up and don't annoy your betters, who don't even know that you've been born. Don't think that I'm impressed by those boxwood armlets that you did your mistress out of. Occupo will back me. Let's go into the forum and borrow money. Then you'll see whether this iron ring means credit. Bah! A draggled fox is a fine sight, ain't it? I hope I never get rich and die decently, so that the people will swear by my death, if I don't hound you everywhere with my toga turned inside out. And the fellow that taught you such manners did a good job, too. A chattering ape, all right. No schoolmaster. We were better taught. Is everything in its place? The master would ask. Go straight home, and don't stop and stare at everything, and don't be impudent to your elders. Don't loiter along looking in at the shops. No second-raters come out of that school. I'm what you see, and I thank the gods it's all due to my own cleverness. Chapter the 59th. Ascyltos was just starting in to answer this indictment when Trimalchio, who was delighted with his fellow freedman's tirade, broke in, "Cut out the bickering, and let's have things pleasant here. Let up on the young fellow, Hermeros. He's hot-blooded, so you ought to be more reasonable. The loser's always the winner in arguments of this kind. And as for you, even when you were a young punk, you used to go coco, coco, like a hen after a rooster, but you had no pep. Let's get to better business and start the fun all over again and watch the Homerists." A troop filed in immediately and clashed spears against shields. Trimalchio sat himself up on his cushion and intoned in Latin from a book, while the actors, in accordance with their conceited custom, recited their parts in the Greek language. There came a pause presently, and "You don't know, any of you, the plot of the skit they're putting on, do you?" he asked. Diomedes and Ganymede were two brothers, and Helen was their sister. Agamemnon ran away with her and palmed off a doe on Diana in her place. So Homer tells us how the Trojans and Parentines fought among themselves. Of course, Agamemnon was victorious, and gave his daughter Iphigenia to Achilles for a wife. This caused Ajax to go mad, and he'll soon make the whole thing plain to you. The Homerists raised a shout as soon as Trimalchio had done speaking, and as the whole familia stepped back, a boiled calf with a helmet on its head was brought in on an enormous platter. Ajax followed and rushed upon it with drawn sword, as if he were insane. He made passes with the flat, and again with the edge, and then Collecting the slices, he skewered them, and, much to our astonishment, presented them to us on the point of his sword. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius, Petronius, Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2, The Dinner of Trimalchio. Chapters 60 through 69. Chapter the 60th. But we were not given long in which to admire the elegance of such service, for all of a sudden the ceiling commenced to creak, and then the whole dining room shook. I leapt to my feet in consternation, for fear some rope walker would fall down, and the rest of the company raised their faces, wondering as much as I what new prodigy was to be announced from on high. Then, lo and behold, the ceiling panels parted with an enormous hoop, which appeared to have been knocked off a huge cask, was lowered from the dome above. Its perimeter was hung with golden chaplets and jars of alabaster filled with perfume. We were asked to accept these articles as souvenirs. When my glance returned to the table, I noticed that a dish containing cakes had been placed upon it, and in the middle an image of Priapus, made by the baker, and he held apples of all varieties and bunches of grapes against his breast, in the conventional manner. We applied ourselves wholeheartedly to this dessert, and our joviality was suddenly revived by a fresh diversion, for at the slightest pressure all the cakes and fruits would squirt a saffron sauce upon us, and even spurted unpleasantly onto our faces. Being convinced that these perfumed dainties had some religious significance, we arose in a body and shouted, "Hooray for the Emperor, the father of his country!" However, as we perceived that even after this act of veneration the others continued helping themselves, we filled our napkins with the apples. I was especially keen on this, for I thought I could never put enough good things into GITON's lap. 3 slaves entered in the meantime, dressed in white tunics, well tucked up, and 2 of them placed lares, with amulets hanging from their necks, upon the table, while the third carried round a bowl of wine, and cried, "May the gods be propitious!" One was called Cerdo, business, Trimalchio informed us, the other Lucrio, luck, and the third Felicio, profit, and when all the rest had kissed a true likeness of Trimalchio, we were ashamed to pass it by. Chapter the 61st. After they had all wished each other sound minds and good health, Trimalchio turned to Niceros. "You used to be better company at dinner," he remarked, "and I don't know why you should be dumb today, with never a word to say. If you wish to make me happy, tell about that experience you had, I beg of you." Delighted at the affability of his friend, "I hope I lose all my luck if I'm not tickled to death at the humour I see you in," Niceros replied. "All right, let's go to the limit for a good time, though I'm afraid these scholars'll laugh at me, but I'll tell my tale, and they can go as far as they like. What the hell do I care who laughs? It's better to be laughed at than laughed down." These words spake the hero, and began the following tale. We lived in a narrow street in the house Cavilla now owns, when I was a slave. There, by the will of the gods, I fell in love with the wife of Terentius, the innkeeper. You knew Melissa of Tarentum, that pretty round-cheeked little wench. It was no carnal passion, so hear me, Hercules, it wasn't. I was not in love with her physical charms. No, it was because she was such a good sport. I never asked her for a thing, and had her deny me. If she had an ass, I had half. I trusted her with everything I had, and never was done out of anything. Her husband up and died on the place one day, so I tried every way I could to get to her, for you know friends ought to show up when anyone's in a pinch. Chapter the 62nd. It so happened that our master had gone to Capua to attend to some odds and ends of business, and I seized the opportunity and persuaded a guest of the house to accompany me as far as the 5th milestone. He was a soldier, and as brave as the very devil. We set out around cockcrow. The moon was shining as bright as midday, and came to where the tombstones are. My man stepped aside amongst them, but I sat down, singing, and commenced to count them up. When I looked around for my companion, he had stripped himself and piled his clothes by the side of the road. My heart was in my mouth, and I sat there while he pissed a ring around them and was suddenly turned into a wolf. Now, don't think I'm joking. I wouldn't lie for any amount of money, but as I was saying, he commenced to howl after he was turned into a wolf, and ran away into the forest. I didn't know where I was for a minute or two. Then I went to his clothes to pick them up, and damned if they hadn't turned to stone. Was anyone ever nearer dead from fright than me? Then I whipped out my sword and cut every shadow along the road to bits, till I came to the house of my mistress. I looked like a ghost when I walked in, and I nearly slipped my wind. The sweat was pouring down my crotch, my eyes were staring, and I could hardly be brought round. My Melissa wondered why I was out so late. "Oh, if you'd only come sooner," she said, "you could have helped us. A wolf broke into the folds and attacked the sheep, bleeding them like a butcher. But he didn't get the laugh on me, even if he did get away, for one of the slaves ran his neck through with a spear." I couldn't keep my eyes shut any longer when I heard that, and as soon as it grew light I rushed back to our Gaius's house like an innkeeper beaten out of his bill, and when I came to the place where the clothes had been turned into stone, there was nothing but a pool of blood. And, moreover, when I got home, my soldier was lying in bed like an ox, and a doctor was dressing his neck. I knew then that he was a werewolf, and after that I couldn't have eaten a crumb of bread with him, no, not if you had killed me. Others can think what they please about this, but as for me, I hope your geniuses will all get after me if I lie. Chapter the 63rd. We were all dumb with astonishment, when "I take your story for granted," said Trimalchio, and, if you'll believe me, my hair stood on end, and all the more because I know that Niceros never talks nonsense. He's always level-headed, not a bit gossipy. And now I'll tell you a hair-raiser myself, though I'm like a jackass on a slippery pavement compared to him. When I was a long-haired boy, for I lived a Chian life from my youth up, my master's minion died. He was a jewel, so hear me, Hercules, he was perfect in every facet. While his sorrow-stricken mother was bewailing his loss, and the rest of us were lamenting with her, the witches suddenly commenced to screech so loud that you would have thought a hare was being run down by the hounds. At that time we had a Cappadocian slave, tall, very bold, and he had muscle too. He could hold a mad bull in the air. He wrapped a mantle round his left arm, boldly rushed out of doors with drawn sword, and ran a woman through the middle about here. No harm to what I touch. We heard a scream, but as a matter of fact, for I won't lie to you, we didn't catch sight of the witches themselves. Our simpleton came back presently, and threw himself upon the bed. His whole body was black and blue, as if he had been flogged with whips, and of course the reason of that was she had touched him with her evil hand. We shut the door and returned to our business, but when the mother put her arms around the body of her son, it turned out that it was only a straw bolster, no heart, no guts, nothing. Of course, the witches had swooped down upon the lad and put the straw changeling in his place. Believe me or not, suit yourselves, but I say that there are women that know too much, and night hags too, and they turn everything upside down. And as for the long-haired booby, he never got back his own natural color, and he died raving mad a few days later. Chapter the 64th. Though we wondered greatly, we believed none the less implicitly, and, kissing the table, we besought the night hags to attend to their own affairs while we were returning home from dinner. As far as I was concerned, the lamps already seemed to burn double, and the whole dining room was going round, when, "See here, Plocamus," Trimalchio spoke up, "haven't you anything to tell us? You haven't entertained us at all, have you? And you used to be fine company, always ready to oblige with a recitation or a song. The gods bless us, how the green figs have fallen!" "True for you," the fellow answered. "Since I've got the gout, my sporting days are over. But in the old times, when I was a young spark, I nearly sang myself into a consumption. How I used to dance, and take my part in a farce, or hold up my end in the barber shops. Who could hold a candle to me, except, of course, the one and only Apelles?" He then put his hand to his mouth, and hissed out some foul gibberish or other, and said afterwards that it was Greek. Trimalchio himself then favoured us with an impersonation of a man blowing a trumpet, and when he had finished, he looked around for his minion, whom he called Croesus, a blear-eyed slave whose teeth were very disagreeably discoloured. He was playing with a little black bitch, disgustingly fat, wrapping her up in a leek-green scarf, and teasing her with a half-loaf of bread which he had put on the couch, and when from sheer nausea she refused it, he crammed it down her throat. This sight put Trimalchio in mind of his own dog, and he ordered Scylax, the guardian of his house and home, to be brought in. An enormous dog was immediately led in upon a chain, and, obeying a kick from the porter, it lay down beside the table. Thereupon Trimalchio remarked, as he threw it a piece of white bread, "No one in all my house loves me better than Scylax." Enraged at Trimalchio's praising Scylax so warmly, the slave put the bitch down upon the floor and kicked her on to fight. Scylax, as might have been expected from such a dog, made the whole room ring with his hideous barking, and nearly shook the life out of the little bitch whom the slave called Pearl. Nor did the uproar end in a dog fight. A candelabrum was upset upon the table, breaking the glasses and spattering some of the guests with hot oil. As Trimalchio did not wish to seem concerned at the loss, he kissed the boy and ordered him to climb upon his own back. The slave did not hesitate, but, mounting his rocking horse, he beat Trimalchio's shoulders with his open palms, yelling with laughter, "Buck, buck, how many fingers do I hold up?" When Trimalchio had, in a measure, regained his composure, which took but a little while, he ordered that a huge vessel be hung with mixed wine, and that drinks be served to all the slaves sitting around our feet, adding, as an afterthought, "If anyone refuses to drink, pour it on his head. Business is business, and now's the time for fun." Chapter the 65th. The dainties that followed this display of affability were of such a nature that, if any reliance is to be placed in my word, the very mention of them makes me sick at my stomach. Instead of thrushes, fattened chickens were served, one to each of us, and goose eggs with pastry caps on them, which same Trimalchio earnestly entreated us to eat, informing us that the chickens had all been boned. Just at that instant, however, a lictor knocked at the dining room door, and a reveller, clad in white vestments, entered, followed by a large retinue. Startled at such pomp, I thought that the praetor had arrived, so I put my bare feet upon the floor and started to get up, but Agamemnon laughed at my anxiety and said, "Keep your seat, you idiot. It's only Habinus the Sever. He's a stonemason, and if report speaks true, he makes the finest tombstones imaginable." Reassured by this information, I lay back down upon my couch and watched Habinus's entrance with great curiosity. Already drunk and wearing several wreaths, his forehead smeared with perfume which ran down into his eyes, he advanced with his hands upon his wife's shoulders, and, seating himself in the praetor's place, he called for wine and hot water. Delighted with his good humour, Trimalchio called for a larger goblet for himself, and asked him at the same time how he had been entertained. "We had everything except yourself, for my heart and soul were here, but it was fine, it was, by Hercules. Sisa was giving a novendial feast for her slave, whom she freed on his deathbed, and it's my opinion she'll have a large sum to split with the tax gatherers, for the dead man was rated at 50,000, but everything went off well, even if we did have to pour half our wine on the bones of the late lamented." Chapter the 66th. "But," demanded Trimalchio, "what did you have for dinner?" "I'll tell you if I can," answered he, "for my memory's so good that I often forget my own name. Let's see. For the first course we had a hog, crowned with a wine cup and garnished with cheesecakes and chicken livers, cooked well done, beets, of course, and whole wheat bread, which I'd rather have than white, because it puts strength into you, and when I take a crap afterwards, I don't have to yell. Following this came a course of tarts, served cold, with excellent Spanish wine poured over warm honey. I ate several of the tarts and got the honey all over myself. Then there were chickpeas and lupines, all the smooth-shelled nuts you wanted, and an apple apiece, but I got away with two, and here they are, tied up in my napkin, for I'll have a row on my hands if I don't bring some kind of a present home to my favorite slave. Oh, yes, my wife just reminded me. There was a haunch of bear meat as a side dish. Scintilla ate some of it without knowing what it was, and she nearly puked up her guts when she found out. But as for me, I ate more than a pound of it, for it tasted exactly like wild boar, and, says I, if a bear eats a man, shouldn't that be all the more reason for a man to eat a bear? The last course was soft cheese, new wine boiled thick, a snail apiece, a helping of tripe, liver pate, capped eggs, turnips, and mustard. But that's enough. Pickled olives were handed around in a wooden bowl, and some of the party greedily snatched 3 handfuls. We had ham too, but we sent it back. Chapter the 67th. "But why isn't Fortunata at the table, Gaius? Tell me." "What's that?" Trimalchio replied. "Don't you know her better than that? She wouldn't touch even a drop of water till after the silver was put away and the leftovers divided among the slaves." "I'm going to beat it if she don't take her place," Habinus threatened, and started to get up. And then, at a signal, the slaves all called out together, "Fortunata!" 4 times or more. She appeared girded round with a sash of greenish yellow, below which a cherry-colored tunic could be seen, and she had on twisted anklets and sandals worked in gold. Then, wiping her hands upon a handkerchief which she wore around her neck, she seated herself upon the couch, beside Scintilla, Habinas's wife, and clapping her hands and kissing her. "My dear," she gushed, "is it really you?" Fortunata then removed the bracelets from her pudgy arms and held them out to the admiring Scintilla, and by she took off her anklets, and even her yellow hairnet, which was 24 carats fine, she would have us know. Trimalchio, who was on the watch, ordered every trinket to be brought to him. "You see these things, don't you?" he demanded. "They're what women fetter us with. That's the way us poor suckers are done. These ought to weigh 6 pounds and a half. I have an armband myself that don't weigh a grain under 10 pounds. I bought it out of Mercury's thousands, too." Finally, for fear he would seem to be lying, he ordered the scales to be brought in and carried around to prove the weights. And Scintilla was no better. She took off a small golden vanity case which she wore around her neck, and which she called her lucky box, and took from it 2 eardrops, which in her turn she handed to Fortunata to be inspected. "Thanks to the generosity of my husband," she smirked, "no woman has better." "What's that?" Habinus demanded. "You kept on my trail to buy that glass bean for you. If I had a daughter, I'll be damned if I wouldn't cut off her little ears. We'd have everything as cheap as dirt if there were no women, but we have to piss hot and drink cold the way things are now." The women, angry though they were laughing together in the meantime, and exchanging drunken kisses, the one running on about her diligence as a housekeeper, and the other about the infidelities and neglect of her husband. Habinus got up stealthily, while they were clinging together in this fashion, and seizing Fortunata by the feet, he tipped her over backwards upon the couch. "Let go!" she screeched, as her tunic slipped above her knees. Then, after pulling down her clothing, she threw herself into Scintilla's lap, and hid with her handkerchief a face which was none the more beautiful for its blushes. Chapter the 68th. After a short interval, Trimalchio gave orders for the dessert to be served, whereupon the slaves took away all the tables and brought in others, and sprinkled the floor with sawdust mixed with saffron and vermilion, and also with powdered mica, a thing I had never seen before. When all this was done, Trimalchio remarked, "I could rest content with this course, for you have your second tables, but if you've something especially nice, why, bring it on." Meanwhile, an Alexandrian slave boy, who had been serving hot water, commenced to imitate a nightingale, and when Trimalchio presently called out, "Change your tune," we had another surprise, for a slave sitting at Habinas's feet, egged on, I have no doubt, by his own master, bawled suddenly in a sing-song voice, "Meanwhile Aeneas and all his fleet held his course on the billowy deep." Never before had my ears been assailed by a sound so discordant, for in addition to his barbarous pronunciation and the raising and lowering of his voice, he interpolated Atellane verses, and for the first time in my life Virgil grated on my nerves. When he had to quit finally from sheer want of breath, "Did he ever have any training?" Habinus exclaimed. "No, not he. I educated him by sending him among the grafters at the fair. So when it comes to taking off a barker or a mule driver, that's not his equal, and the rogue's clever too. He's a shoemaker, or a cook, or a baker, a regular jack of all trades. But he has 2 faults, and if he didn't have them, he'd be beyond all price. He snores, and he's been circumcised, and that's the reason he can never keep his mouth shut, and always has an eye open. I paid 300 dinars for him. Chapter the 69th. Yes, Scintilla broke in, and you've not mentioned all his accomplishments either. He's a pimp, too, and I'm going to see that he's branded, she snapped. Trimalchio laughed. Ha ha! There's where the Cappadocian comes out, he said. Never cheats himself out of anything, and I admire him for it, so help me Hercules, I do. No one can show a dead man a good time. Don't be jealous, Scintilla. We're next to you women, too, believe me. As sure as you see me here, safe and sound, I used to play at thrust and parry with Mamma, my mistress, and finally even my master got suspicious and sent me back to a stewardship. But keep quiet, tongue, and I'll give you a cake. Taking all this as praise, the wretched slave pulled a small earthen lamp from a fold in his garment, and impersonated a trumpeter for half an hour or more, while Habinnas hummed with him, holding his finger pressed to his lips. Finally the slave stepped out into the middle of the floor and waved his pipes in imitation of a flute player. Then, with a whip and a smock, he enacted the part of a mule driver. At last Habinnas called him over and kissed him and said, as he poured a drink for him, "You get better all the time, massa. I'm going to give you a pair of shoes." Had not the dessert been brought in, we would never have gotten to the end of these stupidities. Thrushes made of pastry and stuffed with nuts and raisins, quinces with spines sticking out, so that they looked like sea urchins. All this would have been endurable enough had it not been for the last dish that was served. So revolting was this that we would rather have died of starvation than to have even touched it. We thought that a fat goose, flanked with fish and all kinds of birds, had been served, until Trimalchio spoke up. "Everything you see here, my friends, was made from the same stuff." With my usual keen insight, I jumped to the conclusion that I knew what that stuff was, and turning to Agamemnon, I said, "I shall be greatly surprised if all those things are not made out of excrement, or out of mud, at the very least. I saw a like artifice practised at Rome during the Saturnalia." End of section 9. Section 10 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius, Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 2. The Dinner of Trimalchio. Chapters 70 through 78. Chapter the 70th. I had not done speaking when Trimalchio chimed in. "As I hope to grow fatter in fortune, but not in figure, my cook has made all this out of a hog. It would be simply impossible to meet up with a more valuable fellow. He'd make you a fish out of a sow's quoint, if that's what you wanted, a pigeon out of her lard, a turtle dove out of her ham, and a hen out of a knuckle of pork. That's why I named him Daedalus in a happy moment. I bought him a present of knives from Rome, because he's so smart. They're made of Noric steel, too. He ordered them brought in immediately, and looked them over with admiration, even giving us the chance to try their edges upon our cheeks. Then, all of a sudden, 2 slaves came in, carrying on as if they had been fighting at the fountain, at least. Each one had a water jar hanging from a yoke around his neck. Trimalchio arbitrated their difference, but neither would abide by his decision, and each one smashed the other's jar with a club. Perturbed at the insolence of these drunken ruffians, we watched both of them narrowly while they were fighting, and then what should come pouring out of the broken jars but oysters and scallops, which a slave picked up and passed around in a dish. The resourceful cook would not permit himself to be outdone by such refinements, but served us with snails on a silver gridiron, and sang continually in a tremulous and very discordant voice. I am ashamed to have to relate what followed, for, contrary to all convention, some long-haired boys brought in unguents in a silver basin and anointed the feet of the reclining guests, but before doing this, however, they bound our thighs and ankles with garlands of flowers. They then perfumed the wine-mixing vessel with the same unguent, and poured some of the melted liquid into the lamps. Fortunata had, by this time, taken a notion that she wanted to dance, and Scintilla was doing more hand-clapping than talking, when Trimalchio called out, "Philargyrus, and you too, Cario, you can both come to the table, even if you are green faction fans, and tell your bedfellow, Menophila, to come too." What would you think happened then? We were nearly crowded off the couches by the mob of slaves that crowded into the dining room and almost filled it full. As a matter of fact, I noticed that our friend the cook, who had made a goose out of a hog, was placed next to me, and he stunk from sauces and pickle. Not satisfied with a place at the table, he immediately staged an impersonation of Ephesus the tragedian, and then he suddenly offered to bet his master that the greens would take first place in the next circus games. Chapter the 71st. Trimalchio was hugely tickled at this challenge. "Slaves are men, my friends," he observed, "but that's not all. They sucked the same milk that we did, even if hard luck has kept them down, and they'll drink the water of freedom if I live. To make a long story short, I'm freeing all of them in my will. To Philargyrus I'm leaving a farm, and his bedfellow too. Cario will get a tenement house and his 20th, and a bed and bedclothes to boot. I'm making Fortunata my heir, and I commend her to all my friends. I announce all this in public, so that my household will love me as well now as they will when I'm dead." They all commenced to pay tribute to the generosity of their master, when he, putting aside his trifling, ordered a copy of his will brought in, which same he read aloud from beginning to end, to the groaning accompaniment of the whole household. Then, looking at Habinnas, "What say you, my dearest friend," he entreated, "you'll construct my monument in keeping with the plans I've given you, won't you? I earnestly beg that you carve a little bitch at the feet of my statue, some wreaths and some jars of perfume, and all the fights of Petronius. Then I'll be able to live even after I'm dead, thanks to your kindness. See to it that it has a frontage of 100 feet and a depth of 200. I want fruit trees of every kind planted around my ashes, and plenty of vines too, for it's all wrong for a man to deck out his house when he's alive, and then have no pains taken with the one he must stay in for a longer time, and that's the reason I particularly desire that this notice be added. This monument does not descend to an heir. In any case, I'll see to it through a clause in my will that I'm not insulted when I'm dead, and for fear the rabble comes running up into my monument to crap, I'll appoint one of my freedmen custodian of my tomb. I want you to carve ships under full sail on my monument, and me in my robes of office, sitting on my tribunal, 5 gold rings on my fingers, pouring out coin from a sack for the people, for I give a dinner and 2 dinars for each guest, as you know. Show a banquet hall too, if you can, and the people in it having a good time. On my right you can place a statue of Fortunata holding a dove and leading a little bitch on a leash, and my favorite boy, and large jars sealed with gypsum, so the wine won't run out. Show one broken and a boy crying over it. Put a sundial in the middle, so that whoever looks to see what time it is must read my name, whether he wants to or not. As for the inscription, think this over carefully, and see if you think it's appropriate. Here rests G. Pompeius Trimalchio, freedman of Maecenas, decreed Augustal, severe in his absence. He could have been a member of every decuria of Rome, but would not, conscientious, brave, loyal. He grew rich from little, and left 30 million sesterces behind. He never heard a philosopher. Farewell, Trimalchio. Farewell, passer-by. Chapter the 72nd. When he had repeated these words, Trimalchio began to weep copiously. Fortunata was crying already, and so was Habinnas, and at last the whole household filled the dining room with their lamentations, just as if they were taking part in a funeral. Even I was beginning to sniffle, when Trimalchio said, "Let's live while we can, since we know we've all got to die. I'd rather see you all happy, anyhow, so let's take a plunge in the bath. You'll never regret it. I'll bet my life on that. It's as hot as a furnace." "Fine business," seconded Habinnas. "There's nothing suits me better than making 2 days out of one." And he got up in his bare feet to follow Trimalchio, who was clapping his hands. I looked at Ascyltos. "What do you think about this?" I asked. "The very sight of a bath will be the death of me." "Let's fall in with his suggestion," he replied, "and while they are hunting for the bath, we will escape in the crowd." Giton led us out through the porch, when we had reached this understanding, and we came to a door where a dog on a chain startled us so with his barking that Ascyltos immediately fell into the fish pond. As for myself, I was tipsy, and had been badly frightened by a dog. That was only a painting, and when I tried to haul the swimmer out, I was dragged into the pool myself. The porter finally came to our rescue, quieted the dog by his appearance, and pulled us, shivering, to dry land. Giton had ransomed himself by a very cunning scheme. For what we had saved for him from dinner, he threw to the barking brute, which then calmed its fury and became engrossed with the food. But when, with chattering teeth, we besought the porter to let us out at the door, "If you think you can leave by the same door you came in at," he replied, "you're mistaken. No guest is ever allowed to go out through the same door he came in at. Some are for entrance, others for exit." Chapter the 73rd. What were we miserable wretches to do, shut up in this newfangled labyrinth? The idea of taking a hot bath had commenced to grow in favor, so we finally asked the porter to lead us to the place, and, throwing off our clothing, which Giton spread out in the hall to dry, we went in. It was very small, like a cold water cistern. Trimalchio was standing upright in it, and one could not escape his disgusting bragging even here. He declared that there was nothing nicer than bathing without a mob around, and that a bakery had formerly occupied this very spot. Tired out at last, he sat down, but when the echoes of the place tempted him, he lifted his drunken mouth to the ceiling and commenced murdering the songs of Menacrates. At least, that is what we were told by those who understood his language. Some of the guests joined hands and ran around the edge of the pool, making the place ring with their boisterous peals of laughter. Others tried to pick rings up from the floor with their hands tied behind them, or else, going down upon their knees, tried to touch the ends of their toes by bending backwards. We went down into the pool while the rest were taking part in such amusements. It was being heated for Trimalchio. When the fumes of the wine had been dissipated, we were conducted into another dining room, where Fortunata had laid out her own treasures. I noticed, for instance, that there were little bronze fishermen upon the lamps, the tables were of solid silver, the cups were porcelain inlaid with gold. Before our eyes wine was being strained through a straining cloth. "One of my slaves shaves his first beard today," Trimalchio remarked at length. "A promising, honest, thrifty lad. May he have no bad luck. So let's get our skins full and stick around till morning." Chapter the 74th. He had not ceased speaking when a cock crowed. Alarmed at this omen, Trimalchio ordered wine thrown under the table and told them to sprinkle the lamps with it, and he even went so far as to change his ring from his left hand to his right. "That trumpeter did not sound off without a reason," he remarked. "There's either a fire in the neighborhood, or else someone's going to give up the ghost. I hope it's none of us. Whoever brings that Jonah in shall have a present." He had no sooner made this promise than a cock was brought in from somewhere in the neighborhood, and Trimalchio ordered the cook to prepare it for the pot. That same versatile genius who had but a short time before made birds and fish out of a hog cut it up. It was then consigned to the kettle, and while Daedalus was taking a long hot drink, Fortunata ground pepper in a boxwood mill. When these delicacies had been consumed, Trimalchio looked the slaves over. "You haven't had anything to eat, have you?" he asked. "Get out and let another relay come on duty." Thereupon a second relay came in. "Farewell, Gaius," cried those going off duty, and "Hail, Gaius," cried those coming on. Our hilarity was somewhat dampened soon after, for a boy who was by no means bad looking came in among the fresh slaves. Trimalchio seized him and kissed him lingeringly, whereupon Fortunata, asserting her rights in the house, began to rail at Trimalchio, styling him an abomination who set no limits to his lechery, finally ending up by calling him a dog. Trimalchio flew into a rage at her abuse and threw a wine cup at her head, whereupon she screeched as if she had had an eye knocked out, and covered her face with her trembling hands. Scintilla was frightened too, and shielded the shuddering woman with her garment. An officious slave presently held a cold water pitcher to her cheek, and Fortunata bent over it, sobbing and moaning. But as for Trimalchio, "What the hell's next?" he gritted out. "This Syrian dancing whore don't remember anything. I took her off the auction block and made her a woman among her equals, didn't I? And here she puffs herself up like a frog and pukes in her own nest. She's a blockhead, all right, not a woman. But that's the way it is. If you're born in an attic, you can't sleep in a palace. I'll see that this booted Cassandra's tamed. So help me my genius, I will. And I could have married 10,000,000, even if I did only have 2 cents. You know I'm not lying. Let me give you a tip," said Agatho, the perfumer, to the lady next door, when he pulled me aside. "Don't let your line die out. And here I've stuck the axe into my own leg because I was a damned fool and didn't want to seem fickle. I'll see to it that you're more careful how you claw me up, sure as you're born I will. That you may realize how seriously I take what you've done to me. Habinnas, I don't want you to put her statue on my tomb for fear I'll be nagged even after I'm dead. And furthermore, that she may know I can repay a bad turn, I won't have her kissing me when I'm laid out. Chapter the 75th. When Trimalchio had launched this thunderbolt, Habinnas commenced to beg him to control his anger. There's not one of us but goes wrong sometimes, argued he. We're not gods, we're men. Scintilla also cried out through her tears, calling him Gaius and entreating him by his guardian angel to be mollified. Trimalchio could restrain the tears no longer. Habinnas, he blubbered, as you hope to enjoy your money, spit in my face if I've done anything wrong. I kissed him because he's very thrifty, not because he's a pretty boy. He can recite his division table and read a book at night. He bought himself a Thracian uniform from his savings, from his rations, and a stool and 2 dippers with his own money too. He's worth my attention, ain't he? But Fortunata won't see it. Ain't that the truth, you high-stepping hussy? Let me beg you to make the best of what you've got, you she-kite, and don't make me show my teeth, my little darling, or you'll find out what my temper's like. Believe me, when once I've made up my mind, I'm as fixed as a spike in a beam. But let's think of the living. I hope you'll all make yourselves at home, gentlemen. I was in your fix myself once, but rose to what I am now by my own merit. It's the brains that makes the man, all the rest's bunk. I buy well, I sell well. Someone else will tell you a different story, but as for myself, I'm fairly busting with prosperity. What, grunting sow, still bawling? I'll see to it that you've something to bawl for. But, as I started to say, it was my thrift that brought me to my fortune. I was just as tall as that candlestick when I came over from Asia. Every day I used to measure myself by it, and I would smear my lips with oil so my beard would sprout all the sooner. I was my master's mistress for 14 years, but there's nothing wrong in doing what your master orders, and I satisfied my mistress too during that time. You know what I mean. But I'll say no more, for I'm not one of your braggarts. Chapter the 76th. At last it came about, by the will of the gods, that I was a master in the house, and I had the real master under my thumb then. What is there left to tell? I was made co-heir with Caesar, and came into a senator's fortune. But nobody's ever satisfied with what he's got, so I embarked in business. I won't keep you long in suspense. I built 5 ships, and loaded them with wine, worth its weight in gold it was then, and sent them to Rome. You'd think I ordered it so, for every last one of them foundered. It's a fact, no fairy tale about it. And Neptune swallowed 30 million sesterces in one day. You don't think I lost my pep, do you? By Hercules, no! That was only an appetizer for me, just as if nothing at all had happened. I built other and bigger ships, better found, too, so no one could say I wasn't game. A big ship's a big venture, you know. I loaded them up with wine again, bacon, beans, Capuan, perfumes, and slaves. Fortunata did the right thing in this affair too, for she sold every piece of jewelry and all her clothes into the bargain, and put 100 gold pieces in my hand. They were the nest egg of my fortune. A thing's soon done when the gods will it. I cleared 10 million sesterces by that voyage, all velvet, and bought in all the estates that had belonged to my patron right away. I built myself a house and bought cattle to resell, and whatever I touched grew just like a honeycomb. I chucked the game when I got to have an income greater than all the revenues of my country, retired from business, and commenced to back freedmen. I never liked business, anyhow, as far as that goes, and was just about ready to quit, when an astrologer, a Greek fellow he was, and his name was Serapa, happened to light in our colony, and he slipped me some information and advised me to quit. He was hep to all the secrets of the gods, told me things about myself that I'd forgotten, and explained everything to me from needle and thread up. Knew me inside out, he did, and only stopped short of telling me what I'd had for dinner the day before. You'd have thought he lived with me always. Chapter the 77th. Habinus, you were there, I think. I'll leave it to you. Didn't he say, you took your wife out of a whorehouse? You're as lucky in your friends, too. No one ever repays your favor with another. Your own broad estates, you nourish a viper under your wing, and, why shouldn't I tell it, I still have 30 years, 4 months, and 2 days to live. I'll also come into another bequest shortly. That's what my horoscope tells me. If I can extend my boundaries so as to join Apulia, I'll think I've amounted to something in this life. I built this house with Mercury on the job. Anyhow, it was a hovel, as you know. It's a palace now. 4 dining rooms, 20 bedrooms, 2 marble colonnades, a storeroom upstairs, a bedroom where I sleep myself, a sitting room for this viper, a very good room for the porter, a guest chamber for visitors. As a matter of fact, Scarus, when he was here, would stay nowhere else, although he has a family place on the seashore. I'll show you many other things, too, in a jiffy. Believe me, if you have an ass, you'll be rated at what you have. So, your humble servant, who was a frog, is now a king. Stychus, bring out my funereal vestments while we wait, the ones I'll be carried out in, some perfume, too, and a draught of the wine in that jar, I mean, the kind I intend to have my bones washed in. Chapter the 78th. It was not long before Stychus brought a white shroud and a purple-bordered toga into the dining room, and Trimalchio requested us to feel them and see if they were pure wool. Then, with a smile, "Take care, Stychus, that the mice don't get at these things and gnaw them, or the moths either. I'll burn you alive if you do. I want to be carried out in all my glory, so all the people will wish me well." Then, opening a jar of nard, he had us all anointed. "I hope I'll enjoy this as well when I'm dead," he remarked, "as I do while I'm alive." He then ordered wine to be poured into the punch bowl. "Pretend," said he, "that you're invited to my funeral feast." The thing had grown positively nauseating when Trimalchio, beastly drunk by now, bethought himself of a new and singular diversion and ordered some hornblowers brought into the dining room. Then, propped up by many cushions, he stretched himself out upon the couch. "Let on that I'm dead," said he, "and say something nice about me." The hornblowers sounded off a long funeral march together, and one in particular, a slave belonging to an undertaker, made such a fanfare that he roused the whole neighborhood, and the watch, which was patrolling the vicinity, thinking Trimalchio's house was afire, suddenly smashed in the door and rushed in with their water and axes, as it is their right, raising a rumpus all their own. We availed ourselves of this happy circumstance, and, leaving Agamemnon in the lurch, we took to our heels, as though we were running away from a real conflagration. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 3. Further Adventures of Encolpius and His Companions. Chapter the 79th. There was no torch to light the way for us as we wandered around, nor did the silence of midnight give promise of our meeting any wayfarer with a light. In addition to this, we were drunk, and unfamiliar with the district, which would confuse one even in daylight, so for the best part of a mortal hour we dragged our bleeding feet over all the flints and pieces of broken tile, till we were extricated at last by Giton's cleverness. This prudent youngster had been afraid of going astray on the day before, so he had taken care to mark all the pillars and columns with chalk. These marks stood out distinctly even through the pitchy night, and by their brilliant whiteness pointed out the way for us as we wandered about. Nevertheless, we had no less cause for being in a sweat, even when we came to our lodging, for the old woman herself had been sitting and swilling so long with her guests, that even if one had set her afire she would not have known it. We would have spent the night on the door-sill, had not Trimalchio's courier come up in state, with 10 wagons. He hammered on the door for a short time, and then smashed it in, giving us an entrance through the same breach. Hastening to the sleeping-chamber, I went to bed with my brother, and burning with passion as I was, after such a magnificent dinner, I surrendered myself wholly to sexual gratification. O goddesses and gods, that purple night, how soft the couch, and we embracing tight, with every wandering kiss our souls would meet. Farewell all mortal woes, to die were sweet. But my self-congratulation was premature, for I was overcome with wine, and when my unsteady hands relaxed their hold, Ascyltos, that never-failing wellspring of iniquity, stole the boy away from me in the night and carried him to his own bed, where he wallowed around without restraint with a brother not his own, while the latter, not noticing the fraud, or pretending not to notice it, went to sleep in a stranger's arms, in defiance of all human rights. Awaking at last, I felt the bed over, and found that it had been despoiled of its treasure. Then, by all that lovers hold dear, I swear I was on the verge of transfixing them both with my sword, and uniting their sleep with death. At last, however, I adopted a more rational plan. I spanked Giton into wakefulness, and, glaring at Ascyltos, "Since you have broken faith by this outrage," I gritted out with a savage frown, "and severed our friendship, you had better get your things together at once, and pick up some other bottom for your abominations." He raised no objection to this, but after we had divided everything with scrupulous exactitude, "Come on now," he demanded, "and we'll divide the boy." Chapter the 80th. I thought this was a parting joke, till he whipped out his sword with a murderous hand. "You'll not have this prize you're brooding over all to yourself. Since I've been rejected, I'll have to cut off my share with this sword." I followed suit on my side, and, wrapping a mantle around my left arm, I put myself on guard for the duel. The unhappy boy, rendered desperate by our unreasoning fury, hugged each of us tightly by the knee, and in tears he humbly begged that this wretched lodging-house should not witness a Theban duel, and that we would not pollute with mutual bloodshed the sacred rights of a friendship that was, as yet, unstained. "If a crime must be committed," he wailed, "here is my naked throat, turn your swords this way and press home the points. I ought to be the one to die, I broke the sacred pledge of friendship." We lowered our points at these entreaties. "I'll settle this dispute," Ascyltos spoke up. "Let the boy follow whomsoever he himself wishes to follow. In that way he at least will have perfect freedom in choosing a brother." Imagining that a relationship of such long standing had passed into a tie of blood, I was not at all uneasy, so I snatched at this proposition with precipitate eagerness, and submitted the dispute to the judge. He did not deliberate long enough to seem even to hesitate, for he got up and chose Ascyltos for a brother, as soon as the last syllable had passed my lips. At this decision I was thunderstruck, and threw myself upon the bed, unarmed and just as I stood. Had I not begrudged my enemy such a triumph, I would have laid violent hands upon myself. Flushed with success, Ascyltos marched out with his prize, and abandoned, in a strange town, a comrade in the depths of despair, one whom, but a little while before, he had loved most unselfishly, one whose destiny was so like his own. As long as is expedient, the name of friendship lives, just as in dicing, fortune smiles or lowers. When good luck beckons, then your friend his gleeful service gives, but basely flies when ruin o'er your towers. The strollers act their farces upon the stage, each one his part. The father, son, the rich man, all are here, but soon the page is turned upon the comic actor's art. The mask is dropped, the make-ups disappear. Chapter the 81st. Nevertheless, I did not indulge myself very long in tears, being afraid that Menelaus the tutor might drop in upon me all alone in the lodging-house, and catch me in the midst of my troubles. So I collected my baggage, and with a heavy heart sneaked off to an obscure quarter near the seashore. There I kept to my room for 3 days. My mind was continually haunted by my loneliness and desertion, and I beat my breast, already sore from blows. Why could not the earth have opened and swallowed me? I wailed aloud between the many deep-drawn groans. Or the sea, which rages even against the guiltless? Did I flee from justice, murder my ghost, and cheat the arena, in order that, after so many proofs of courage, I might be left lying here, deserted, a beggar and an exile, in a lodging-house in a Greek town? And who condemned me to this desolation? A boy stained by his every form of vice, who by his own confession ought to be exiled, free through vice, expert in vice, whose favours come through a throw of the dice, who hired himself out as a girl to those who knew him to be a boy. And as to the other, what about him? In place of the manly toga, he donned the woman's stola when he reached the age of puberty. He resolved, even from his mother's womb, never to become a man. In the slave's prison he took the woman's part in the sexual act. He changed the instrument of his lechery when he double-crossed me, abandoning the ties of a long-standing friendship. And shame upon him, sold everything for a single night's dalliance like any other street-walker. Now the lovers lie whole nights, locked in each other's arms, and I suppose they make a mockery of my desolation when they are resting up from the exhaustion caused by their mutual excesses. but not with impunity. If I don't avenge the wrong they have done to me in their guilty blood, I'm no free man. Chapter the 82nd. I girded on my sword when I had said these words, and fortifying my strength with a heavy meal, so that weakness would not cause me to lose the battle, I presently sallied forth into the public streets and rushed through all the arcades like a maniac. But while, with my face savagely convulsed in a frown, I was meditating nothing but bloodshed and slaughter, and was continually clapping my hand to the hilt of my sword, which I had consecrated to this, I was observed by a soldier, that is, he either was a real soldier, or else there was some night-prowling thug, who challenged me. "Halt! Who goes there? What legion are you from? Who's your centurion?" "Since when have men in your outfit gone on pass in white shoes?" he retorted, when I had lied stoutly about both centurion and legion. Both my face and my confusion proved that I had been caught in a lie, so he ordered me to surrender my arms and to take care that I did not get into trouble. I was held up as a matter of course, and, my revenge balked, I returned to my lodging-house, and, recovering by degrees from my fright, I began to be grateful to the boldness of the footpad. It is not wise to place much reliance upon any scheme, because fortune has a method of her own. Chapter the 83rd. Nevertheless, I found it very difficult to stifle my longing for revenge, and after tossing half the night in anxiety I arose at dawn, and, in the hope of mitigating my mental sufferings and of forgetting my wrongs, I took a walk through all the public arcades, and entered a picture gallery which contained a wonderful collection of pictures in various styles. I beheld works from the hand of Zeuxis, then undimmed by the passage of the years, and contemplated, not without a certain awe, the crude drawings of Protogenes, which equalled the reality of nature herself. But when I stood before the work of Apelles, the kind which the Greeks call monochromatic, verily I almost worshipped, for the outlines of the figures were drawn with such subtlety of touch, and were so lifelike in their precision, that you would have thought their very souls were depicted. Here an eagle was soaring into the sky, bearing the shepherd of Mount Ida to heaven. There the comely Hylas was struggling to escape from the embrace of the lascivious Naiad. Here too was Apollo, cursing his murderous hand, and adorning his unstrung lyre with the flower just created. Standing among these lovers, which were only painted, "It seems that even the gods are racked by love," I cried aloud, as if I were in a wilderness. "Jupiter could find none to his taste, even in his own heaven, so he had to sin on earth, but no one was betrayed by him. The nymph who ravished Hylas would have controlled her passion had she thought Hercules was coming to forbid it. Apollo recalled the spirit of a boy in the form of a flower, and all the lovers of fable enjoyed love's embraces without a rival, but I took as a comrade a friend more cruel than Lycurgus." But at that very instant, as I was telling my troubles to the winds, a white-haired old man entered the picture gallery. His face was careworn, and he seemed, I know not why, to give promise of something great, although he bestowed so little care upon his dress that it was easily apparent that he belonged to that class of literati which the wealthy hold in contempt. "I am a poet," he remarked when he had approached me and stood at my side, "and one of no mean ability, I hope, that is, if anything is to be inferred from the crowns which gratitude can place even upon the heads of the unworthy." "Then why, you demand, are you dressed so shabbily?" "For that very reason. Love or art never yet made anyone rich." The trader, trusts his fortune to the sea, and takes his gains. The warrior for his deeds is girt with gold. The wily sycophant lies drunk on purple counterpanes. Young wives must pay debauchees, or they're cold. But solitary, shivering in tatters, genius stands, invoking a neglected art for succour at its hands. Chapter the 84th. It is certainly true that a man is hated when he declares himself an enemy to all vice, and begins to follow the right road in life, because in the first place his habits are different from those of other people. For who ever approved of anything to which he took exceptions? Then, they whose only ambition is to pile up riches don't want to believe that men can possess anything better than that which they have themselves. Therefore they use every means in their power to so buffet the lovers of literature that they will seem in their proper place, below the money-bags. I know not why it should be so, I said with a sigh, but poverty is the sister of genius. You have good reason, the old man replied, to deplore the status of men of letters. No, I answered, that was not the reason for my sigh. There is another and far weightier cause for my grief. Then, in accordance with the human propensity of pouring one's personal troubles into another's ears, I explained my misfortune to him, and dwelt particularly upon Ascyltos' perfidy. Oh, how I wish that this enemy who is the cause of my enforced continence could be mollified, I cried with many a groan, but he is an old hand at robbery, and more cunning than the pimps themselves. My frankness pleased the old man, who attempted to comfort me, and, to beguile my sorrow, he related the particulars of an amorous intrigue, in which he himself had played a part. Chapter the 85th. When I was attached to the quaestor's staff in Asia, I was quartered with a family at Pergamus. I found things very much to my liking there, not only on account of the refined comfort of my apartments, but also because of the extreme beauty of my host's son. For the latter reason, I had recourse to strategy, in order that the father should never suspect me of being a seducer. So hotly would I flare up whenever the abuse of handsome boys was even mentioned at the table, and with such uncompromising sternness would I protest against having my ears insulted by such filthy talk, that I came to be looked upon, especially by the mother, as one of the philosophers. I was conducting the lad to the gymnasium before very long, and superintending his conduct, taking especial care all the while that no one who could debauch him should ever enter the house. Then there came a holiday, the school was closed, and our festivities had rendered us too lazy to retire properly, so we lay down in the drawing-room. It was just about midnight, and I knew he was awake, so I murmured this vow in a very low voice. O Lady Venus, could I but kiss this lad, and he not know it, I would give him a pair of turtle-doves to-morrow. On hearing this, the prince offered for this favour. The boy commenced to snore. Then, bending over the pretending sleeper, I snatched a fleeting kiss or two. Satisfied with this beginning, I arose early in the morning, brought a fine pair of turtle-doves to the eager lad, and absolved myself from my vow. Chapter the 86th. Next night, when the same opportunity presented itself, I changed my petition. If I can feel him all over with a wanton hand, I vowed, and he not know it, I will give him 2 of the gamest fighting cocks for his silence. The lad nestled closer to me of his own accord on hearing this offer, and I truly believe that he was afraid that I was asleep. I made short work of his apprehensions on that score, however, by stroking and fondling his whole body. I worked myself into a passionate fervour that was just short of supreme gratification. Then, when day dawned, I made him happy with what I had promised him. When the third night gave me my chance, I bent close to the ear of the rascal who pretended to be asleep. "Immortal gods," I whispered, "if I can take full and complete satisfaction of my love from this sleeping beauty, I will tomorrow present him with the best Macedonian pacer in the market, in return for this bliss, provided that he does not know it." Never had the lad slept so soundly. First I filled my hands with his snowy breasts, then I pressed a clinging kiss upon his mouth, but I finally focused all my energies upon one supreme delight. Early in the morning he sat up in bed, awaiting my usual gift. It is much easier to buy doves and gamecocks than it is to buy a pacer, as you know, and aside from that, I was afraid that so valuable a present might render my motive subject to suspicion. So after strolling around for some hours, I returned to the house, and gave the lad nothing at all except a kiss. He looked all round, threw his arms about my neck. "Tell me, master," he cried, "where's the pacer?" "The difficulty of getting one fine enough has compelled me to defer the fulfilment of my promise," I replied, "but I will make it good in a few days." The lad easily understood the true meaning of my answer, and his countenance betrayed his secret resentment. Chapter the 87th. In the meantime, by breaking this vow, I had cut myself off from the avenue of access which I had contrived, but I returned to the attack, all the same, when the opportunity came. In a few days a similar occasion brought about the very same conditions as before, and the instant I heard his father snoring, I began pleading with the lad to receive me again into his good graces, that is to say, that he ought to suffer me to satisfy myself with him, and he in turn could do whatever his own distended member desired. He was very angry, however, and would say nothing at all, except, "Either you go to sleep or I'll call father." But no obstacle is so difficult that depravity cannot twist around it, and even while he threatened, "I'll call father," I slipped into his bed and took my pleasure in spite of his half-hearted resistance. Nor was he displeased with my improper conduct, for although he complained for a while that he had been cheated and made a laughing stock, and that his companions to whom he had bragged of his wealthy friend had made sport of him, "But you'll see that I'll not be like you," he whispered. "Do it again if you want to." All misunderstandings were forgotten, and I was readmitted into the lad's good graces. Then I slipped off to sleep, after profiting by his complaisance. But the youth, in the very flower of maturity, and just at the best age for passive pleasure, was by no means satisfied with only one repetition. So he roused me out of a heavy sleep. "Isn't there something you'd like to do?" he whispered. The pastime had not begun to cloy as yet, and, somehow or other, what with panting and sweating and wriggling, he got what he wanted, and, worn out with pleasure, I dropped off to sleep again. Less than an hour had passed when he began to punch me with his hand. "Why are we not busy?" he whispered. I flew into a violent rage at being disturbed so many times, and threatened him in his own words. "Either you go to sleep or I'll call your father." Chapter the 88th. Heartened up by this story, I began to draw upon his more comprehensive knowledge as to the ages of the pictures, and as to certain of the stories connected with them, upon which I was not clear. And I likewise inquired into the causes of the decadence of the present age, in which the most refined arts had perished, and among them painting, which had not left even the faintest trace of itself behind. Greed of money, he replied, has brought about these unaccountable changes. In the good old times, when virtue was her own reward, the fine arts flourished, and there was the keenest rivalry among men for fear that anything which could be of benefit to future generations should remain long undiscovered. Then it was that Democritus expressed the juices of all plants, and spent his whole life in experiments, in order that no curative property should lurk unknown in stone or shrub. That he might understand the movements of heaven and the stars, Euxodus grew old upon the summit of a lofty mountain. 3 times did Chrysippus purge his brain with hellebore, that his faculties might be equal to invention. Turn to the sculptors if you wish. Lysippus perished from hunger while in profound meditation upon the lines of a single statue, and Myron, who almost embodied the souls of men and beasts in bronze, could not find an heir. And we, sodden with wine and women, cannot even appreciate the arts already practised. We only criticize the past. We learn only vice, and teach it too. What has become of logic, of astronomy? Where is the exquisite road to wisdom? Who even goes into a temple to make a vow that he may achieve eloquence or bathe in the fountain of wisdom? And they do not pray for good health and a sound mind. Before they even set foot upon the threshold of the temple, one promises a gift if only he may bury a rich relative, another if he can but dig up a treasure, and still another if he is permitted to amass 30 millions of sesterces in safety. The Senate itself, the exponent of all that should be right and just, is in the habit of promising 1,000 pounds of gold to the capital, and that no one may question the propriety of praying for money. It even decorates Jupiter himself with spoils. Do not hesitate, therefore, at expressing your surprise at the deterioration of painting, since, by all the gods and men alike, a lump of gold is held to be more beautiful than anything ever created by these crazy little Greek fellows, Apelles and Phidias. End of section 11. Recording by Miette. Section 12 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W. C. Firebaugh. Volume 3. Further Adventures of Encolpius and his Companions. Chapter the 89th. But I see that your whole attention is held by that picture which portrays the destruction of Troy, so I will attempt to unfold the story in verse. And now the 10th harvest beheld the beleaguered of Troia, worn out with anxiety, fearing the honour of Calchas. The prophet hung wavering deep in the blackest despair. Apollo commanded, the forested peaks of Mount Ida were felled and dragged down. The hewn timbers were fitted to fashion a war-horse. Unfilled is a cavity left, and this cavern roofed over, capacious enough for a camp. Here lie hidden the raging impetuous valour of 10 years of warfare. Malignant Greek troops pack the recess, lurk in their own offering. Alas, my poor country, we thought that their 1,000 grim warships were beaten and scattered, our arable lands freed from warfare. The inscription cut into the horse, and the crafty behaviour of Sinon, his mind ever powerful for evil, affirmed it. Delivered from war, now the crowd, carefree, hastens to worship, and pours from the portals. Their cheeks wet with weeping, the joy of their tremulous souls brings to eyes tears which terror had banished. Laocoon, priest unto Neptune, with hair loosed, an outcry evoked from the mob. He drew back his javelin and launched it. The belly of wood was his target. The weapon recoiled, for the fates stayed his hand, and this artifice won us. His feeble hand nerved, he anew, and the lofty sides sounded. His 2-edged axe tried them severely. The young troops in ambush gasped, and as long as the reverberations re-echoed, the wooden mass breathed out a fear that was not of its own. Imprisoned, the warriors advanced to take Troy a captive, and finish the struggle by stratagem new and unheard of. Behold, other portents, where Tenedos steep breaks the ocean, where great surging billows dash high, to be broken and leap back to form a deep hollow of calm, and resemble the plashing of oars carried far through the silence of night, as when ships pass and drive through the calm as it smashes against their fir boughs. Then backward we look toward the rocks. The tide carries 2 serpents that coil and uncoil as they come, and their breasts, which are swollen aside, dash the foam, as the bows of tall ships, and the ocean is lashed by their tails, their manes free on the water, as savage as even their eyes. Now a blinding beam kindles the billows. The sea with their hissing is sibilant. All stare in terror. Laocoon's twin sons in Phrygian raiment are standing with priests wreathed for sacrifice. Them did the glistening serpents enfold in their coils. With their little hands shielding their faces, the boys, neither thinking of self, but each one of his brother, fraternal love's sacrifice. Death himself slew those poor children by means of their unselfish fear for each other. The father, a helper too feeble, now throws himself prone on their bodies. The serpents, now gluttoned with death, coil around him and drag him to earth. And the priest, at his altar a victim, lies beating the ground. Thus the city of Troy, doomed to sack and destruction, first lost her own gods by profaning their shrines and their worship. The full moon now lifted her luminous beam, and the small stars led forth, with her torch all ablaze, when the Greeks drew the bolts and poured forth their warriors on Priam's sons, buried in darkness and sodden with wine. First the leaders made trial of their weapons, just as the horse, when unhitched from Thessalian neck-yoke, first tosses his head and his mane, ere to pasture he rushes. They draw their swords, brandish their shields, and rush into the battle. One slays the wine-drunken Trojans, prolonging their dreams to death, which ends all. Still another takes brands from the altars and calls upon Troy's sacred temples to fight against Trojans. Chapter the 90th. Some of the public, who were loafing in the portico, threw stones at the reciting EUMOLPUS, and he, taking note of this tribute to his genius, covered his head and bolted out of the temple. Fearing they might take me for a poet too, I followed after him in his flight and came to the seashore, where we stopped as soon as we were out of range. "Tell me," I demanded, "what are you going to do about that disease of yours? You've loafed with me less than 2 hours, and you've talked more often like a poet than you have like a human being. For this reason, I'm not at all surprised that the rabble chases you with rocks. I'm going to load my pockets with stones too, and whenever you begin to go out of your head, I'm going to let blood out of it." His expression changed. "My dear young man," said he, "today is not the first time I have had such compliments showered upon me. The audience always applauds me in this fashion when I go into the theatre to recite anything, but I'll abstain from this sort of diet for the whole day, for fear of having trouble with you." "Good," I replied. "We'll dine together if you'll swear off crankiness for the day." So saying, I gave the housekeeper the orders for our little supper, and we went straight off to the baths. Chapter the 91st. There I catch sight of Giton laden with towels and scrapers, leaning downhearted and embarrassed against the wall. You could see that he did not serve of his own free will. Then, that I might assure myself that I saw aright, "Take pity on me, brother," he cried, turning toward me a face lighted up with joy. "There are no arms here, I can speak freely, take me away from that bloody robber, and punish your penitent judge as severely as you like. To have perished, should you wish it, will be a consolation great enough in my misery." Fearing someone might overhear our plans, I bade him hush his complaints, and, leaving EUMOLPUS behind, for he was reciting a poem in the bath, I pull Giton down a dark and dirty passage after me, and fly with all speed to my lodgings. Arriving there, I slam the door shut, embrace him convulsively, and press my face against his, which is all wet with tears. For a long time neither of us could find his voice, and as for the lad, his shapely bosom was heaving continuously with choking sobs. "Oh, the disgraceful inconsistency of it all!" I cried, "for I love you still, although you abandoned me, and no scar from that gaping wound is left upon this breast. What can you say that will justify you in yielding your love to a stranger? Did I merit such an affront?" He held his head higher when he found that he was loved. For one to love, and at the same time blame, that were a labour Hercules to tame. Conflicting passions yield in Cupid's name. "And furthermore," I went on, "I was not the one that laid the cause of our love before another judge, but I will complain no more. I will remember nothing if you will prove your penitence by keeping faith." He wiped his face upon his mantle, while I poured out these words with groans and tears. "ENCOLPIUS," he said, "I beseech you, I appeal to your honest recollection, did I leave you, or did you throw me over? For my part I admit, and openly at that, that I sought refuge with the stronger, when I beheld 2 armed men." I kissed that bosom so full of prudence, threw my arms around his neck, and pressed him tightly against my breast, that he might see unmistakably that he had gotten back into my good graces, and that our friendship lived again in perfect confidence. Chapter the 92nd. Night had fallen by this time, and the woman to whom I had given my order had prepared supper, when EUMOLPUS knocked at the door. "How many of you are there?" I called out, and as I spoke I peeped cautiously through a chink in the door, to see if Ascyltos had come with him. Then, as I perceived that he was the only guest, I quickly admitted him. He threw himself upon the pallet, and caught sight of Giton waiting table, whereupon he nodded his head. "I like your Ganymede," he remarked. "This day promises a good ending." I did not take kindly to such an inquisitive beginning, fearing that I had let another Ascyltos into my lodging. Eumolpus stuck to his purpose. "I like you better than the whole bathful," he remarked, when the lad had served him with wine. Then he thirstily drained the cup dry, and swore that never before had he tasted a wine with such a satisfying tang to it. "While I was bathing," he went on, "I was almost beaten up for trying to recite a poem to the people sitting around the basin. And when I had been thrown out of the baths, just like I was out of the theatre, I hunted through every nook and cranny of the building, calling 'ENCOLPIUS! ENCOLPIUS!' at the top of my voice. A naked youth at the other end, who had lost his clothes, was bawling just as loudly, and no less angrily, for GITON. As for myself, the slaves took me for a maniac, and mimicked me in the most insolent manner, but a large crowd gathered around him, clapped its hands in awe, struck admiration, for so heavy and massive were his private parts, that you would have thought that the man himself was but an appendage of his own member. Oh, such a man! I haven't a doubt but that he could begin on the day before and never finish till the day after the next. And he soon found a friend, of course, some Roman knight or other. I don't know his name, but he bears a bad reputation, so they say, threw his own mantle around the wanderer and took him off home with himself, hoping, I suppose, to have the sole enjoyment of so huge a prize. But I couldn't get my own clothing back from the officious bath attendant till I found someone who could identify me, which only goes to show that it is more profitable to rub up the member than it is to polish the mind." While Eumolpus was relating all this, I changed countenance continually, elated naturally at the mishaps of my enemy, and vexed at his good fortune. But I controlled my tongue, nevertheless, as if I knew nothing about the episode, and read aloud the bill of fare. Hardly had I finished when our humble meal was served. The food was plain, but succulent and nutritious, and the famished scholar Eumolpus fell to ravenously. Kind Providence unto our needs has tempered its decrees, and met our wants, our carping plaints to still. Green herbs and berries hanging on their rough and brambly sprays suffice our hunger's gnawing pangs to kill. What fool would thirst upon a river's bank, or stand and freeze in icy blasts, when near a cosy fire? The law sits armed outside the door, adulterers to seize. The chaste bride, guiltless, gratifies desire. All nature lavishes her wealth to meet our just demands, but, spurred by lust of pride, we stop at naught to gain our ends. Our philosopher began to moralize when he had gorged himself, levelling many critical shafts at those who hold everyday things in contempt, esteeming nothing except what is rare. Chapter the 93rd. To their perverted taste, he went on, everything one may have lawfully is held cheap, and the appetite, tickled only by forbidden indulgences, delights in what is most difficult to obtain. The pheasant from Colchis, the wild fowl from African shores. Because they are dainties the parvenu's palate adores. The white feathered goose, and the duck in his bright coloured plumes, must nourish the rabble. They're common, so them fashion dooms. The wrasse brought from dangerous Syrtis is much more esteemed when fishing boats founder, and even the mullet is deemed. No matter how heavy, a weight on the market, the whore displaces the wife, and in perfumes the cinnamon more is esteemed than the rose. So whatever we have we despise, and whatever we have not we think a superlative prize. "Is this the way in which you keep your promise not to recite a single verse today?" I demanded. "Bear in mind your promise, and spare us at least, for we have thrown no rocks at you yet. If a single one of those fellows drinking under this very roof were to smell out a poet in their midst, he would arouse the whole neighborhood and involve all of us in the same misunderstanding. Giton, who was one of the gentlest of lads, took me to task for having spoken in that manner, denying that I did rightly in criticizing my elders, and at the same time forgetting my duties as host by offering an affront to one whom I had invited out of kindness, and much more full of moderation and propriety, which was in exquisite keeping with his good looks. Chapter the 94th. Happy the mother, cried Eumolpus, who bore such a son as you. May your fortune be in keeping with your merit. Beauty and wisdom are rarely found mixed, and that you may not think that all your words are wasted, know that you have found a lover. I will fill my verses with your praise. I will act as your guardian and your tutor, following you even when you bid me stay behind. Nor can Encolpius take offence, he loves another. The soldier who took my sword from me did Eumolpus a good turn too, otherwise the rage which I had felt against Ascyltos would have been quenched in the blood of Eumolpus. Seeing what was in the wind, Giton slipped out of the room, pretending he was going after water, and by this diplomatic retreat he put an end to my fury. Then, as my anger cooled little by little, "Eumolpus," I said, "rather than have you entertain designs of such a nature, I would even prefer to have you spouting poetry. I am hot-tempered, and you are lecherous. See how uncongenial two such dispositions must be. Take me for a maniac. Humour my malady. In other words, get out quick." Taken completely aback by this onslaught, Eumolpus crossed the threshold of the room without stopping to ask the reason for my wrath, and immediately slammed the door shut, penning me in, as I was not looking for any move of that kind then, having quickly removed the key. He hurried away in search of Giton. Finding that I was locked in, I decided to hang myself, and had already fastened my belt to the bedstead, which stood alongside of the wall, and was engaged in fastening the noose around my neck when the doors were unlocked and Eumolpus came in with Giton, recalling me to light, when I was just about to turn the fatal goal-post. Giton was greatly wrought up, and his grief turned to fury. Seizing me with both hands, he threw me upon the bed. "If you think, Encolpius," he shrieked, "that you can contrive to die before I do, you're wrong. I thought of suicide first. I hunted for a sword in Ascyltos' house. I would have thrown myself from a precipice if I had not found you. You know that death is never far from those who seek him, so take your turn and witness the spectacle you wished to see." So saying, he snatched a razor from Eumolpus' servant, slashed his throat, once, twice, and fell down at our feet. I uttered a loud cry, rushed to him as he fell, and sought the road to death by the same steel. Giton, however, showed not the faintest trace of any wound, nor was I conscious of feeling any pain. The razor, it turned out, was untempered and dull, and was used to imbue boy apprentices with the confidence of the experienced barber. Hence it was in a sheath, and, for the reasons given above, the servant was not alarmed when the blade was snatched, nor did Eumolpus break in upon this farcical death scene. Chapter the 95th. The landlord made his appearance with a part of our little supper. While this lovers' comedy was being enacted, and taking in the very disorderly spectacle which we presented, lying there and wallowing as we were, "Are you drunk?" he demanded, "or are you runaway slaves, or both? Who's turned up that bed there? What's the meaning of all these sneaking preparations? You didn't want to pay the room rent. You didn't, by Hercules, you didn't. You wanted to wait till night and run away into the public streets, but that won't go here. This is no widow's joint, I'll show you that. Not yet, it ain't. This place belongs to Marcus Manicius." "So you threaten, do you?" yelled Eumolpus, giving the fellow a resounding slap in the face. At this the latter threw a small earthenware pitcher, which had been emptied by the draughts of successive guests, at Eumolpus's head, and cut open the forehead of his cursing adversary. Then he skipped out of the room. Infuriated at such an insult, Eumolpus snatched up a wooden candlestick, ran in pursuit of his retreating foeman, and avenged his broken head with a shower of blows. The entire household crowded around, as did a number of drunken lodgers, but I seized this opportunity of retaliating, and locked Eumolpus out, retorting his own trick upon the quarrelsome fellow, and found myself without a rival, as it were, able to enjoy my room and my night's pleasure as well. In the meantime, Eumolpus, locked out as he was being very roughly handled by the cooks and scullions of the establishment. One aimed a spitful of hissing hot guts at his eyes. Another grabbed a two-tined fork in the pantry and put himself on guard. But worst of all, a blear-eyed old hag, girded round with a filthy apron, and wearing wooden clogs which were not mates, dragged in an immense dog on a chain, and sicked him upon Eumolpus, but he beat off all attacks with his candlestick. Chapter the 96th. We took in the entire performance through a hole in the folding doors. This had been made but a short time before, when the handle had been broken and jerked out, and I wished him joy of his beating. Giton, however, forgetting everything except his own compassion, thought we ought to open the door and succour Eumolpus in his peril, but being still angry, I could not restrain my hand. Clenching my fist, I rapped his pitying head with my sharp knuckles. In tears he sat upon the bed, while I applied each eye in turn to the opening, filling myself up as with a dainty dish, with Eumolpus's misfortunes, and gloating over their prolongation, when Bargates, agent for the building, called from his dinner. He was carried into the midst of the brawl by two chairmen, for he had the gout. He carried on for some time against drunkards and fugitive slaves in a savage tone, and with a barbarous accent, and then looking around and catching sight of Eumolpus. "What!" he exclaimed. "Are you here, nay, prince of poets? And these damned slaves don't scatter at once and stop their brawling?" Then, whispering in Eumolpus's ear, "My bedfellow's got an idea that she's finer haired than I am. Lampoon her in a poem, if you think anything of me, and make her ashamed." Chapter the 97th. Eumolpus was speaking privately with Bargates, when a crier attended by a public slave entered the inn, accompanied by a medium-sized crowd of outsiders. Waving a torch that gave out more smoke than light, he announced, "Strayed from the baths, a short time ago, a boy about 16 years of age, curly-headed, a minion, handsome. Answers to the name of Giton. 1,000 sesterces reward will be paid to anyone bringing him back, or giving information as to his whereabouts." Ascyltos, dressed in a tunic of many colours, stood not far from the crier, holding out a silver tray upon which was piled the reward as evidence of good faith. I ordered Giton to get under the bed immediately, telling him to stick his hands and feet through the rope netting which supported the mattress, and, just as Ulysses of old had clung to the ram, so he, stretched out beneath the mattress, would evade the hands of the hunters. And Giton did not hesitate at obeying this order, but fastened his hands in the netting for a moment, outdoing Ulysses in his own cunning. For fear of leaving room for suspicion, I piled covers upon my pallet, leaving the impression of a single person of my own stature. Meanwhile, Ascyltos, in company with the magistrate's servant, had ransacked all the rooms, and had come at last to mine, where he entertained greater hopes of success because he found the doors carefully barred. The public slave loosened the bolts by inserting the edge of his axe in the chink. I threw myself at Ascyltos' feet, begging him, by the memory of our friendship and our companionship in suffering, to show me my brother, safe and sound, and furthermore that my simulated prayers might carry conviction. I added, "I know very well, Ascyltos, that you have come here seeking my life. If not, why the axes?" "Well, fatten your grudge, then. Here's my neck. Pour out that blood you seek to shed under pretext of a search." Ascyltos repelled the suspicion, affirming that he sought nothing except his own fugitive, and desired the death of neither man nor suppliant. And least of all did he wish to harm one whom, now that their quarrel was over, he regarded as his dearest friend. Chapter the 98th. The public servant, however, was not derelict in the performance of his duty, for, snatching a cane from the innkeeper, he poked underneath the bed, ransacking every corner, even to the cracks in the wall. Twisting his body out of reach, and cautiously drawing a full breath, Giton pressed his mouth against the very bugs themselves. The pair had scarcely left the room, when EUMOLPUS burst in great excitement, for the doors had been broken, and could keep no one out. "The 1,000 sesterces are mine," he shouted. "I'll follow that crier out, and tell him Giton is in your power, and it will serve you right, too." Seeing that his mind was made up, I embraced his knees and besought him not to kill a dying man. "You might have some reason for being excited," I said, "if you could produce the missing boy. But you cannot, as the thing stands now, for he escaped into the crowd, and I have not even a suspicion as to where he has gone. Get the lad back, EUMOLPUS, for heaven's sake, even if you do restore him to Ascyltos." I had just succeeded in persuading him to believe all this, when Giton, nearly suffocated from holding his breath, suddenly sneezed 3 times and shook the bed. EUMOLPUS turned at the commotion. "Hello, Giton!" he exclaimed. "Glad to see you!" Then he turned back the mattress and discovered an Ulysses who even ravenous Cyclops might have spared. Thereupon he faced me. "You robber!" he said. "What does all this mean? You hadn't the nerve to tell me the truth even when you were caught. If the God that umpires human affairs hadn't forced a sign from this boy as we hung there, I would be wandering from one pothouse to another like a fool." But Giton was far more tactful than I. First of all, he dressed the cut upon EUMOLPUS's forehead with spider's web soaked in oil. He then exchanged the poet's torn clothing for his own cloak. This done, he embraced the old gentleman, who was already somewhat mollified, and poulticed him with kisses. "Dearest of fathers," he cried, "we are entirely in your hands, in yours alone. If you love your Giton, do your best to save him. Would that some cruel flame might devour me alone, or that the wintry sea might swallow me, for I am the cause for all these crimes. 2 enemies would be reconciled if I should perish." Moved by our troubles, but particularly stirred by Giton's caresses. "You are fools!" exclaimed EUMOLPUS. "You certainly are. Here you are gifted with talents enough to make your fortunes, and you'll still lead a life of misery, and every day you bring new torments upon yourselves, as the fruits of your own acts." End of section 12. Recording by Miette.
Section 13 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Satyricon. The Satyricon by Gaius, Petronius, Arbiter, translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Volume 4. ENCOLPIUS, GITON, and EUMOLPUS escaped by sea. Chapter the 99th. I have always and everywhere lived such a life that each passing day was spent as though that light would never return. That is, in tranquillity. Put aside those thoughts which worry you, if you wish to follow my lead. Ascultos persecutes you here. Get out of his way. I am about to start for foreign parts. You may come with me. I've taken a berth on a vessel which will probably weigh anchor this very night. I am well known on board, and we shall be well received. Leave then thy home and seek a foreign shore, brave youth, for thee thy destiny holds more. To no misfortune yield. The Danube far shall know thy spirit, and the polar star, and placid Nile, and they who dwell in lands where sunrise starts, or they where sunset ends. A new Ulysses treads on foreign sands. To me this advice seemed both sound and practical, because it would free me from any annoyance by Ascultos, and because it gave promise of a happier life. I was overcome by the kindly sympathy of EUMOLPUS, and was especially sorry for the latest injury I had done him. I began to repent my jealousy, which had been the cause of so many unpleasant happenings, and with many tears I begged and pled with him to admit me into favor, as lovers cannot control their furious jealousy, and vowing, at the same time, that I would not by word or deed give him cause for offense in the future. And he, like a learned and cultivated gentleman, ought to remove all irritation from his mind, and leave no trace of it behind. The snows belong upon the ground in wild and uncultivated regions, but where the earth has been beautified by the conquest of the plough, the light snow melts away while you speak of it. And so it is with the anger in the heart. In savage minds it lingers long, it glides quickly away from the cultured. That you may experience the truth of what you say, exclaimed EUMOLPUS, see, I end my anger with a kiss. May good luck go with us, get your baggage together and follow me, or go on ahead if you prefer. While he was speaking, a knock sounded at the door, and a sailor with a bristling beard stood upon the threshold. You're hanging in the wind, EUMOLPUS, said he, as if you didn't know that son of a bitch of a skipper. Without further delay we all got up. EUMOLPUS ordered his servant, who had been asleep for some time, to bring his baggage out. Giton and I packed together whatever we have for the voyage, and, after praying to the stars, we went aboard. Chapter the 100th. We picked out a retired spot on the poop, and EUMOLPUS dozed off, as it was not yet daylight. Neither Giton nor myself could get a wink of sleep, however. Anxiously I reflected that I had received EUMOLPUS as a comrade, a rival more formidable than Ascultos, and that thought tortured me. But reason soon put my uneasiness to flight. It is unfortunate, said I to myself, that the lad has so taken our friend's fancy. But what of it? Is not nature's every masterpiece common to all? The sun shines upon all alike. The moon with her innumerable train of stars lights even the wild beasts to their food. What can be more beautiful than water? Yet it flows for common use. Shall love alone, then, be stolen, rather than be regarded as a prize to be won? No, indeed, I desire no possession unless the world envies me for possessing it. A solitary old man can scarcely become a serious rival. Even should he wish to take advantage, he would lose it through lack of breath. When, but without any confidence, I had arrived at these conclusions, and beguiled my uneasy spirit, I covered my head with my tunic and began to feign sleep, when all of a sudden, as though fortune were bent upon annihilating my peace of mind, a voice upon the ship's deck gritted out something like this: "So he fooled me after all." As this voice, which was a man's, and was only too familiar, struck my ears, my heart fluttered, and then a woman, equally furious, spat out more spitefully still: "If only some god would put Giton into my hands, what a fine time I would give that runaway!" Stunned by these unexpected words, we both turned pale as death. I was completely terrified, and, as though I were enveloped in some turbulent nightmare, was a long time finding my voice, but at last, with trembling hands, I tugged at the hem of EUMOLPUS' clothing, just as he was sinking into slumber. "Father," I quavered, "on your word of honor, can you tell me whose ship this is, and whom she has aboard?" Peeved at being disturbed. "So," he snapped, "this was the reason you wished to have us quartered in the most inaccessible spot on deck, was it? So we could get no rest. What good will it do you when I've informed you that Lucas of Tarentum is master of this ship, and that he carries Trypina as an exile to Tarentum?" Chapter the 101st. I shivered, horror-struck at this thunderbolt, and, beating my throat, "O Destiny," I wailed, "you've vanquished me completely at last." As for Giton, he fell in a faint upon my bosom and remained unconscious for quite a while, until a sweat finally relieved our tension, whereupon, hugging EUMOLPUS around the knees, "Take pity upon the perishing," I besought him. "In the name of our common learning, aid us. Death himself hangs over us, and he will come as a relief unless you help us." Overwhelmed by this implication, EUMOLPUS swore by all the gods and goddesses that he knew nothing of what had happened, nor had he any ulterior purpose in mind, but that he had brought his companions upon this voyage which he himself had long intended taking, with the most upright intentions and in the best of good faith. "But," demanded he, "what is this ambush? Who is this Hannibal who sails with us? Lucas of Tarentum is a most respectable citizen, and the owner not only of this ship which he commands in person, but of landed estates as well as commercial houses under the management of slaves. He carries a cargo consigned to market. He is the Cyclops, the arch-pirate to whom we owe our passage. And then besides himself there's Tryphaena, a most charming woman, travelling about here and there in search of pleasure." "But," objected Giton, "they are the very ones whom we are most anxious to avoid." Whereupon he explained to the astonished EUMOLPUS the reasons for their enmity and for the danger which threatened us. So muddled did he become at what he had told him, that he lost the power of thinking, and requested each of us to offer his own opinion. "Just imagine," said he, "that we are trapped at the Cyclops cave. Some way out must be found unless we bring about a shipwreck and free ourselves from all dangers." "Bribe the pilot if necessary, and persuade him to steer the ship into some port," volunteered Giton. "Tell him your brother's nearly dead from seasickness. Your woe-begone face and streaming tears will lend color to your deception, and the pilot may be moved to mercy and grant your prayer." EUMOLPUS denied the practicability of this. "It is only with difficulty," affirmed he, "that large ships are warped into landlocked harbors, nor would it appear probable that my brother could have taken so desperately in so short a time. And then Lucas will be sure to want to visit a sick passenger, as part of his duties. You can see for yourselves what a fine stroke it would be, bringing the captain to his own runaways. But supposing the ship could be put off her course, supposing that Lucas did not hold sick call, how could we leave the ship in such a manner as not to be stared at by all the rest? With muffled heads? With bare? If muffled, who would not want to lend the sick man a hand? If bare, what would it mean if not prescribing ourselves?" Chapter the 102nd. "Why would it not be better to take refuge in boldness?" I asked. "Slide down the rope into the ship's boat, cut the painter, and leave the rest to luck. And furthermore, I would not involve EUMOLPUS in this adventure, for what is the good of getting an innocent man into troubles with which he has no concern? I shall be well content if chance helps us into the boat." "Not a bad scheme," EUMOLPUS agreed, "if it could only be carried out, but who could help seeing you when you start? Especially the man at the helm, who stands watch all night long and observes even the motions of the stars. But it could be done in spite of that, when he dozed off for a second, that is, if you chose some other part of the ship from which to start. As it is, it must be the stern. You must even slip down the rudder itself, for that is where the painter that holds the boat in tow is made fast. And there is still something else, ENCOLPIUS. I am surprised that it has not occurred to you that one sailor is on watch, lying in the boat, night and day. You couldn't get rid of that watchman except by cutting his throat or throwing him overboard by force. Consult your own courage as to whether that can be done or not. And as far as my coming with you is concerned, I shirk no danger which holds out any hopes of success, but to throw away life without a reason, as if it were a thing of no moment, is something which I do not believe that even you would sanction. See what you think of this. I will wrap you up in 2 hide baggage covers, tie you with thongs, and stow you among my clothing, as baggage, leaving the ends somewhat open, of course, so you can breathe and get your food. Then I will raise a hue and cry because my slaves have thrown themselves into the sea, fearing worse punishment, and when the ship makes port, I will carry you out as baggage without exciting the slightest suspicion." "Oh, so you would bundle us up like we were solid," I sneered. "Our bellies wouldn't make trouble for us, of course, and we'll never sneeze nor snore. And all because a similar trick turned out successfully before. Think the matter over. Being tied up could be endured for 1 day, but suppose it might have to be for longer. What if we should be becalmed? What if we were struck by a storm from the wrong quarter of the heavens? What could we do then? Even clothes will cut through at the wrinkles when they are tied up too long, and paper in bundles will lose its shape. Do you imagine that we, who are young and unused to hardship, could endure the filthy rags and lashings necessary to such an operation as statues do? No, that's settled. Some other road to safety must be found. I have thought up a scheme. See what you think of it. Eumolpus is a man of letters. He will have ink about him, of course. With this remedy, then, let's change our complexions from hair to toenails. Then, in the guise of Ethiopian slaves, we shall be ready at hand to wait upon you, light-hearted as having escaped the torturer, and, with our altered complexions, we can impose upon our enemies. Yes, indeed, sneered Giton, and be sure and circumcise us, too, so we will be taken for Jews. Pierce our ears so we will look like Arabs. Chalk up our faces so that Gaul will take us for her own sons. As if color alone could change one's figure. As if many other details did not require consideration of a passable imposture as to result. Even granting the stained face can keep its color for some time, suppose that not a drop of water should spot the skin. Suppose that the garment did not stink to the ink, as it often does, where no gum is used. Tell me, we can't make our lips so hideously thick, can we? We can't kink our hair with a curling iron, can we? We can't harrow our foreheads with scars, can we? We can't force our legs into the form of a bow or walk with our ankle bones on the ground, can we? Can we trim our beards after the foreign style? No! Artificial color dirties the body without changing it. Listen to the plan which I have thought out in my desperation. Let's tie our garments around our heads and throw ourselves into the deep. Chapter the 103rd. Gods and men forbid that you should make so base an ending of your lives, cried Eumolpus. No, it will be better to do as I direct. As you may gather, from this razor, my servant is a barber. Let him shave your heads and eyebrows too, and quickly at that. I will follow after him, and I will mark my inscription so cleverly upon your foreheads that you will be mistaken for slaves, who have been branded. The same letters will serve both to quiet the suspicions of the curious and to conceal, under semblance of punishment, your real features. We did not delay the execution of this scheme, but, sneaking stealthily to the ship's side, we submitted our heads and eyebrows to the barber, that he might shave them clean. Eumolpus covered our foreheads completely, with large letters, and, with a liberal hand, spread out the universally known mark of the fugitive across the face of each of us. As luck would have it, one of the passengers, who was terribly seasick, was hanging over the ship's side, easing his stomach. He saw the barber busy at his unseasonable task by the light of the moon, and, cursing the omen which resembled the last offering of a crew before shipwreck, he threw himself into his bunk. Pretending not to hear his puking curses, we reverted to our melancholy train of thought, and, settling ourselves down in silence, we passed the remaining hours of the night in fitful slumber. On the following morning, Eumolpus entered Lucas' cabin as soon as he knew that Tryphaena was out of bed, and, after some conversation upon the happy voyage of which the fine weather gave promise, Lucas turned to Tryphaena and remarked, Chapter the 104th. Priapus appeared to me in a dream and seemed to say, Know that ENCOLPIUS, whom you seek, has, by me, been led aboard your ship. Tryphaena trembled violently. You would think we had slept together, she cried, for a bust of Neptune, which I saw in the gallery at Baiae, said to me in my dream, You will find Giton aboard Lucas' ship, from which you can see Epicurus was a man inspired, remarked Eumolpus. He passed sentence upon mocking phantasms of that kind in a very witty manner. Dreams that delude the mind with flitting shades, by neither powers of air nor gods are sent, each makes his own, and when relaxed in sleep the members lie, the mind without restraint can flit and reenact by night the deeds that occupied the day. The warrior fierce who cities shakes and towns destroys by fire, maneuvering armies, seas and javelins, and funerals of kings and bloody fields. The cringing lawyer dreams of courts and trials, the miser hides his hoard, new treasures finds. The hunter's horn and hounds the forests awake. The shipwrecked sailor from his hulk is swept, or washed abroad. Just misses perishing. Adulteresses will bribe, and harlots write. To lovers, dogs, in dreams their hair still coarse, and old wounds ache most poignantly in dreams. What's to prevent our searching the ship? Said Lucas, after he had expiated Tryphaena's dream, so that we will not be guilty of neglecting the revelations of Providence. And who were the rascals who were being shaved last night by the light of the moon? Chimed in Jesus, unexpectedly, for that was the name of the fellow who had caught us at our furtive transformation in the night. A rotten thing to do, I swear. From what I hear, it's unlawful for any living man aboard a ship to shed hair or nails, unless the wind has kicked up a heavy sea. Chapter the 105th. Lucas was greatly disturbed by this information, and flew into a rage. "So, someone aboard my ship cut off his hair, did he?" he bawled. "And at dead of night, too! Bring the offenders aft on deck here, and step lively, so that I can tell whom to punish, from their heads, that the ship may be freed from the curse." "I ordered it done," Eumolpus broke in, "and I didn't order it as an unlucky omen, either. Seeing that I had to be aboard the same vessel, I did it because the scoundrels had long, matted hair. I ordered the filth cleared off the wretches, because I did not wish to even seem to make a prison out of your ship. Besides, I did not want the seared scars of the letters to be hidden in the least, by the interference of the hair, as they ought to be in plain sight, for everyone to read, and at full length too. In addition to their other misdemeanors, they blew in my money on a street walker, whom they kept in common. Only last night I dragged them away from her, reeking with wine and perfumes as they were, and they still stink of the remnants of my patrimony." Thereupon 40 stripes were ordered for each of us, that the tutelary genius of the ship might be propitiated. And they were not long about it either. Eager to propitiate the tutelary genius with our wretched blood, the savage sailors rushed upon us with their ropes' ends. For my part, I endured 3 lashes with Spartan fortitude, but at the very first blow Giton put up such a howling that his all too familiar voice reached the ears of Trymaina. Nor was she the only one who was in a flutter, for, attracted by this familiar voice, all the maids rushed to where he was being flogged. Giton had already moderated the ardor of the sailors by his wonderful beauty. He appealed to his torturers without uttering a word. "It's Giton! It's Giton!" the maids all screamed in unison. "Hold your hands, you brutes! Help! Madame, it's Giton!" Trymaina turned willing ears. She had recognized the voice herself, and flew to the boy. Lucas, who knew me well, as if he had heard my voice, now ran up. He glanced at neither face nor hands, but directed his eyes towards parts lower down. Courteously he shook hands with them. "How do you do, Encolpius?" he said. "Let no one be surprised at Ulysses' nurse discovering, after 20 years, the scar that established his identity, since this man, so keenly observant, had, in spite of the most skillful disguise of every feature and the obliteration of every identifying mark upon my body, so surely hit upon the sole means of identifying his fugitive. Deceived by our appearance, Trymaina wept bitterly, believing that the marks upon our foreheads were, in truth, the brands of prisoners. She asked us gently into what slave's prison we had fallen in our wanderings, and whose cruel hands had inflicted this punishment. Still, fugitives whose members had gotten into trouble certainly deserved more punishments. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Satyricon. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 14. Volume 4. ENCOLPIUS, GITON, and EUMOLPUS escape by sea. Chapter the 106th. In a towering passion, Lucas leaped forward. "Oh, you silly woman!" he shouted, as if those scars were made by the letters of the branding iron. "If only they had really blotched up their foreheads with those inscriptions, it would be some satisfaction to us, at least. But as it is, we are being imposed upon by an actor's tricks, and hoaxed by a fake inscription." Trymaina was disposed to mercy, as all was not lost for her pleasures. But Lucas remembered the seduction of his wife and the insults to which he had been subjected in the portico of the Temple of Hercules. "Trymaina," he gritted out, his face convulsed with savage passion, "you are aware, I believe, that the immortal gods have a hand in human affairs. What did they do but lead these scoundrels aboard this ship in ignorance of the owner, and then warn each of us alike, by a coincidence of dreams, of what they had done? Can you then see how it would be possible to let off those whom a god has, himself, delivered up to punishment? I am not a cruel man. What moves me is this. I am afraid I shall have to endure myself whatever I remit to them. At this superstitious plea, Tryphaena veered around, denying that she would plead for quarter. She was even anxious to help along the fulfillment of this retribution so entirely just. She had suffered an insult no less poignant than had Lucas, for her chastity had been called into question before a crowd. Primeval fear created the gods on earth when from the sky the lightning flashes rent with flame the ramparts of the world, and smitten Athos blazed. Then Phoebus, sinking to the earth, his course complete, and waning Luna, offerings received. The changing seasons of the year this superstition spread throughout the world in ignorance and awe. The toiling boor, to Ceres, from his harvest, the first fruits compelled to yield, and Bacchus, with the fruitful vine to crown. Then Pallas came into her own, the shepherd's gains to share. Beneath the waves of every sea swims Neptune. Pallas guards the shops, and those impelled by avarice or guilt create new gods. Lucas, as he perceived that Tryphaena was as eager as himself for revenge, gave orders for her punishment to be renewed and made more drastic, whereupon Eumolpus endeavored to appease him as follows. Chapter the 107th. Lucas, said he, these unfortunates upon whom you intend to wreak your vengeance implore your compassion and have chosen me for this task. I believe that I am a man by no means unknown, and they desire that somehow I will effect a reconciliation between them and their former friends. Surely you do not imagine that these young men fell into such a snare by accident? When the very first thing that concerns every prospective passenger is the name of the captain to whom he entrusts his safety. Be reasonable then, forego your revenge, and permit free men to proceed to their destination without injury. When penitence manages to lead their fugitives back, harsh and implacable masters restrain their cruelty, and we are merciful to enemies who have surrendered. What could you ask or wish for more? These well-born and respectable young men be suppliant before your eyes, and, what ought to move you more strongly still, were once bound to you by the ties of friendship. If they had embezzled your money or repaid your faith in them with treachery, by Hercules, you have ample satisfaction from the punishment already inflicted. Look, can you read slavery on their foreheads, and see upon the faces of freemen the brand marks of a punishment which was self-inflicted? Lucas broke in upon this plea for mercy. Don't try to confuse the issue, he said. Let every detail have its proper attention, and first of all, why did they strip all the hair off their heads? If they came of their own free will? A man meditates deceit, not satisfaction, when he changes his features. Then again, if they sought reconciliation through a mediator, why did you do your best to conceal them while employed on their behalf? It is easily seen that the scoundrels fell into the toils by chance, and that you are seeking some device by which you could sidestep the effect of our resentment. And be careful that you do not spoil your case by overconfidence when you attempt to sow prejudice among us by calling them well-born and respectable. What should the injured parties do when the guilty run into their own punishment? And inasmuch as they were our friends, by that they deserve more drastic punishment still, for whoever commits an assault upon a stranger is termed a robber, but whoever assaults a friend is little better than a parricide. I am well aware, Eumolpus replied, to rebut this damning harangue, that nothing can look blacker against these poor young men than their cutting off their hair at night. On this evidence they would seem to have come aboard by accident, not voluntarily. Oh, how I wish that the explanation could come to your ears just as candidly as the thing itself happened. They wanted to relieve their heads of that annoying and useless weight before they came aboard, but the unexpected springing up of the wind prevented the carrying out of their wishes, and they did not imagine that it mattered where they began what they had decided to do, because they were unacquainted with either the omens or the law of seafaring men. But why should they shave themselves like suppliants? Demanded Lucas, unless of course they expected to arouse more sympathy as bald pates. What's the use of seeking information through a third person, anyway? You scoundrel, what have you to say for yourself? What salamander singed off your eyebrows? You poisoner, what god did you bow your hair to? Answer! Chapter the 108th. I was stricken dumb and trembled from fear of punishment, nor could I find anything to say, out of countenance as I was, and hideous, for to the disgrace of a shaven poll was added an equal baldness in the matter of eyebrows. The case against me was only too plain. There was not a thing to be said or done. Finally a damp sponge was passed over my tear-wet face, and thereupon the smut dissolved and spread over my whole countenance, blotting out every feature in a sooty cloud. Anger turned into loathing. Swearing that he would permit no one to humiliate well-born young men contrary to right and law, Eumolpus checked the threats of the savage persecutors by word and by deed. He hired servant, backed him up in his protest, as did first one and then another of the feeblest of the seasick passengers, whose participation served rather to inflame the disagreement than to be of help to us. For myself I asked no quarter, but I shook my fist in Tryphaena's face and told her in a loud voice that unless she stopped hurting Giton, I would use every ounce of my strength against her, reprobate woman that she was, the only person aboard the ship who deserved a flogging. Lucas was furiously angry at my hardihood, nor was he less enraged at my abandoning my own cause to take up that of another in so wholehearted a manner. Inflamed as she was by this affront, Tryphaena was as furious as he, so the whole ship's company was divided into two factions. On our side the hired barber armed himself with a razor, and served out the others to us. On their side Tryphaena's retainers prepared to battle with their bare fists, nor was the scolding of female warriors heard in the battle line. The pilot was neutral, but he declared that unless this madness, stirred up by the lechery of a couple of vagabonds, died down, he would let go the helm. The fury of the combatants continued to rage none the less fiercely. Nevertheless, they fighting for revenge, we for life. Many fell on each side, though none were mortally wounded, and more, bleeding from wounds, retreated, as from a real battle. But the fury of neither side abated. At last the gallant Giton turned the menacing razor against his own virile parts, and threatened to cut away the cause of so many misfortunes. This was too much for Tryphaena. She prevented the perpetration of so horrid a crime by the out-and-out promise of quarter. Time and time again I lifted the barber's blade to my throat, but I had no more intention of killing myself than had Giton of doing what he threatens. But he acted out the tragic part more realistically than I, as it was, because he knew that he held in his hand the same razor by which he had already cut his throat. The lines still stood at the ready, and it was plain to be seen that this would be no everyday affair, when the pilot, with difficulty, prevailed upon Tryphaena to undertake the office of herald, and propose a truce. So, when pledges of good faith had been given and received, in keeping with the ancient precedent, she snatched an olive branch from the ship's figurehead and, holding it out, advanced boldly to parley. "What fury," she exclaims, "turns peace to war? What evil deed was by these hands committed? Trojan hero there is none absconding in this ship with bride of Atreus' cuckold seed, nor crazed Medea, stained by life's blood of her father's son. But passion scorned becomes the power, alas! Who courts his end by drawing sword amidst these waves? Why die before our time? Strive not with angry seas to vie, and to that fury lend your rage by piling waves upon its savage floods sublime." Chapter the 109th. The woman poured out this rhapsody in a loud, excited voice. The battle line wavered for an instant, then all hands were recalled to peace and terminated the war. Eumolpus, our commander, took advantage of the psychological moment of their repentance and, after administering a stinging rebuke to Lucas, signed a treaty of peace which was drawn up as follows: "It is hereby solemnly agreed on your part, Tryphaena, that you do forego complaint of any wrong done you by Giton, that you do not bring up anything that has taken place prior to this date, that you do not seek to revenge anything that has taken place prior to this date, that you do not take steps to follow it up in any other manner whatsoever, that you do not command the boy to perform anything to him repugnant, that you do neither embrace nor kiss the said Giton, that you do not enfold said Giton in the sexual embrace, except under immediate forfeiture of 100 denarii. Item, it is hereby agreed on your part, Lucas, that you do refrain from annoying ENCOLPIUS with abusive word or reproachful look, that you do not seek to ascertain where he sleep at night, or if you do so seek that you forfeit 200 denarii immediately for each and every such offense. The treaty was signed upon these terms, and we laid down our arms. It seemed well to wipe out the past with kisses, after we had taken oath, for fear any vestige of rancor should persist in our minds. Factious hatreds died out amidst universal good fellowship, and a banquet, served on the field of battle, crowned our reconciliation with joviality. The whole ship resounded with song, and, as a sudden calm had caused her to lose headway, one tried to harpoon the leaping fish, another hauled in the struggling catch on baited hooks. Then some seabirds alighted on the yardarms, and a skilled fowler touched them with his jointed rods. They were brought down to our hands, stuck fast to the limed segments. The breeze caught up the down, but the wing and tail feathers twisted spirally as they fell into the sea foam. Lucas was already beginning to be on good terms with me, and Tryphaena had just sprinkled Giton with the last drops in her cup, when EUMOLPUS, who was himself almost drunk, was seized with the notion of satirizing bald pates and branded rascals. But when he had exhausted his chilly wit, he returned at last to his poetry and recited this little elegy upon hair. Gone are those locks that to thy beauty lent such lustrous charm, and blighted are the locks of spring by bitter winter's sway. Thy naked temples now in baldness mourn their vanished form, and glistens now that poor bare crown, its hair all worn away. Oh, faithless inconsistency, the gods must first resume the charms that first they granted youth, that it might lovelier bloom. Poor wretch, but late thy locks did brighter glitter than those of great Apollo or his sister. Now smoother is thy crown than polished grasses, or rounded mushrooms when a shower passes. In fear thou fliest the laughter-loving lasses, that thou mayest know that death is on his way. Know that thy head is partly dead this day. Chapter the 110th. It is my opinion that he intended favoring us with more of the same kind of stuff, sillier than the last, but Tryphaena's maid led Giton away below and fitted the lad out in her mistress's false curls. Then, producing some eyebrows from a vanity box, she skilfully traced out the lines of the lost features and restored him to his proper comeliness. Recognizing the true Giton, Tryphaena was moved to tears, and then for the first time she gave the boy a real love kiss. I was overjoyed, now that the lad was restored to his own handsome self, but I hid my own face all the more assiduously, realizing that I was disfigured by no ordinary hideousness, since not even Lucas would bestow a word upon me. The maid rescued me from this misfortune finally, however, and calling me aside, she decked me out with a head of hair which was none the less becoming. My face shone more radiantly still, as a matter of fact, for my curls were golden. But in a little while, EUMOLPUS, mouthpiece of the distressed and author of the present good understanding, fearing that the general good humor might flag for lack of amusement, began to indulge in sneers at the fickleness of women, how easily they fell in love, how readily they forgot even their own sons. No woman could be so chaste but that she could be aroused to madness by a chance passion, nor had he need to quote from the old tragedies, or to have recourse to names notorious for centuries. On the contrary, if we cared to hear it, he would relate an incident which had occurred within his own memory, whereupon, as we all turned our faces toward him, and gave him our attention, he began as follows. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Satyricon. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter, translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 15. ENCOLPIUS, GITON, and EUMOLPUS escape by sea. Chapter the 111th. There was a certain married lady at Ephesus, once upon a time, so noted for her chastity that she even drew women from the neighboring states to come to gaze upon her. When she carried out her husband, she was by no means content to comply with the conventional custom, and follow the funeral cortege with her hair down, beating her naked breast in sight of the onlookers. She followed the corpse even into the tomb, and when the body had been placed in the vault, in accordance with the Greek custom, she began to stand vigil over it, weeping day and night. Neither parents nor relations could divert her from punishing herself in this manner, and from bringing on death by starvation. The magistrates, the last resort, were rebuffed and went away, and the lady, mourned by all as an unusual example, dragged through the 5th day without nourishment. A most faithful maid was in attendance upon the poor woman. She either wept in company with the afflicted one, or replenished the lamp which was placed in the vault, as the occasion required. Throughout the whole city there was but one opinion. Men of every calling agreed that here shone the one solitary example of chastity and of love. In the meantime, the governor of the province had ordered some robbers crucified near the little vault in which the lady was bewailing her recent loss. On the following night, a soldier who was standing guard over the crosses for fear someone might drag down one of the bodies for burial, saw a light shining brightly among the tombs, and heard the sobs of someone grieving. A weakness common to mankind made him curious to know who was there and what was going on, so he descended into the tomb, and, catching sight of a most beautiful woman, he stood still, afraid at first that it was some apparition or spirit from the infernal regions. But he finally comprehended the true state of affairs as his eye took in the corpse lying there, and as he noted the tears in the face lacerated by the fingernails. He understood that the lady was unable to endure the loss of the dear departed. He then brought his own scanty ration into the vault, and exhorted the sobbing mourner not to persevere in useless grief, or to rend her bosom with unavailing sobs. The same end awaited us all, the same last resting place, and other platitudes by which anguished minds are recalled to sanity. But oblivious to sympathy, she beat and lacerated her bosom more vehemently than before, and, tearing out her hair, she strewed it upon the breast of the corpse. Notwithstanding this, the soldier would not leave off, but persisted in exhorting the unfortunate lady to eat, until the maid, seduced by the smell of wine, I suppose, was herself overcome and stretched out her hand to receive the bounty of their host. Refreshed by food and drink, she began to attack the obstinacy of her mistress. "What good will it do you to die of hunger?" she asked, "or to bury yourself alive, or to surrender an uncondemned spirit before the fates demand it? Think you the ashes of the sepultured dead can fill aught of thy woe? Would you recall the dead from their reluctant fates? Why not shake off this womanish weakness and enjoy the blessings of light while you can? The very corpse lying there ought to convince you that it is your duty to live. When pressed to eat or to live, no one listens unwillingly, and the lady, thirsty after an abstinence of several days, finally permitted her obstinacy to be overcome, nor did she take her fill of nourishment with less avidity than had the maid who had surrendered first. Chapter the 112th. But to make a long story short, you know the temptations that beset a full stomach. The soldier laid siege to her virtue with the selfsame blandishments by which he had persuaded her that she ought to live, nor to her modest eye did the young man seem uncouth or wanting in address. The maid pled in his behalf and kept repeating, "Why will you fight with a passion that to you is pleasure, remembering not in whose lands you are taking your leisure? But why should I keep you longer in suspense?" The lady observed the same abstinence when it came to this part of her body, and the victorious soldier won both of his objectives. So they lay together, not only that night, in which they pledged their vows, but also the next, and even into the third, shutting the doors of the vault, of course, so that anyone, acquaintance or stranger, coming to the tomb, would be convinced that this most virtuous of wives had expired upon the body of her husband. As for the soldier, so delighted was he with the beauty of his mistress and the secrecy of the intrigue, that he purchased all the delicacies his pay permitted and smuggled them into the vault as soon as the darkness fell. Meanwhile, the parents of one of the crucified criminals, observing the laxness of the watch, dragged the hanging corpse down at night and performed the last rite. The soldier was hoodwinked while absent from his post of duty, and when on the following day he caught sight of one of the crosses without its corpse, he was in terror of punishment, and explained to the lady what had taken place. He would await no sentence of court-martial, but would punish his neglect of duty with his own sword. Let her prepare a place for one about to die. Let that fatal vault serve both the lover and the husband. Not that, cried the lady, no less merciful than chaste. The gods forbid that I should look at the same time upon the corpses of the two men dearest to me. I would rather hang the dead than slay the living. So saying, she gave orders for the body of her husband to be lifted out of the coffin and fastened upon the vacant cross. The soldier availed himself of the expedient suggested by this very ingenious lady, and next day everyone wondered how a dead man had found his way to the cross. Chapter the 113th. The sailors received this tale with roars of laughter, and Tryphaena blushed not a little, and laid her face amorously upon Giton's neck. But Lycas did not laugh. If that governor had been a just man, said he, shaking his head angrily, he would have ordered the husband's body taken down and carried back into the vault and crucified the woman. No doubt the memory of his isle haunted his mind and the looting of his ship in that wanton excursion, but the terms of the treaty permitted the harboring of no old grudges, and the joy which filled our hearts left no room for anger. Tryphaena was lying in Giton's lap by this time, covering his bosom with kisses one minute, and rearranging the curls on his shaven head the next. Uneasy and chagrined at this new league, I took neither food nor drink, but looked askance at them both, with grim eyes. Every kiss was a wound to me, every artful blandishment which the wanton woman employed, and I could not make up my mind as to whether I was more angered at the boy for having supplanted me with my mistress, or at my mistress for debauching the boy. Both were hateful to my sight, and more galling than my late servitude, and to make the matter all the more aggravating, Tryphaena would not even greet me as an acquaintance, whom she had formerly received as a lover, while Giton did not think me worthy of a "here's to you" in ordinary civility, nor even speak to me in the course of the common conversation. I supposed he was afraid of reopening a tender scar at the moment when a return to her good graces had commenced to draw it together. Tears of vexation dropped upon my breast, and the groan I smothered in a sigh nearly racked my soul. The vulture tearing at the liver's deep and vital parts, that racks our breasts, and rends our very heartstrings, is not that bird the charming poet sings with all his arts. 'Tis jealousy, or hate, that human hearts stings. In spite of my ill humor, Lycas saw how well my golden curls became me, and, becoming enamored anew, began winking his wanton eyes at me, and sought admission to my good graces upon a footing of pleasure. Nor did he put on the arrogance of a master, but spoke as a friend asking a favor. Long and ardently he tried to gain his ends, but all in vain, till at last, meeting with a decisive repulse, his passion turned to fury, and he tried to carry the place by storm, but Tryphaena came in unexpectedly and caught him in his wanton attempt, whereupon he was greatly upset and hastily adjusted his clothing and bolted out of the cabin. Tryphaena was fired with lust at the sight. What was Lycas up to? She demanded. What was he after in that ardent assault? She compelled me to explain, burned still more hotly at what she heard, and recalling memories of our past familiarities, she desired me to renew our old amour, but I was worn out with so much venery, and slighted her advances. She was burning up with desire by this time, and threw her arms around me in a frenzied embrace, hugging me so tightly that I uttered an involuntary cry of pain. One of her maids rushed in at this, and, thinking I was attempting to force from her mistress the very favor which I had refused her, she sprang at us and tore us apart. Thoroughly enraged at the disappointment of a lecherous passion, Tryphaena upbraided me violently, and with many threats she hurried out to find Lycas for the purpose of exasperating him further against me, and of joining forces with him to be revenged upon me. Now you must know that I had formerly held a very high place in this waiting maid's esteem, while I was prosecuting my intrigue with her mistress, and for that reason she took it very hard when she surprised me with Tryphaena, and sobbed very bitterly. I pressed her earnestly to tell me the reason for her sobs, and after pretending to be reluctant, she broke out, "You will think no more of her than of a common prostitute if you have a drop of decent blood in your veins. You will not resort to that female catamite if you are a man." This disturbed my mind, but what exercised me most was the fear that Eumolpus would find out what was going on, and, being a very sarcastic individual, might revenge my supposed injury in some poetic lampoon, in which event his ardent zeal would without doubt expose me to ridicule, and I greatly dreaded that. But while I was debating with myself as to the best means of preventing him from getting at the facts, who should suddenly come in but the man himself, and he was not uninformed as to what had taken place, for Tryphaena had related all of the particulars to Giton, and had tried to indemnify herself for my repulse, at the expense of my little friend. Eumolpus was furiously angry because of all of this, and all the more so lascivious advances were in open violation of the treaty which had been signed. The minute the old fellow laid eyes upon me, he began bewailing my lot, and ordered me to tell him exactly what had happened. As he was already well informed, I told him frankly of Lycas' lecherous attempt, and of Tryphaena's wanton assault. When he had heard all the facts, Eumolpus swore roundly that he would certainly avenge us, as the gods were just, and would not suffer so many villainies to go unpunished. Chapter the 114th. We were still discussing this and other matters when the sea grew rough, and clouds, gathering from every quarter, obscured with darkness the light of day. The panic-stricken sailors ran to their stations and took in sail before the squall was upon them. But the gale did not drive the waves in any one direction, and the helmsman lost his bearings and did not know what course to steer. At one moment the wind would set towards Sicily, but the next the north wind, prevailing on the Italian coast, would drive the unlucky vessel hither and yon, and, what was more dangerous than all the rain squalls, a pall of such black density blotted out the light that the helmsman could not even see as far forward as the bow. At last, as the savage fury of the sea grew more malignant, the trembling Lucas stretched out his hands to me imploringly. "Save us from destruction, ENCOLPIUS," he shouted. "Restore that sacred robe and holy rattle to the ship. Be merciful, for heaven's sake, just as you used to be." He was still shouting when a wind squall swept him into the sea. The raging elements whirled him around and around in a terrible maelstrom, and sucked him down. Tryphaena, on the other hand, was seized by her faithful servants, placed in a skiff, along with the greater part of her belongings, and saved from certain death. Embracing Giton, I wept aloud. "Did we deserve this from the gods?" I cried, "to be united only in death? No, malignant fortune grudges even that. Look, in an instant the waves will capsize the ship. Think, in an instant the sea will sever this lover's embrace. If you ever loved ENCOLPIUS truly, kiss him while yet you may, and snatch this last delight from impending dissolution." Even as I was speaking, Giton removed his garment, and, creeping beneath my tunic, he stuck out his head to be kissed. Then, fearing some more spiteful wave might separate us as we clung together, he passed his belt around us both. "If nothing else," he cried, "the sea will at least bear us longer joined together, and if, in pity, it casts us up upon the same shore, some passer-by might pile some stones over us, out of the common human kindness, or the last rites will be performed by the drifting sand, in spite of the angry waves. I submit to this last bond, and, as though I were laid out upon my deathbed, await an end no longer dreaded. Meanwhile, accomplishing the decrees of the fates, the storm stripped the ship of all that was left. No mast, no helm, not a rope, nor an oar remained on board her. She was only a derelict, heavy and waterlogged, drifting before the waves. Some fishermen hastily put off in their little boats to salvage the booty, but, seeing men alive and ready to defend their property, they changed their predatory designs into offers of help. Chapter the 115th. Just then, amid that clamor of voices, we heard a peculiar noise, and from beneath the captain's cabin there came a bellowing as of some wild beast trying to get out. We then followed up the sound, and discovered EUMOLPUS sitting there scribbling verses upon an immense sheet of parchment. Astounded that he could find time to write poetry at death's very door, we hauled him out, in spite of his protests, and ordered him to return to his senses, but he flew into a rage at being interrupted. "Leave me alone until I finish the sentence," he bawled. "The poem labors to its birth." Ordering Giton to close quarters, and help me drag the bellowing bard ashore, I laid hands upon the lunatic. When this job had at last been completed, we came, wet and wretched, to a fisherman's hut, and refreshed ourselves somewhat with stores from the wreck, spoiled though they were by salt water, and passed a night that was almost interminable. As we were holding a council next day to determine to what part of the country we had best proceed, I suddenly caught a sight of a human body, turning around in a gentle eddy and floating towards the shore. Stricken with melancholy, I stood still and began to brood, with wet eyes, upon the treachery of the sea. "And perhaps," said I, "a wife, safe in some far-away country of the earth, awaits this man, or a son who little dreams of storms or wrecks, or perhaps he left behind a father whom he kissed good-bye at parting. Such is the end of mortals' plans, such is the outcome of great ambitions. See how man rides the waves. Until now I had been sorrowing for a mere stranger, but a wave turned the face, which had undergone no change, towards the shore, and I recognized Lucas, so evil-tempered and so unrelenting but a short time before, now cast up almost at my feet. I could no longer restrain the tears at this. I beat my breast again and yet again, with my hands. 'Where is your evil temper now?' I cried. 'Where is your unbridled passion? You be there, a prey to fish and wild beasts, you who boasted but a little while ago of the strength of your command. Now you have not a single plank left of your great ship. Go on, mortals, set your hearts upon the fulfillment of great ambitions. Go on, schemers, and in your wills control for 1,000 years the disposal of the wealth you got by fraud. Only yesterday this man audited the accounts of his family estate, yea, even reckoned the day he would arrive in his native land and settled it in his mind, gods and goddesses, how far he lies from his appointed destination. But the waves of the sea are not alone in thus keeping faith with mortal men. The warrior's weapons fail him, the citizen is buried beneath the ruins of his own penates. When engaged in praying to his vows to the gods, another falls from his chariot and dashes out his ardent spirit. The glutton chokes at dinner, the niggard starves from abstinence. Give the dice a fair throw, and you will find shipwreck everywhere. Ah, but one overwhelmed by the waves obtains no burial, as though it matters in what manner the body, once it is dead, is consumed, by fire, by flood, by time. Do what you will, these all achieve the same end. Ah, but the beasts will mangle the body, as though fire would deal with it any more gently. When we are angry with our slaves, that is the punishment which we consider the most severe. What folly it is, then, to do everything we can to prevent the grave from leaving any part of us behind, when the fates will look out for us, even against our wills. After these reflections, we made ready to pay the last rites to the corpse, and Lucas was burned upon a funeral pyre raised by the hands of enemies, while EUMOLPUS, fixing his eyes upon the far distance to gain inspiration, composed an epitaph for the dead man. His fate was unavoidable, no rock-hewn tomb, nor sculptured marble his. His noble corpse 5 feet of earth received, he rests in peace beneath this humble mound. Chapter the 116th. We set out upon our intended journey after this last office had been wholeheartedly performed, and in a little while arrived, sweating, at the top of a mountain, from which we made out no great distance a town perched upon the summit of a lofty eminence. Wanderers as we were, we had no idea what town it could be, until we learned from a caretaker that it was Crotona, a very ancient city and once the first in Italy. When we earnestly inquired, upon learning this, what men inhabited such historic ground, and the nature of the business in which they were principally engaged, now that their wealth had been dissipated by the oft-recurring wars, "My friends," replied he, "if you are men of business, change your plans and seek out some other conservative road to a livelihood. But if you can play the part of men of great culture, always ready with a lie, you are on the straight road to riches. The study of literature is held in no estimation in that city, eloquence has no niche there, economy and decent standards of morality come into no reward of honor there. You must know that every man whom you will meet in that city belongs to one of 2 factions. They either take in, or else they are taken in. No one brings up children in that city, for the reason that no one who has heirs is invited to dinner or admitted to the games. Such an one is deprived of all enjoyment, and must lurk with the rabble. On the other hand, those who have never married a wife, or those who have no near relatives, attain to the very highest honors. In other words, they are the only ones who are considered soldierly, or the bravest of the brave, or even good. You will see a town which resembles the fields in time of pestilence," he continued, "in which there is nothing but carcasses to be torn out, and carrion crows tearing at them." End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Denny Sayers. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius, Arbiter. Volume 4, Chapters 117 through 124. ENCOLPIUS, GITON, and EUMOLPUS escape by sea. Chapter 117. EUMOLPUS, who had a deeper insight, turned this state of affairs over in his mind, and declared that he was not displeased with the prospect of that kind. I thought the old fellow was joking in the carefree way of poets, until he complained, "If I could only put up a better front, I mean that I wish my clothing was in better taste, that my jewelry was more expensive. All this would lend color to my deception. I would not carry this scrip By Hercules, I would not. I would lead you all to great riches. For my part, I undertook to supply whatever my companion in robbery had need of, provided he would be satisfied with the garment, and with whatever spoils the villa of Lycurgus had yielded when we robbed it. As for money against present needs, the mother of the gods would see to that, out of regard to her own good name. Well, what's to prevent our putting on an extravaganza? Demanded Eumolpus. Make me the master if the business appeals to you. No one ventured to condemn a scheme by which he could lose nothing, and so that the lie would be kept safe among us all, we swore a solemn oath, the words of which were dictated by Eumolpus, to endure fire, chains, flogging, death by the sword, and whatever else Eumolpus might demand of us, just like regular gladiators. After the oath had been taken, we paid our respects to our master with pretended servility, and were informed that Eumolpus had lost a son, a young man of great eloquence and promise, and that it was for this reason the poor old man had left his native land, that he might not see the companions and clients of his son, nor even his tomb, which was the cause of his daily tears. To this misfortune a recent shipwreck had been added, in which he had lost upwards of 2 millions of sesterces. Not that he minded the loss, but destitute of a train of servants, he could not keep up his proper dignity. Furthermore, he had invested in Africa 30 millions of sesterces in estates and bonds. Such a horde of his slaves was scattered over the fields of Numidia that he could have even sacked Carthage. We demanded that Eumolpus cough frequently to further this scheme, that he have trouble with his stomach, and find fault with all the food when in company, that he keep talking of trouble and silver and estates, the incomes from which were not what they should be, and of the everlasting unproductiveness of the soil, that he cast up his accounts daily, that he revised the terms of his will monthly, and for fear any detail should be lacking to make the farce complete, he was to use the wrong names whenever he wished to summon any of us, so that it would be plain to all that the master had in mind some who were not present. When everything had been thus provided for, we offered a prayer to the gods that the matter might turn out well and happily, and took to the road. But Giton could not bear up under his unaccustomed load, and the hired servant Corax, a shirker of work, often put down his own load and cursed our haste, swearing that he would either throw his packs away or run away with his load. "What do you take me for, a beast of burden?" he grumbled, "or a scow for carrying stone? I hired out to do the work of a man, not that of a pack horse, and I'm as free as you are, even if my father did leave me poor." Not satisfied with swearing, he lifted up his leg from time to time, and filled the road with an obscene noise and a filthy stench. Giton laughed at his impudence, and imitated every explosion with his lips, but Eumolpus relapsed into his usual vein, even in spite of this. Chapter the 118th. "Young men," said he, "many are they who have been seduced by poetry, for the instant a man has composed a verse in feet, and has woven a more delicate meaning into it by means of circumlocutions, he straightway concludes that he has scaled Helicon. Take those who are worn out by the distressing detail of the legal profession, for example. They often seek sanctuary in the tranquillity of poetry, as a more sheltered haven, believing themselves able more easily to compose a poem than a rebuttal charged with scintillating epigrams. But a more highly cultivated mind loves not this conceited affectation, nor can it either conceive or bring forth, unless it has been steeped in the vast flood of literature. Every word that is what I would call low ought to be avoided, and the phrases far removed from plebeian usage should be chosen. Let ye rabble rout avaunt be your rule. In addition, care should be exercised in preventing the epigrams from standing out from the body of the speech. They should gleam with the brilliancy woven into the fabric. Homer is an example, and the lyric poets, and our Roman Virgil, and the exquisite propriety of Horace. Either the others did not discover the road that leads to poetry, or, having seen it, they feared to tread it. Whoever attempts that mighty theme, the Civil War, for instance, will sink under the load unless he is saturated with literature. Events past and passing ought not to be merely recorded in verse. The historian will deal with them far better, by means of circumlocutions and the invention of the immortals. The free spirit, racked by the search for epigrams having a mythological allusion, should plunge headlong and appear as the prophecy of a mind inspired, rather than the attested faith of scrupulous exactitude in speech. This hasty composition may please you, even though it has not yet received its final polishing. Chapter the 119th. The conquering Roman now held the whole world in his sway, the ocean, the land, where the sun shone by day, or the moon gleamed by night. But unsated was he, and the seas were roiled by the weight of his deep-laden keels. If a bay lay hidden beyond, or a land which might yield yellow gold, 'twas held as a foe. While the struggle for treasure went on, the fates were preparing the horrors and scourges of war. Amusements enjoyed by the vulgar no longer can charm, nor pleasures worn threadbare by the use of the plebeian mob. The bronzes of Corinth are praised by the soldier at sea, and glittering gems sought in earth vie with purple of Tyre. Numidia curses her here, there the exquisite silks of China. Arabia's people have stripped their own fields. Behold other woes and calamities outraging peace. Wild beasts in the forest are hunted for gold, and remote African Haman is covered by beaters, for fear that some beast that slays men with his teeth shall escape, for by that his value to men is enhanced. The vessels receive strange ravening monsters. The tiger behind gilded bars, and pacing his cage, is transported to Rome, that his jaws may drip with the life-blood of men, to the plaudits of men. O shame, to point out our impending destruction! The crime of Persia enacted anew. In his puberty's bloom the man-child is kidnapped, surrenders his power to the knife, is forced to the calling of Venus, delayed and hedged round the hurrying passage of life's finest years, is held back, and nature seeks nature, but finds herself not. Everywhere these frail-limbed and mincing effeminates, flowing of locks, bedecked with an infinite number of garments of silk, whose names ever change, the wantons and lechers to snare, are eagerly welcomed. From African soil Now behold the citron wood tables, their well-burnished surface reflects our Tyrian purples, and slaves by the hoard, and whose spots resemble the gold that is cheaper than they, and ensnare extravagance. Sterile and ignobly prized is the wood, but round it is gathered a company sodden with wine, and soldiers of fortune, whose weapons have rusted, devour the spoils of the world. Art caters to appetite. Ras from Sicily brought to their table, alive in his own sea-water, the oysters from Lucrine's shore, torn at the feast, are served to make famous the host, and the appetite cloyed, to tempt by extravagance. Phasis has now been despoiled of birds, its littoral silent. No sound there is heard, save only the wind as it rustles among the last leaves. Corruption no less vile is seen in the campus of Mars. Our Quirites are bribed, and for plunder and promise of gain, their votes they will alter. The people is venal, corrupt the Senate, support has its price, and the freedom and worth of age is decayed. Scattered largesse now governs their power. Corrupted by gold, even dignity lies in the dust. Cato defeated and hooted by mobs, but the victor is sadder, ashamed to have taken the rods from a Cato. In this lay the shame of the nation, and character's downfall. 'Twas not the defeat of a man, no, the power and the glory of Rome were brought low. Represented in him was the honor of sturdy republican Rome. So, abandoned and wretched, the city has purchased dishonor, has purchased herself, despoiled by herself. No avenger to wipe out the stigma. Twin maelstroms of debt and of usury suck down the commons. No home with clear title, no citizen free from a mortgage, but as some slow wasting disease, all unheralded, fastens its hold on the vitals, destroying the vigor of manhood, so fear of the evils impending impels them to madness. Despair turns to violence. Luxuries, ravages, needs must repaired be by bloodshed, for indigence safely can venture. Can art or sane reason rouse wallowing Rome from the awful, and break the voluptuous slumber in which she is sunken? Or must it be fury and war and the bloodlust of daggers? Chapter the 120th. 3 chieftains did fortune bring forth, whom the fury of battles destroyed, and interred each one under a mountain of weapons. The Parthian was Crassus. Pompeius the Great by the waters of Egypt lies. Julius, ungrateful Rome stained with his life blood, and earth has divided their ashes, unable to suffer the weight of so many tombs. These are the wages of glory. There lies between Naples and great Puteoli a chasm deep cloven, and Cocytus churns there his current. The vapor in fury escapes from the gorge with that lethal spray laden. No green in the autumn is there, no grass gladdens the meadow. The supple twigs never resound with the twittering singing of birds in the springtime, but chaos, volcanic black boulders of pumice lie happy within their drear setting of cypress. Amidst these infernal surroundings, the ruler of Hades uplifted his head by the funeral flames, silhouetted and sprinkled with white from the ashes of corpses, and challenged winged fortune in words such as these: O thou fickle controller of things upon earth and in heaven, security's foeman, O chance, O thou lover eternally faithful to change, and possessions betrayer, dost own thyself crushed by the power of Rome, canst not raise up the tottering mass to its downfall. Its strength the young manhood of Rome now despises, and staggers in bearing the booty heaped up by all its efforts. Behold how they lavish their spoils. Wealth run mad now brings down their destruction. They build out of gold, and their palaces reach to the heavens. The sea is expelled by their moles, and their pastures are oceans. They war against nature in changing the state of creation. They threaten my kingdom. Earth yawns with their tunnels deep driven to furnish the stone for their madmen's foundations. Already the mountains are hollowed, and now but re-echoing caverns. While man quarries marble to serve his vainglorious purpose, the spirits infernal confess that they hope to win heaven. Arise then, O chance, change thy countenance, peaceful to warlike, and harry the Romans, consign to my kingdom the fallen. Ah, long is it now since my lips were with blood cooled and moistened, nor has my Tisiphone bathed her blood-lusting body since Sulla's sword drank to repletion, and earth's bristling harvest grew ripe upon blood and thrust up to the light of the sunshine. Chapter the 121st. He spake, and attempted to clasp the right hand of Fortuna, but ruptured the crust of the earth, deeply cloven asunder. Then from her capricious heart Fortuna made answer: O Father, whom Cocytus' deepest abscesses obey, if to forecast the future I may without fear, thy petition shall prosper. For no less consuming the anger that wars in this bosom, the flame no less poignant that burns to my marrow. All favors I gave to the bulwarks of Rome, now I hate them. My gifts I repent. The same God who built up their dominion shall bring down destruction upon it. In burning their manhood my heart shall delight, and its bloodlust shall slake with their slaughter. Now Philippi's field I can see strewn with dead of 2 battles, and Thessaly's funeral pyres, and Iberia mourning. Already the clangor of arms thrills my ears and rings loudly. Thou, Libyan Nile, I can see now thy barriers groaning, and Actium's gulf, and Apollo's darts quailing the warriors. Then open thy thirsty dominions, and summon fresh spirits, for scarce will the ferryman's strength be sufficient to carry the souls of the dead in his skiff. 'Tis a fleet that is needed. Thou pallid Tisiphone, slake with wide ruin thy thirsting and tear ghastly wounds. Mangled earth sinks to hell, and the spirits. Chapter the 122nd. But scarce had she finished, when trembled the clouds, and a gleaming bright flash of Jove's lightning transfixed them with flame and was gone. The Lord of the Shades, blanched with fear at this bolt of his brothers, sank back and drew closely together the gorge in earth's bosom. By auspices straightway the slaughter of men and the evils impending are shown by the gods. Here the Titan unsightly blood red veils his face with the twilight. On strife fratricidal already he gazed, thou hadst thought. There silvery Cynthia, obscuring her face at the full, denied light to the outrage. The mountain crests, riven by rock slides, roll thundering downward, and wandering rivers to rivulets shrunk, writhed no longer familiar marges between. With the clangor of armor the heavens resound. From the stars wafts the thrill of a trumpet sounding the call to arms. Etna, now roused to eruption unwonted, darts flashes of flame to the clouds. Flitting phantoms appear midst the tombs and unburied bones. Gibbering menace a comet, strange stars in its diadem, leads a procession and reddens the skies with its fire. Showers of blood fall from heaven. These portents the deity shortly fulfilled, for now Caesar forsook vacillation, and spurred by the love of revenge, sheathed the Gallic sword, brandished the brand that proclaimed civil warfare. There, high in the Alps, where the crags, by a Greek god once trodden, slope down and permit of approach, is a spot ever sacred to Hercules' altar. The winter with frozen snow seals it, and rears to the heavens a summit eternally hoary, as though the sky there had slipped down. No warmth from the sunbeams, no breath from the springtime can soften the pile's wintry rigor, nor slacken the frost chains that bind, and its menacing shoulders the weight of the world could sustain. With victorious legions these crests Caesar trod, and selected a camp, gazing downwards on Italy's plains rolling afar from the top of the mountain. He lifted both hands to the heavens, his voice rose in prayer. Omnipotent Jove, and thou, refuge of Saturn, whose glory was brightened by feats of my armies and crowned with my triumphs, bear witness. Unwillingly summon I Mars to these armies, unwillingly draw I the sword, but injustice compels me, while enemy blood dyes the Rhine, and the Alps are held firmly, repulsing a second assault of the Gauls on our city. She dubs me an outcast, and victory makes me an exile. To triumphs 80, and defeats of the Germans, my treason I trace. How can they fear my glory, or see in my battles a menace, but hirelings and vile, to whom my Rome is but a stepmother? Methinks that no craven this sword arm shall hamper, and take not a stroke in repast. On to victory, comrades, while anger seethes hot. With the sword we will seek a decision. The doom lowering down is a peril to all, and the treason. My gratitude owe I to you. Not alone have I conquered. Since punishment waits by our trophies, and victory merits disgrace, then let chance cast the lots. Raise the standard of battle. Again take your swords. Well I know that my cause is accomplished amidst such armed warriors. I know that I cannot be beaten. While yet the words echoed, from heaven the bird of Apollo vouchsafed a good omen, and beat with his pinions the ether. From out of the left of a gloomy grove strange voices sounded, and flame flashed thereafter. The sun gleamed with brighter refulgence unwonted, his face in a halo of golden flame shining. Chapter the 123rd. By omens emboldened, to follow the battle flags Caesar commanded, and boldly led on down the perilous pathway. The footing, firm fettered by frost chains and ice, did not hinder at first, but lay silent, the kindly cold masking its grimness. But after the squadrons of cavalry shattered the clouds, bound by ice, and the trembling steeds crushed in the mail of the rivers, Then melted the snows, and soon torrents new born from the heights of the mountains rush down, but these also, as if by commandment, grow rigid, and turn into ice, in their headlong rush downwards. Now that which rushed madly a moment before must be hacked through, but now it was treacherous, baffling their steps, and their footing deceiving, and men, horses, arms fall in heaps in confusion. And see, now the clouds by an icy gale smitten their burden discharge. Lo, the gusts of the whirlwind swirl fiercely around them, the sky in convulsions, with swollen hail buffets them sorely. Already the clouds themselves rupture and smother their weapons, an avalanche icy roars down like a billow of ocean. Earth lay overwhelmed by the drifts of the snow, and the planets of heaven are blotted from sight. Overwhelmed are the rivers that cling to their banks, but unconquered is Caesar. His javelin he leans on, and scrunches with firm step a passage the bristling grim ice fields across, as, spurred on by the lust of adventure, Amphitryon's offspring came striding the Caucasus slopes down, or Jupiter's menacing mien, as from lofty Olympus he leaped, the doomed giants to crush and to scatter their weapons, while Caesar, in anger, the swelling peaks treads down. Winged Rumor in terror flies forth, and on beating wings seeks the high summit of Palatine tall. Every image she rocks with her message, announcing this thunderbolt Roman. Already the ocean is tossing his fleets, now his cavalry, reeking with German gore, pours from the Alps. Slaughter, bloodshed, and weapons, the red panorama of war, is unrolled to their vision. By terror their hearts are divided, two counsels perplex them. One chooses by land to seek flight, to another the water appeals, and the sea than his own land is safer. Another will stand to his arms, and advantage extort from fate's mandate. The depth of their fear marks the length of their flight. In confusion the people itself, shameful spectacle, driven by terror, is led to abandon the city. Rome glories in fleeing. The Quirites from battle blench, cowed by the breath of a rumor, relinquished their firesides to mourning. One citizen, palsied with terror, his children embraces; another his Penates conceals in his bosom, then, weeping, takes leave of his threshold, and slaughters the distant invader with curses. Their spouses some clasp to their sorrow-racked bosoms. Youths carry their fathers, bowed down with old age, uninured to the bearing of burdens. They seize what they dread to lose most. Inexperience drags all its chattels to camp and to battle, as when powerful Auster piles up the churned waters and tumbles them. Never a yard arm, nor rudder to answer the hand. Here one fashions a life raft of pine planks, another steers into some bay on a lee shore, another will crack on and run from the gale, and to fortune trust all. But why sorrow for trifles? The counsels with Pompey the Great, he, the terror of Pontus, of savage Hydaspes, explorer, the reef that wrecked pirates, caused Jove to turn livid, when thrice was a triumph decreed him, whom Pontus's vexed water and pacified billows of Bosporus worshipped. Disgraceful their flight, title and glory forsaking. Now fortune capricious looks down on the back of great Pompey, retreating in terror. Chapter the 124th. So great a misfortune disrupted the concord of heaven, and gods swelled the rout in their panic. Behold, through creation the gentle divinities flee from the ravening earth. In their loathing they turn from humanity, doomed to destruction. And first of all, Peace, with her snowy white arms, hides her visage defeated, her helmet beneath, and, abandoning earth, flees to seek out the realm of implacable Dis as a refuge, meek Faith her companion, and Justice with locks loosely flowing, and Concord in tears and her raiment in tatters attend her. The minions of Pluto pour forth from the portals of darkness that yawn. The serpent-haired Fury, Bellona the savage, Megara with firebrands, destruction and treachery, livid death's likeness. Among them is Frenzy, as, free with her lashings snapped short, she now raises her gory head, shielding her features deep scarred by innumerous wounds, 'neath her helmet blood clotted. Her left arm she guards with a battle-scarred shield, scored by weapons, and numberless spearheads protrude from its surface. Her right hand a flaming torch brandishes, kindling a flame that will burn up the world. Now the gods are on earth, and the skies note their absence. The planets, disordered, their orbits attempt. Into factions the heavens divide. First Dione espouses the cause of her Caesar. Minerva next steps to her side, and the great son of Ares, his mighty spear brandishing. Phoebus espouses the cause of great Pompey, his sister, and Mercury also, and Hercules like unto him in his travels and labors. The trumpets call. Discord her Stygian head lifts to heaven, her tresses dishevelled, her features with clotted blood covered. Tears pour from her bruised eyes, her iron fangs thick-coated with rust. Her tongue distills poison, her features are haloed with serpents, her hideous bosom is visible under her tatters. A torch with a blood-red flame waves from her tremulous right hand. Emerging from Cocytus dark, and from Tartarus murky, she strode to the crest of the Apennines noble, the prospect of earth to survey. Spread before her the world panorama, its shores, and the armies that march on its surface. These words then burst out of her bosom malignant: "To arms, now, ye nations, while anger seethes hot, seize your arms, set the torch to the cities. Who skulks now is lost. Neither woman nor child nor the aged, bowed down with their years, shall find quarter. The whole world will tremble, and roof-trees themselves shall crash down and take part in the struggle. Marcellus, hold firm for the law, and thou, Curio, madden the rabble. Thou, Lentulus, strive not to check valiant Ares. Thou, Caesar, divine, why delayest thou now thine invasion? Why smash not the gates? Why not level the walls of the cities, their treasures to pillage? Thou, Magnus, dost not know the secret of holding the hills of Rome? Take thou the walls of Dyrrhachium, let Thessaly's harbors be dyed with the blood of the Romans." On earth was obeyed every detail of Discord's commandment. When Eumolpus had, with great volubility, poured out this flood of words, we came at last to Crotona. Here we refreshed ourselves at a mean inn, but on the following day we went in search of more imposing lodgings, and fell in with a crowd of legacy hunters who were very curious as to the class of society to which we belonged, and as to whence we had come. Thereupon, in accord with our mutual understanding, such ready answers did we make as to who we might be, or whence we had come, that we gave them no cause for doubt. They immediately fell to wrangling in their desire to heap their own riches upon Eumolpus, and every fortune hunter solicited his favor with presents. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Farbow. Volume 5. Affairs at Crotona. Chapters 125 to 131. Chapter the 125th. For a long time, affairs at Crotona ran along in this manner, and Eumolpus, flushed with success, so far forgot the former state of his fortunes, that he even bragged to his followers that no one could hold out against any wish of his, and that any member of his suite who committed a crime in that city would, through the influence of his friends, get off unpunished. But, although I daily crammed my bloated carcass to overflowing with good things, and began more and more to believe that fortune had turned away her face from keeping watch upon me, I frequently meditated, nevertheless, upon my present state and upon its cause. Suppose, thought I, some wily legacy hunter should dispatch an agent to Africa and catch us in our lie, or even suppose the hireling servant, glutted with prosperity, should tip off his cronies, or give the whole scheme away out of spite. There would be nothing for it but flight, and, in a fresh state of destitution, a recalling of poverty which had been driven off. Gods and goddesses, how ill it fares with those living outside the law! They are always on the lookout for what is coming to them. Turning these possibilities over in my mind, I left the house, in a state of black melancholy, hoping to revive my spirits in the fresh air. But scarcely had I set foot upon the public promenade, when a girl, by no means homely, met me, and calling me Polyaenus, the name I had assumed since my metamorphosis, informed me that her mistress desired leave to speak with me. "You must be mistaken," I answered in confusion. "I am only a servant and a stranger, and am by no means worthy of such an honour." Chapter the 126th. "You yourself," she replied, "are the one to whom I was sent; but, because you are well aware of your good looks, you are proud, and sell your favours instead of giving them. What else can those wavy, well-combed locks mean, or that face, rouged and covered with cosmetics, or that languishing, wanton expression in your eyes? Why that gait, so precise that not a footstep deviates from its place, unless you wish to show off your figure in order to sell your favours? Look at me. I know nothing about omens, and I don't study the heavens like the astrologers, but I can read men's intentions in their faces, and I know what a flirt is after when I see him out for a stroll. So if you'll sell us what I want, there's a buyer ready, but if you will do the graceful thing and lend, let us be under obligations to you for the favour. And as for your confession that you are only a common servant, by that you only fan the passion of the lady who burns for you, for some women will only kindle for canaille, and cannot work up an appetite unless they see some slave or runner with his clothing girded up. A gladiator arouses one, or a mule driver all covered with dust, or some actor posturing in some exhibition on the stage. My mistress belongs to this class, She jumps the 14 rows from the stage to the gallery, and looks for a lover among the gallery gods at the back. Puffed up with this delightful chatter, "Come now, confess, won't you?" I queried. "Is this lady who loves me yourself?" The waiting maid smiled broadly at this blunt speech. "Don't have such a high opinion of yourself," said she. "I've never given in to any servant yet. The gods forbid that I should ever throw my arms around a gallows bird. Let the married women see to that, and kiss the marks of the scourge if they like. I'll sit upon nothing below a knight, even if I am only a servant." I could not help marvelling, for my part, at such discordant passions, and I thought it nothing short of a miracle that this servant should possess the hauteur of the mistress, and the mistress the low tastes of the wench. Each one will find what suits his taste, one thing is not for all, one gathers roses as his share, another thorns enthrall. After a little more teasing, I requested the maid to conduct her mistress to a clump of plane trees. Pleased with this plan, the girl picked up the skirt of her garment and turned into a laurel grove that bordered the path. After a short delay, she brought her mistress from her hiding place and conducted her to my side, a woman more perfect than any statue. There are no words with which to describe her form, and anything I could say would fall far short. Her hair, naturally wavy, flowed completely over her shoulders. Her forehead was low, and the roots of her hair were brushed back from it. Her eyebrows, running from the very springs of her cheeks, almost met at the boundary line between a pair of eyes brighter than stars shining in a moonless night. Her nose was slightly aquiline, and her mouth was such a one as Praxiteles dreamed Diana had. Her chin, her neck, her hands, the gleaming whiteness of her feet under a slender band of gold. She turned Parian marble dull. Then, for the first time, Doris's tried lover thought lightly of Doris. "O Jove, what's come to pass that thou, thine armour cast away, art mute in heaven and but an idle tale? At such a time the horns should sprout, the raging bull hold sway, or they white hair beneath swan's down conceal. Here's Dana's self, but touch that lovely form, thy limbs will melt beneath thy passion's storm." Chapter the 127th. She was delighted, and so bewitchingly did she smile that I seemed to see the full moon showing her face from behind a cloud. Then, punctuating her words with her fingers, "Dear boy, if you are not too critical to enjoy a woman of wealth, who has but this year known her first man, I offer you a sister," said she. "You have a brother already, I know, for I didn't disdain to ask, but what is to prevent your adopting a sister too? I will come in on the same footing, only deem my kisses worthy of recognition, and caress me at your own pleasure." "Rather let me implore you by your beauty," I replied. "Do not scorn to admit an alien among your worshippers. If you permit me to kneel before your shrine, you will find me a true votary, and that you may not think I approach this temple of love without a gift, I make you a present of my brother." "What!" she exclaimed, "would you really sacrifice the only one without whom you could not live? The one upon whose kisses your happiness depends? Him whom you love as I would have you love me?" Such sweetness permeated her voice as she said this, so entrancing was the sound upon the listening air, that you would have believed the Siren's harmonies were floating in the breeze. I was struck with wonder and dazzled by I know not what light that shone upon me, brighter than the whole heaven, but I made bold to inquire the name of my divinity. "Why, didn't my maid tell you that I am called Circe?" she replied. "But I am not the sun child, nor has my mother ever stayed the revolving world in its course at her pleasure. But if the fates bring us two together, I will owe heaven a favour. I don't know what it is, but some god's silent purpose is beneath this. Circe loves not Polyaenus without some reason. A great torch is always flaming when these names meet. Take me in your arms then, if you will. There's no prying stranger to fear, and your brother is far away from this spot. So saying, Circe clasped me in arms that were softer than down, and drew me to the ground which was covered with coloured flowers. With flowers like these did Mother Earth great Ida's summit strew, when Jupiter, his heart aflame, enjoyed his lawful love. There glowed the rose, the flowering rush, the violet's deep blue. From out green meadows snow-white lilies laughed, then from above this setting summoned Venus to the green and tender sod. Bright day smiled kindly on the secret amour of the god. Side by side upon the grassy plot we lay, exchanging 1,000 kisses, the prelude to more poignant pleasure. But alas, my sudden loss of vigour disappointed Circe. Chapter the 128th. Infuriated at this affront, "What's the matter?" demanded she. "Do my kisses offend you? Is my breath fetid from fasting? Is there any evil-smelling perspiration in my armpits? Or if it's nothing of this kind, are you afraid of Giton?" Under her eyes I flushed hotly, and, if I had any virility left, I lost it then. My whole body seemed to be inert. "My queen," I cried, "do not mock me in my humiliation. I am bewitched." Circe's anger was far from being appeased by such a trivial excuse. Turning her eyes contemptuously away from me, she looked at her maid. "Tell me, Chrysis, and tell me truly, is there anything repulsive about me? Anything sluttish? Have I some natural blemish that disfigures my beauty? Don't deceive your mistress. I don't know what's the matter with us, but there must be something." Then she snatched a mirror from the silent maid, and after scrutinizing all the looks and smiles which passed between lovers, she shook out her wrinkled earth-stained robe and flounced off into the temple of Venus, near by. And here was I, like a convicted criminal who had seen some horrible nightmare, asking myself whether the pleasure out of which I had been cheated was a reality or only a dream. As when, in the sleep-bringing night, dreams sport with the wandering eyes, and earth, spaded up, yields to light her gold that by day she denies. The stealthy hand snatches the spoils, the face with cold sweat is suffused, and fear grips him tight in her toils, lest robbers the secret have used, and shake out the gold from his breast. But when they depart from his brain, these enchantments by which he's obsessed, and truth comes again with her train, restoring perspective and pain, the phantasm lives to the last, the mind dwells with shades of the past. The misfortune seemed to me a dream, but I imagined that I must surely be under a spell of enchantment, and, for a long time, I was so devoid of strength that I could not get to my feet. But finally, my mental depression began to abate. Little by little, my strength came back to me, and I returned home. Arrived there, I feigned illness and threw myself upon my couch. A little late, Giton, who had heard of my indisposition, entered the room in some concern. As I wished to relieve his mind, I informed him that I had merely sought my pallet to take a rest, telling him much other gossip, but not a word about my mishap, as I stood in great fear of his jealousy, and, to lull any suspicion which he might entertain, I drew him to my side and endeavoured to give him some proofs of my love. But all my panting and sweating were in vain. He jumped up in a rage and accused my lack of virility and change of heart, declaring that he had for a long time suspected that I had been expending my vigour and breath elsewhere. "No, no, darling," I replied, "my love for you has always been the same, but reason prevails now over love and wantonness." "And for the Socratic continence of your love, I thank you in his name," he replied sarcastically. "Alcibiades was never more spotless when he left his master's bed." Chapter the 129th. "Believe me, brother, when I tell you that I do not know whether I am a man or not," I vainly protested. "I do not feel like one if I am. Dead and buried lies that part in which I was once an Achilles." Giton, seeing that I was completely enervated, and fearing that it might give cause for scandal if he were caught in this quiet place with me, tore himself away and fled into an inner part of the house. He had just gone when Chrysis entered the room and handed me her mistress's tablets, in which were written the following words: "Circe to Polyaenus, greeting. Were I a wanton, I should complain of my disappointment, but as it is, I am beholden to your impotence, for by it I dallied the longer in the shadow of pleasure. Still, I would like to know how you are, and whether you got home upon your own legs, for the doctors say that one cannot walk without nerves. Young man, I advise you to beware of paralysis, for I never in my life saw a patient in such great danger. You're as good as dead, I'm sure. What if the same numbness should attack your hands and knees? You would have to send for the funeral trumpeters. Still, even if I have been affronted, I will not begrudge a prescription to one as sick as you. Ask Giton if you would like to recover. I'm sure you will get back your strength if you will sleep without your brother for 3 nights. So far as I am concerned, I am not in the least alarmed about finding someone to whom I shall be as pleasing as I was to you. My mirror and my reputation do not lie. Farewell, if you can. Such things will happen, said Chrysis, when she saw that I had read through the entire indictment, and especially in this city where the women can lure the moon from the sky. But we'll find a cure for your trouble. Just return a diplomatic answer to my mistress, and restore her self-esteem by frank courtesy, for, truth to tell, she has never been herself from the minute she received that affront. I gladly followed the maid's advice, and wrote upon the tablets as follows. Chapter the 130th. Polyaenus to Circe, greeting. Dear Lady, I confess that I have often given cause for offence, for I am only a man, and a young one too, but I never committed a deadly crime until to-day. You have my confession of guilt. I deserve any punishment you may see fit to prescribe. I betrayed a trust. I murdered a man. I violated a temple. Demand my punishment for these crimes. Should it be your pleasure to slay me, I will come to you with my sword. If you are content with a flogging, I will run naked to my mistress. Only bear in mind that it was not myself, but my tools that failed me. I was a soldier and ready, but I had no arms. What threw me into such disorder I do not know. Perhaps my imagination outran my lagging body. By aspiring to too much, it is likely that I spent my pleasure in delay. I cannot imagine what the trouble was. You bid me beware of paralysis, as if a disease which prevented my enjoying you could grow worse. But my apology amounts briefly to this: if you will grant me an opportunity of repairing my fault, I will give you satisfaction. Farewell. After dismissing Chrysis with these fair promises, I paid careful attention to my body, which had so evilly served me, and, omitting the bath, I anointed myself, in moderation, with unguents, and placed myself upon a more strengthening diet, such as onions and snails' heads without condiments, and I also drank more sparingly of wine. Then, taking a short walk before settling down to sleep, I went to bed without Giton. So anxious was I to please her that I feared the outcome if my brother lay tickling my side. Chapter the 131st. Finding myself vigorous in mind and body when I arose next morning, I went down to the same clump of plane trees, though I dreaded the spot as one of evil omen, and commenced to wait for Chrysis to lead me on my way. I took a short stroll, and had just seated myself where I had sat the day before, when she came under the trees, leading a little old woman by the hand. "Well, Mr. Squeamish," she chirped, when she had greeted me, "have you recovered your appetite?" In the meantime, the old hag, a wine-soaked crone with twitching lips, brought out a twisted hank of different coloured yarns, and put it about my neck. She then kneaded dust and spittle, and, dipping her middle finger into the mixture, she crossed my forehead with it, in spite of my protests. "As long as life remains there's hope. Thou rustic god, O hear our prayer. Great Priapus, I thee invoke. Temper our arms to dare." When she had made an end of this incantation, she ordered me to spit 3 times, and 3 times to drop stones into my bosom. Each stone she wrapped up in purple after she had muttered charms over it. Then, directing her hands to my privates, she commenced to try out my virility. Quicker than thought, the nerves responded to the summons, filling the crone's hand with an enormous erection. Skipping for joy, "Look, Chrysis, look!" she cried out. "See what a hare I've started for some one else to course!" This done, the old lady handed me over to Chrysis, who was greatly delighted at the recovery of her mistress's treasure. She hastily conducted me straight to the latter, introducing me into a lovely nook that nature had furnished with everything which could delight the eye. Shorn of its top, the swaying pine here casts a summer shade, and quivering cypress and the stately plane and berry-laden laurel, a brook's wimpling waters strayed lashed into foam, but dancing on again, and rolling pebbles in their chattering flow. 'Twas love's own nook, as forest nightingale and urban Procne undertook to bear true witness, hovering the gleaming grass above, and tender violets, wooing with song their stolen love. Fanning herself with a branch of flowering myrtle, she lay, stretched out with her marble neck resting upon a golden cushion. When she caught sight of me, she blushed faintly. She recalled yesterday's affront, I suppose. At her invitation, I sat down by her side as soon as the others had gone, whereupon she put the branch of myrtle over my face, and emboldened, as if a wall had been raised between us, "Well, Mr. Paralytic," she teased, "have you brought all of yourself along to-day?" "Why ask me?" I replied. "Why not try me instead?" And throwing myself bodily into her arms, I revelled in her kisses with no witchcraft to stop me. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Satyricon by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Firebaugh. Section 18. Volume 5. Affairs at Crotona. Chapters 132 to 137. Chapter the 132nd. The loveliness of her form drew me to her and summoned me to love. Our lips were pressed together in a torrent of smacking kisses, our groping hands had discovered every trick of excitation, and our bodies, clasped in a mutual embrace, had fused our souls into one. And then, in the very midst of these ravishing preliminaries, my nerves again played me false, and I was unable to last until the instant of supreme bliss. Lashed to fury by these inexcusable affronts, the lady at last ran to avenge herself, and, calling her house servants, she gave orders for me to be hoisted upon their shoulders and flogged. Then, still unsatisfied with the drastic punishment she had inflicted upon me, she called all the spinning women and scrubbing wenches in the house, and ordered them to spit upon me. I covered my face with my hands, but I uttered no complaint, as I well knew what I deserved, and, overwhelmed with blows and spittle, I was driven from the house. Proselinus was kicked out too, Chrysis was beaten, and all the slaves grumbled among themselves and wondered what had upset their mistress's good humour. I took heart after having given some thought to my misfortunes, and, artfully concealing the marks of the blows, for fear that EUMOLPUS would make merry over my mishaps, or, worse yet, that Giton might be saddened by my disgrace, I did the only thing I could do to save my self-respect. I pretended that I was sick, and went to bed. There I turned the full fury of my resentment against that recreant which had been the sole cause of all the evil accidents which had befallen me. 3 times I grasped the 2-edged blade, the recreant to cut away. 3 times by fear my hand was stayed, and palsied terror said me nay. That which I might have done before 'twas now impossible to do. For cold with fear, the wretch withdrew into a 1,000-wrinkled mare, and shrank in shame before my gaze, nor would his head uncover more. But though the scamp in terror skulked, with words I flayed him as he sulked. Raising myself upon my elbow, I rebuked the shirker in some such terms as these: "What have you to say for yourself, you disgrace to gods and men?" I demanded. for your name must never be mentioned among refined people. Did I deserve to be lifted up to heaven and then dragged down to hell by you? Was it right for you to slander my flourishing and vigorous years, and land me in the shadows and lassitude of decrepit old age? Give me some sign, however faint, I beg of you, that you have returned to life." I vented my anger in words such as these. His eyes were fixed, and with averted look he stood, less moved by any word of mine than weeping willows bending o'er a brook, or drooping poppies as at noon they pine. When I had made an end of this invective, so out of keeping with good taste, I began to do penance for my soliloquy, and blushed furtively because I had so far forgotten my modesty as to invoke in words that part of my body which men of dignity do not even recognise. Then, rubbing my forehead for a long time, "Why have I committed an indiscretion in relieving my resentment by natural abuse?" I mused. "What does it amount to? Are we not accustomed to swear at every member of the human body, the belly, throat, or even the head when it aches, as it often does? Did not Ulysses wrangle with his own heart? Do not the tragedians damn their eyes, just as if they could hear? Gouty patients swear at their feet, rheumatics at their hands, blear-eyed people at their eyes. And do not those who often stub their toes blame their feet for all their pain? Why will our Catos with their frowning brows condemn a work of fresh simplicity? A cheerful kindness my pure speech endows, what people do, I write to my capacity. For who knows not the pleasures Venus gives? Who will not in a warm bed tease his members? Great Epicurus taught a truth that lives, love and enjoy life. All the rest is embers. Nothing can be more insincere than the silly prejudices of mankind, and nothing sillier than the morality of bigotry. Chapter the 133rd. I called Giton when I had finished my meditation. "Tell me, little brother," I demanded, "tell me, on your honour, did Ascyltos stay awake until he had exacted his will of you, the night he stole you away from me, or was he content to spend the night like a chaste widow?" Wiping his eyes, the lad, in carefully chosen words, took oath that Ascyltos had used no force against him. The truth of the matter is that I was so distraught with my own misfortunes that I knew not what I was saying. "Why recall past memories which can only cause pain?" said I to myself. I then directed all my energies towards the recovery of my lost manhood. To achieve this I was ready even to devote myself to the gods. Accordingly I went out to invoke the aid of Priapus. Putting as good a face upon the matter as I could, I knelt upon the threshold of his shrine and invoked the god in the following verses: "Of Bacchus and the nymphs companion boon, whom fair Dione set o'er forests wide as god, whom Lesbos and green Thasos own for deity, whom Lydians far and wide adore through all the seasons of the year, whose temple in his own high Piper placed, thou Dryad's joy and Bacchus's hear my prayer. To thee I come, by no dark blood disgraced, no shrine in wicked lust have I profaned. When I was poor and worn with want, I sinned not by intent, a pauper's sins not banned as of another. Unto thee I pray, lift thou the load from off my tortured mind, forgive a light offence. When fortune smiles, I'll not thy glory shun and leave behind thy worship. Unto thee, a goat that feels his primest vigour, father of the flocks shall come, and suckling pigs, the tender young of some fine grunting sow. New wine in crocks shall foam, thy grateful praises shall be sung by youths who thrice shall dance around thy shrine, happy in youth and full of this year's wine." While I was engaged in this diplomatic effort in behalf of the affected member, a hideous crone with dishevelled hair, and clad in black garments which were in great disorder, entered the shrine, and laying hands upon me, led me, thoroughly frightened, out into the portico. Chapter the 134th. "What witches," she cried, "have devoured your manhood? What filth did you tread upon at some cross-roads in the dark? Not even by the boy could you do your duty, but, weak and effeminate, you are worn out like a cart-horse at a hill, you have lost both labour and sweat. Not content with getting yourself into trouble, you have stirred up the wrath of the gods against me, and I will make you smart for it." She then led me, unresisting, back into the priestess's room, pushed me down upon the bed, snatched a cane that hung upon the door, and gave me another thrashing. I remained silent, and, had the cane not splintered at the first stroke, thereby diminishing the force of the blow, she might easily have broken my arms or my head. I groaned dismally, and especially when she manipulated my member, and, shedding a flood of tears, I covered my head with my right arm, and huddled down upon the pillow, nor did she weep less bitterly. The sailor naked from his foundered bark, some shipwrecked mariner seeks out to hear his woe. When hail beats down a farmer's crop, his cark seeks consolation from another too. Death levels caste, and sufferers unites, and weeping parents are as one in grief. We also will beseech the starry heights, united prayers climb best, is the belief. She seated herself upon the other side of the bed, and, in quavering tones, commenced to accuse the delays of old age. At last the priestess came in. "Why," she cried, "what has brought you into my cell as if you were visiting a newly made grave? And on a feast day too, when even mourners ought to smile." "Enothea," the old hag replied, "this young man here was born under an unlucky star. He can't dispose of his goods to either boy or girl. Such an unfortunate fellow you never saw. He has no tool at all, only a piece of leather soaked in water. I wish you'd tell me what you think of a man who could get up from Circe's bed without having tasted pleasure." On hearing these words, Enothea sat down between us, and, after shaking her head for a while, "I am the only one that knows how to cure that disease," said she, "and for fear you think I'm talking to hear myself talk, I'll just have the young fellow sleep with me for a night, and if I don't make it as hard as horn. All that you see in the world must give heed to my mandates. Blossoming earth, when I will it, must languish a desert. Riches pour forth, when I will it, from crags and grim boulders. Waters will spurt that will rival the Nile at its flooding. Seas calm their billows before me, gales silence their howlings, hearing my step, and the rivers sink into their channels. Dragons, Hyrcanian tigers stand fast at my bidding. Why should I tell you of small things? The image of Luna drawn by my spells must descend, and Apollo, a-tremble, backs up his horses and turns from his course at my order. Such is the power of my word. By the rites of a virgin, quenched is the raging of bulls, and the sun's daughter Circe changed and transfigured the crew of the wily Ulysses. Proteus changes his form when his good pleasure dictates. I, who am skilled in these arts, can the shrubs of Mount Ida plant in the ocean, turn rivers to flow up the mountains. Chapter the 135th. At this declaration, which was so awe-inspiring, I shuddered in terror, and commenced to scrutinize the crone more narrowly. "Come now," said Enothea, "obey my orders," and, carefully wiping her hands, she bent over the cot and kissed me, once, twice. On the middle of the altar Enothea placed an old table, upon which she heaped live coals. Then with melted pitch she repaired a goblet which had become cracked through age. Next she replaced, in the smoke-stained wall, a peg which had come out when she took down the wooden goblet. Then, having donned a mantle, in the shape of a piece of square-cut cloth, she set a huge kettle upon the hearth, and at the same time speared with a fork a cloth hanging upon the meat-hooks, and lifted it down. It contained some beans, which had been laid away for future use, and a very small and stale piece of pig's cheek, scored with 1,000 slashes. When she had untied the string which fastened the cloth, she poured some of the beans upon the table, and ordered me to shell them quickly and carefully. I obey her mandate, and with careful fingers separate the beans from the filthy pods which contain them. But she, accusing my clumsiness, hastily snatched them, and, skilfully tearing off the pods with her teeth, spat them upon the ground, where they looked like dead flies. I wondered then at the ingenuity of poverty, and its expedients for emergency. So ardent a follower of this virtue did the priestess seem that it was reflected in everything around her. Her dwelling, in particular, was a very shrine of poverty. No Indian ivory set in gold gleamed here, no trodden marble glistened here, no earth mocked for its gifts, but Ceres' festive grove, with willow wicker work 'twas set around, new cups of clay by revolutions shaped of lowly wheel, for honey soft a bowl, platters of green bark wicker-work, a jar stained by the life-blood of the god of wine. The walls around with chaff and spattered clay were covered. Flanging from protruding nails were slender stalks of the green rush, and then suspended from the smoky beam the stores of this poor cottage. Service berries soft, entwined in fragrant wreaths hung down, dried savoury and raisins by the bunch, an hostess here like she on Attic soil, of Hecate's pure worship worthy she, whose fame Callimachus so grandly sang, 'twill live for ever through the speaking years. Chapter the 136th. In the meantime, having shelled the beans, she took a mouthful of the meat, and with the fork was replacing the pig's cheek, which was coeval with herself, upon the meat-hook, when the rotten stool, which she was using to augment her height, broke down under the old lady's weight, and let her fall upon the hearth. The neck of the pot was broken, putting out the fire, which was just getting a good start. Her elbow was burned by a flaming brand, and her whole face was covered by the ashes raised by her fall. I jumped up in dismay, and, not without laughing, helped the old lady to her feet. She hastily scurried out into the neighbourhood to replenish the fire, for fear anything should delay the sacrifice. I was on my way to the door of the cell, when lo and behold, 3 sacred geese, which were accustomed, I suppose, to demand their feed from the old woman at midday, made a rush at me, and, surrounding me, made me nervous with their abominable rabid cackling. One tore at my tunic, another undid the lacings of my sandals and tugged at them, but one in particular, the ringleader and moving spirit of this savage attack, did not hesitate to worry at my leg with his serrated bill. Unable to see the joke, I twisted off one of the legs of the little table, and, thus armed, began to belabour the pugnacious brute. Nor did I rest content with a light blow, I avenged myself by the death of the goose. 'Twas thus, I ween, the birds of Stymphalus to heaven fled, by Heracles impelled. The harpies too, whose reeking pinions held that poison which the feast of Phineus contaminated, all the air above with their unwonted lamentations shook, the heavens in uproar and confusion move, the stars in dread their orbits then forsook. By this time the 2 remaining geese had picked up the beans which had been scattered all over the floor, and bereft, I suppose, of their leader, had gone back into the temple, and I, well content with my revenge and my booty, threw the dead goose behind the cot, and bathed the trifling wound in my leg with vinegar. Then, fearing a scolding, I made up my mind to run away, and, collecting together all my belongings, started to leave the house. I had not yet stepped over the threshold of the cell, however, when I caught sight of Oenothea returning with an earthen vessel full of live coals. Thereupon I retraced my steps, and, throwing off my garments, I took my stand just inside the door, as if I were awaiting her return. She banked her fire with broken reeds, piled some pieces of wood on top, and began to excuse her delay, on the ground that her friend would not permit her to leave until after the customary 3 drinks had been taken. "But what were you up to in my absence?" she demanded. "Where are the beans?" Thinking that I had done a thing worthy of all praise, I informed her of the battle in all its details, and, that she might not be downcast any longer, I produced the dead goose in payment for her loss. When the old lady laid eyes upon that, she raised such a clamour that you would have thought that the geese had invaded the room again. Confounded and thunderstruck at the novelty of my crime, I asked her why she was so angry, and why she pitied the goose rather than myself. Chapter the 137th. But, beating her palms together, "You villain! Are you so brazen that you can speak?" she shrieked. "Don't you know what a serious crime you've committed? You have slaughtered the delight of Priapus, a goose, the very darling of married women. And for fear you think that nothing serious has happened, if the magistrates find this out, you'll go to the cross. Until this day my dwelling has been inviolate, and you have polluted it with blood. You have conducted yourself in such a manner that any enemy I have can turn me out of the priesthood." She spoke, and from her trembling head she tore the snow-white hair, and scratched her cheeks. Her eyes shed floods of tears, as when a torrent headlong rushes down the valleys drear, its icy fetters gone when spring appears, and strikes the frozen shackles from rejuvenated earth, so down her face the tears in torrents swept, and racking sobs convulsed her as she wept. "Please don't make such a fuss," I said. "I'll give you an ostrich in place of your goose." While she sat upon the cot and, to my stupefaction, bewailed the death of the goose, Proserlenus came in with the materials for the sacrifice. Seeing the dead goose, and inquiring the cause of her grief, she herself commenced to weep more violently still, and to commiserate me, as if I had slain my own father, instead of a public goose. Growing tired of this nonsense at last, "See here," said I, "could I not purchase immunity for a price, even though I had assaulted you? Even though I had murdered a man? Look here, I'm laying down 2 gold pieces. You can buy both gods and geese with them." "Forgive me, young man," said Oenothea, when she caught sight of the gold. "I am anxious upon your account. That is a proof of love, not of malignity. Let us take such precautions that not a soul will find this out. As for you, pray to the gods to forgive your sacrilege. The rich man can sail in a favouring gale, and snap out his course at his pleasure. A dance espouse, no Acrisius will rail, his credence by hers he will measure. Write verse or declaim, snap the finger of scorn at the world, yet still win all his cases. The rabble will drink in his words with concern, when a Cato austere it displaces. At law his not proven or proved he can have, with Servius or Labeo vying. With gold at command, anything he may crave is his without asking or sighing. The universe bows at his slightest behest, for Jove is a prisoner in his treasure chest. In the meantime she scurried around and put a jar of wine under my hands, and, when my fingers had all been spread out evenly, she purified them with leeks and parsley. Then, muttering incantations, she threw hazelnuts into the wine, and drew her conclusions as they sank or floated. But she did not hoodwink me, for those with empty shells, no kernel and full of air, would of course float, while those that were heavy and full of sound kernel would sink to the bottom. She then turned her attention to the goose, and, cutting open the breast, she drew out a very fat liver, from which she foretold my future. Then, for fear any trace of the crime should remain, she cut the whole goose up, stuck the pieces upon spits, and served up a very delectable dinner for me, whom, but a moment before, she had herself condemned to death, in her own words. Meanwhile, cups of unmixed wine went merrily around, and the crones greedily devour the goose which they had but so lately lamented. When the last morsel had disappeared, OEnothea, half drunk by this time, looked at me and said, "We must now go through with the mysteries, so that you may get back your virility." End of section 18. Section 19 of the Satyricon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Satyricon, by Gaius Petronius Arbiter. Translated by W.C. Farbow. Section 19. Volume 5. Affairs at Crotona. Chapters 138 to 141. Chapter the 138th. As she said this, OEnothea brought out a leathern dildo, which, when she had smeared it with oil, ground pepper, and pounded nettle seed, she commenced to force, little by little, up my anus. The merciless old virago then anointed the insides of my thighs with the same decoction. Finally, mixing nasturtium juice with elixir of southern wood, she gave my genitals a bath, and, picking up a bunch of green nettles, she commenced to strike me gently all over my belly below the navel. The nettles stung me horribly, and I suddenly took to my heels, with the old hags in full pursuit. Although they were befuddled with wine and lust, they followed the right road and chased me through several wards, screaming, "Stop, thief!" I made good my escape, however, although every toe was bleeding as the result of my headlong flight. I got home as quickly as I could, and, worn out with fatigue, I sought my couch, but I could not snatch a wink of sleep, for the evil adventures which had befallen me kept running through my brain, and, brooding upon them, I came to the conclusion that no one could be so abjectly unfortunate. Has fortune, always inimical to me, stood in need of the pangs of love, that she might torture me more cruelly still? I cried out, unhappy wretch that I am, fortune and love have joined forces to bring about my ruin. Cruel Eros himself had never dealt leniently with me. Loved or lover, I am put to the torture. Take the case of Chrysis. She loves me desperately, never leaves off teasing me. She who despised me as a servant, because, when she was acting as her mistress's go-between, I was dressed in the garments of a slave. She, I say, that same Chrysis who looked with contempt upon your former lowly lot, is now bent upon following it up, even at the peril of her life. She swore that she would never leave my side on the day when she told me of the violence of her passion. But Circe owns me, heart and soul, all others I despise. Who could be lovelier than she? What loveliness had Ariadne or Leda to compare with hers? What had Helen to compare with her? What has Venus? If Paris himself had seen her with her dancing eyes when he acted as umpire for the quarrelling goddesses, he would have given up Helen and the goddesses for her. If I could only steal a kiss, if only I might put my arms around that divine, that heavenly bosom, perhaps the virility would come back to this body, and the parts, flaccid from witchcraft, would, I believe, come into their own. Contempt cannot tire me out. What if I was flogged? I will forget it. What if I was thrown out? I will treat it as a joke. Only let me be restored to her good graces. At rest on my pallet, night's silence had scarce settled down to soothe me, and eyes heavy laden with slumber to lull, when torturing amour laid hold of me, seizing my hair and dragging me, wounding me, ordered a vigil till dawn. O heart of stone, how canst thou lie here alone? Said the god, thou joy of 1,000 sweet mistresses, how, O my slave? In disarrayed nightrobe I leap to bare feet, and essay to follow all paths, but a road can discover by none. One moment I hasten, the next it is torture to move, it irks me again to turn back, shame forbids me to halt and stand in the midst of the road. Lo, the voices of men, the roar of the streets, and the songs of the birds, and the bark of vigilant watchdogs are hushed. Alone, I of all society dread both my slumber and couch, and obey, great Lord of the passions, thy mandate which on me was laid. Chapter the 139th. Such thoughts as these, of lovely Circe's charms, so wrought upon my mind that I disordered my bed by embracing the image, as it were, of my mistress, but my efforts were all wasted. This obstinate affliction finally wore out my patience, and I cursed the hostile deity by whom I was bewitched. I soon recovered my composure, however, and, deriving some consolation from thinking of the heroes of old who had been persecuted by the anger of the gods, I broke out in these lines: "Hostile gods and implacable rate not me alone pursue. Heracles once suffered the weight of heaven's displeasure too, driven from the Enachian coast. Laomedon of old sated too of the heavenly host. In Peleus behold Juno's power to avenge an affront. And Telephus took arms, knowing not he must bear the brunt. Ulysses feared the storms angry Neptune decreed as his due. Now, me to overwhelm, outraged Priapus ever pursues on land and Nereus' realm." Tortured by these cares, I spent the whole night in anxiety, and at dawn Giton, who had found out that I had slept at home, entered the room and bitterly accused me of leading a licentious life. He said that the whole household was greatly concerned at what I had been doing, that I was so rarely present to attend to my duties, and that the intrigue in which I was engaged would very likely bring about my ruin. I gathered from this that he had been well informed as to my affairs, and that someone had been to the house inquiring for me. Thereupon I began to ply Giton with questions as to whether anyone had made inquiry for me. "Not today," he replied, "but yesterday a woman came in at the door, not bad looking either, and after talking to me for quite a while, and wearing me out with her far-fetched conversation, finally ended by saying that you deserved punishment, and that you would receive the scourging of a slave if the injured party pressed his complaint." This news afflicted me so bitterly that I levelled fresh recriminations against fortune, and I had not yet finished grumbling when Chrysis came in, and, throwing herself upon me, embraced me passionately. "I have you," she cried, "just as I hoped I would. You are my heart's desire, my joy. You can never put out this flame of mine unless you quench it in my blood." I was greatly embarrassed by this wantonness of Chrysis, and had recourse to flattery in order that I might rid myself of her, as I feared that her passionate outcries would reach the ears of EUMOLPUS, who, in the arrogance of success, had put on the manner of the master. So, on this account, I did everything I could think of to calm Chrysis. I feigned love, whispered compliments; in short, so skilfully did I dissimulate, that she believed I was love's own captive. I showed her what pressing peril overhung us should she be caught in that room with me, as EUMOLPUS was only too ready to punish the slightest offence. On hearing this, she left me hurriedly, and all the more quickly as she caught sight of Giton, who had only left me a little before she had come in, on his way to my room. She was scarcely gone when one of the newly engaged servants rushed in and informed me that the master was furiously angry with me because of my 2 days' absence from duty. I would do well, therefore, to prepare some plausible excuse, as it was not likely that his angry passion would be placated until some one had been flogged. Seeing that I was so vexed and disheartened, Giton said not a word about the woman, contenting himself with speaking of EUMOLPUS, and advising me that it would be better to joke with him than to treat the matter seriously. I followed this lead, and appeared before the old fellow with so merry a countenance that, instead of showing severity, he received me with good humour and rallied me upon the success of my love affairs, praising the elegance of my figure which made me such a favourite with the ladies. "I know very well," he went on, "that a lovely woman is dying for love of you, ENCOLPIUS, and this may come in handy for us, so play your part and I'll play mine too." Chapter the 140th. He was still speaking, when in came a matron of the most exclusive social set, Philomene by name, who had often, when young, extorted many a legacy by means of her charms. But an old woman now, the flower of her beauty faded, she threw her son and daughter in the way of childless old men, and through this substitution she contrived to continue her established policy. She came to EUMOLPUS, both to commend her children to his practical judgment, and to entrust herself and her hopes to his good nature, he being the only one in all the world who could daily instruct young children in healthy precepts. In short, she left her children in EUMOLPUS's house in order that they might hear the words that dropped from his lips, as this was the only legacy she could leave to them. Nor did she do otherwise than as she had promised, but left in his bedchamber a very beautiful daughter and her brother, a lad, and pretended that she herself was compelled to go out to a temple to offer up her vows. EUMOLPUS, who was so continent that even I was a boy in his eyes, lost no time in inviting the damsel to sacrifice to the Aversa Venus, but, as he had told every one that he was gouty, and that his back was weak, and as he stood in danger of upsetting the whole farce if he did not carefully live up to the pretence, he therefore, that the imposture might be kept up, prevailed upon the young lady to seat herself upon that goodness which had been commended to her, and ordered Corax to crawl under the bed upon which he himself was lying, and, after bracing himself by putting his hands upon the floor, to hoist his master up and down with his own back. Corax carried out the order in full, and skilfully seconded the wriggling of the girl with a corresponding see-saw. Then, when the crisis was about due, EUMOLPUS, in a ringing voice, called out to Corax to increase the cadence, and thus the old lecher, suspended between his servant and his mistress, enjoyed himself just as if he were in a swing. Time and again EUMOLPUS repeated this performance, to the accompaniment of ringing laughter in which he himself joined. At last, fearing I might lose an opportunity through lack of application, I also made advances to the brother, who was enjoying the gymnastics of his sister through the keyhole, to see if he would prove amenable to assault. Nor did this well-trained lad reject my advances, but alas, I discovered that the god was still my enemy. However, I was not so blue over this failure as I had been over those before, and my virility returned a little later, and, suddenly finding myself in better fettle, I cried out, "Great are the gods who have made me whole again! In his loving kindness, Mercury, who conducts and reconducts the souls, has restored to me that which a hostile hand had cut away. Look, you will find that I am more graciously endowed than was Protestilaus or any other of the heroes of old." So saying, I lifted up my tunic and showed EUMOLPUS that I was whole. At first he was startled, then, that he might believe his own eyes, he handled this pledge of the goodwill of the gods with both hands. Our good humour was revived by this blessing, and we laughed at the diplomacy of Philomene, and at the skill with which her children plied their calling, little likely to profit them much with us, however, as it was only in hopes of coming into a legacy that she had abandoned the boy and girl to us. Meditating upon this unscrupulous method of getting around childless old men, I began to take thought of the present state of our own affairs, and made use of the occasion to warn EUMOLPUS that he might be bitten in biting the biters. Everything that we do, I said, should be dictated by prudence. Socrates, whose judgment was riper than that of the gods or of men, used to boast that he had never looked into a tavern, nor believed the evidence of his own eyes in any crowded assembly which was disorderly. So nothing is more in keeping than always conversing with wisdom. Live coals are more readily held in men's mouths than a secret. Whatever you talk of at home will fly forth in an instant. Become a swift rumour and beat at the walls of your city, nor is it enough that your confidence thus has been broken, as rumour but grows in the telling, and strives to embellish, the covetous servant, who feared to make public his knowledge, a hole in the ground dug, and therein did whisper his secret, that told of a king's hidden ears, this the earth straightway echoed, and rustling reeds added that Midas was king in the story. Every word of this is true, I insisted, and no one deserves to get into trouble more quickly than he who covets the goods of others. How could cheats and swindlers live unless they threw purses or little bags clinking with money into the crowd for bait? Just as dumb brutes are enticed by food, human beings are not to be caught unless they have something in the way of hope at which to nibble. That was the reason that the Crotonians gave us such a satisfactory reception. But the ship does not arrive, from Africa, with your money and your slaves as you promised. The patience of the fortune hunters is worn out, and they have already cut down their liberality, so that either I am mistaken, or else our usual luck is about to return to punish you. Chapter the 141st. I have thought up a scheme, replied Eumolpus, which will embarrass our fortune-hunting friends sorely. And as he said this, he drew his tablets from his wallet, and read his last wishes aloud as follows: "All who are down for legacies under my will, my freedmen only excepted, shall come into what I bequeath them subject to this condition, that they do cut my body into pieces, and devour said pieces in sight of the crowd. Nor need they be inordinately shocked, for among some peoples the law ordaining that the dead shall be devoured by their relatives is still in force. Nay, even the sick are often abused, because they render their own flesh worse. I admonish my friends, by these present, lest they refuse what I command, that they devour my carcass with as great relish as they damned my soul." Eumolpus had just started reading the first clauses, when several of his most intimate friends entered the room, and catching sight of the tablets in his hand, in which was contained his last will and testament, besought him earnestly to permit them to hear the contents. He consented immediately, and read the entire instrument from first to last. But when they had heard that extraordinary stipulation by which they were under the necessity of devouring his carcass, they were greatly cast down. But his reputation for enormous wealth dulled the eyes and brains of the wretches, and they were such cringing sycophants that they dared not complain of the outrage in his hearing. One there was, nevertheless, named Gorgias, who was willing to comply, provided he did not have too long to wait. To this Eumolpus made answer: "I have no fear that your stomach will turn, it will obey orders. If, for 1 hour of nausea, you promise it a plethora of good things, just shut your eyes and pretend that it's not human guts you've bolted, but 10,000,000 sesterces, and beside, we will find some condiment which will disguise the taste. No flesh is palatable of itself, it must be seasoned by art, and reconciled to the unwilling stomach, and, if you desire to fortify the plan by precedents, the Saguntines ate human flesh when besieged by Hannibal, and they had no legacy in prospect. In stress of famine the inhabitants of Petelia did the same, and gained nothing from the diet except that they were not hungry. When Numantia was taken by Scipio, mothers with the half-eaten bodies of their babes in their bosoms were found. Therefore, since it is only the thought of eating human flesh that makes you squeamish, you must try to overcome your aversion with all your heart, so that you may come into the immense legacies I have put you down for." So carelessly did Eumolpus reel off these extravagancies, that the fortune hunters began to lose faith in the validity of his promises, and subjected our words and actions to a closer scrutiny immediately. Their suspicions grew with their experience, and they came to the conclusion that we were out-and-out grafters, and thereupon, those who had been put to the greatest expense for our entertainment resolved to seize us and take it out in just revenge. But Chrysis, who was privy to all their scheming, informed me of the designs which the Crotonians had hatched, and when I heard this news I was so terrified that I fled instantly, with Giton, and left Eumolpus to his fate. I learned, a few days later, that the Crotonians, furious because the old fox had lived so long and so sumptuously at the public expense, had put him to death in the Massilian manner. That you may comprehend what this means, know that, whenever the Massilians were ravaged by the plague, one of the poor would offer himself to be fed for a whole year, upon choice food at public charge, after which, decked out with olive branches and sacred vestments, he was led out through the entire city, loaded with imprecations, so that he might take to himself the evils from which the city suffered, and then thrown headlong from the cliff. End of section 19. End of the Satyricon, by Gaius Petronius Arbiter, translated by W.C. Farbow.